Futures back in negative territory this morning, coming off a pretty impressive relief rally that we saw on Tuesday to kick off the holiday shortened week. Back to the downside, however, we go this morning. We get Canadian inflation data this morning. We get UK inflation data this morning as well. Both looking to be a little bit higher than expected, which was a little bit of a concern when it comes to both the US dollar and ongoing interest rate moves in the US. We'll have a discussion about that coming up here. Otherwise, yeah, nice bounce back for all three U.S. markets yesterday. The Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ up solidly at the end of the day, 2+% right across the board. Not the case this morning. Back to the downside as we get the first of two public testimony days from Fed Chair Powell in Washington today. Going to be closely monitored as far as comments coming out of the testimony. Any hints as to what the Fed plans to do going forward will definitely move the market. We'll keep an eye on that. Widespread advances yesterday. All 11 S&P sectors in positive territory at the end of the day. It was the energy group that led the way yesterday, almost 6% to the upside. Energy stocks, crude oil, both to the downside this morning, among the leaders, in fact, to the downside here in the pre-market. Lots to get to. We'll talk about oil stocks. We'll talk about that CRISPR Therapeutics. Big move late in the day yesterday, down again this morning, and tech stocks down as well so far. It's Wednesday, June 22nd, 2022. TraderTV.live starts now. Yeah, there we go. Back to the downside we go. Right across the board, you can see I'll direct your attention down here. 5.03% right now for crude oil, under significant pressure back towards that $100 level. We'll talk a little bit about crude coming up here. Big move on this gas tax holiday being proposed by President Biden, supposed to be today. 1.5% for the S&P, the Dow 1.4, 1.6 for the NASDAQ. So a bit of a reversal after a huge update yesterday, some relief coming into equities yesterday, but not sustainable so far. It is Wednesday. Arun is with us today. Neil with a day off. Great to have Arun whenever we have him in the building. Big move so far today, guys, right across the board. Going to be an interesting one here with crude back to the downside again. I just saw a note suggesting this gas tax holiday in the U.S. Could be as long as 3 months, but we're supposed to get more on that this morning.
Yes, Brendan. Yeah, gas tax holiday. I don't think we'll be getting any gas tax holidays around here. Neil is on holiday today, so shout out to Neil. I hope he's doing well there. And we have back by Mike is bad. Okay, I don't know.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Well, Neil's off. Neil's off, and I'm here, and hopefully we can get some trades going. The market's moving quite a bit here. 5.5% on crude futures at the moment. So crude moving a lot. So remember, 2:30 is when it goes to close.
All right, we got to go to Brendan there. There's a problem with everything.
All right, yeah, we'll get this audio issue figured out here, guys. Bear with us for a moment. Welcome, first of all. Hope your morning's going well. Yeah, Arun just talking through this move in crude oil. I mean, I can show you the chart here of crude pushing back towards day lows as we speak. 103.50, 103 even coming into play. Been a long time, or at least a week and a half or so, since we've been down to these levels after, 120 gets tested again, 115, 120, that area at the top end of the range that Frank Caberna has been discussing in depth. So we'll see if we find support here. But again, this appears to be coming off of this news that we're going to get an announcement today from the White House regarding, as I said, possibly as long as 3-month holiday for the gas tax in the U.S., which, if you're planning a road trip, if you're planning on getting out of the city or getting away for the summer, as so many people are, definitely going to be a bonus. Going to be a bonus at the pumps regardless. Here's XOM, 3.5%. Ugly to start here for all of these. Huge gap, couple of bucks to the downside. I mean, we're right back to pre-market levels from yesterday. You can go down to 86.5 was support going back a couple of days. But yeah, 3.3% for XOM. I'll flip over to Oxy here. show you much of the same. Going to be the story, it would appear this morning, right across the board, this move in crude oil. We talked a little bit about Meta shares at the end of the day yesterday as well, relatively weak right across the board. The tech sector, however, did lead. The NASDAQ tech sector in the S&P 500 did lead overall for the market yesterday, back into positive territory, but not the case here this morning. Just having a look at individual names here. Here's Meta down 1%. There were a couple of minor stories that did come out yesterday regarding Meta with a lawsuit that was settled. The DOJ coming out with details on that late in the afternoon. We also had a note from Mark Zuckerberg talking a little bit about some of the monetization models that they've been working on for both Instagram and Facebook going forward. There was talk that those were initially going to happen in 2023, ends up being pushed into 2024. So a lot of pressure for Meta shares yesterday. I mean, they did gap up with the rest of the sector and then did nothing but go straight to the downside all session long. I mean, the other big mover so far this morning going to be this one. Revlon shares, a huge move in the pre-market, once again, up more than 30% for REV, trying to push that $8 level right now. A ton of volume. The past couple of days, I mean, this has been a great opportunity to be long right out of the gate. Going back to Friday, even yesterday, got out of that obviously way too early. But $8 coming into play here, all kinds of volume for Revlon. No change or no update as far as the individual news catalyst for this. There's rumors still floating around of a possible buyout coming for Revlon. There's the bankruptcy side of things as well. So we'll keep an eye on Revlon. Already 10 million shares traded. I mean, yesterday we got to 140 plus million shares as well for REV. Another interesting name to have a look at this morning is Boeing. It was relatively weak all day yesterday. Boeing down 2.3% here. More negativity surrounding supply chain issues for Boeing going forward, going into the next couple of years. They're saying at least the end of 2023, maybe even 2024. So no change as far as that is concerned. If you look at the daily chart, though, this thing had quite the rebound off of this 120 level up to 140. We are getting a bit of a pullback this morning at this point, though. Any improvement, guys, on audio for these guys? Not yet. So we'll keep you occupied in the meantime. Some indexes to make note of this morning. The S&P 500 back towards 3,700. That was the initial support level for the S&P. We're down to about 3,704 right now. We can have a look at the overall futures here. This 3,700 important over the past couple of days, but coming back in a hurry for the ES after, as we said, a huge day to the upside yesterday. I want to mention Airbnb here as well. I can grab a note here for Airbnb. There was a downgrade this morning out and a price target cut for ABNB. So 3.2% back in negative territory, trying to hold around this $100 level. I mean, it's been an important level on the daily chart for the past week or so. $100 right here, just above us in the pre-market, but decent volume coming back into Airbnb. Gores Guggenheim was a big mover yesterday. GGPI Polestar, the SPAC, they announced, I guess it's Friday, the 24th, going to be trading under PSNY for the first time. So they'll finally get this deal done, it would appear. It's going to be the close June 23rd. So tomorrow at the close, this deal is supposed to get finalized, and we'll get that PSNY as of the open on Friday. So GGPI, let's have a look real quick here. Just noting Robinhood shares as well. A little bit of a headline there on Robinhood, but we can get to that in a second. So GGPI had a bit of a move early on yesterday morning on that initial news that Friday was going to be the first day of trade for Polestar, but we gave all of that back. Back below $10, back below $10 this morning, trying to push back to the downside. Let's have a look at Robinhood here. We can check out this headline here for Hood. Here it is. Robinhood shares down pre-market. Binance announcing zero announcing zero free trading for Bitcoin with new fee schedules. So heads up for all, Robinhood is not a New York stock. It is a NASDAQ stock, trying to push down to $7 currently. I mean, Revlon back towards the highs. There's a ton of things moving around here this morning. Here's Robinhood, guys. Nice move yesterday. Back to the upside with anything and everything growth related. Was up down 2.5% early on. 7.5 ends up being the support level at the end of the day. But 3% in the pre-market here on this note. Again, just out. Robinhood down as Binance announces zero free trading for Bitcoin. The other big mover in the crypto market yesterday, I mean, Coinbase had a huge move. MicroStrategy had a huge move as BTC had a bit of a bounce back to the upside. But Coinbase back down again this morning. We'll talk about some negativity surrounding that. We're going to get, this was just before we came on, we're going to get Bed Bath & Beyond earnings. Next week, I believe it's the 29th, BBBY will report. So Bed Bath & Beyond with a negative note this morning to the downside, obviously. Loved by the retail crowd. There's Clovis as well this morning, doing all kinds of volume. CLVS, another highly shorted name, 27% on the short side for Clovis, getting all kinds of attention for retail traders. How we doing, guys? Okay. Hey, Sean.
Yo, what's up, man? Yeah, what's up? Yeah, there were just another day here. I don't know what Arun did over there, but he Hulk smashed the mics, and next thing we know, we have a little bit of a problem here. But thanks for covering for that little bit here. Let's just run the show, Fahad, and then me and Brendan will go back and forth until we can fix out Arun's mic. That sounds pretty good. Yeah, just a couple names here. I mean, what a crazy day yesterday. And then we come in today, of course, and we see the Dow, approaching down 500 points. You have the oil markets reeling and reeling. Check out this chart right here. What is going on even just right now? Big time movement to the downside. Oil tipping from 105 when I sat down here. Now 102.80. So we'll go hallelujah. I mean, not if you're long on the energy names, but if you are looking to fill up, I guess, pretty soon, looks like that gas tax holiday might be something to look at one more time. But there's a nice little move to the downside. So crude oil continues its play down, which is nice for the equity markets normally. However, we're going to look today at XOM. Finally trying to get into a short here on this name. This has been a sort of a high flyer, obviously, tipping down at 106 just last week. And then yesterday up to 92, 93 bucks on that relief rally back to the upside. That's what you get, man. You get a lot of these panic rallies that happen. And we said this all the time. The selling seems to be very, controlled. But then the buying, like yesterday, the NASDAQ started up, up 1%, I think, or so, Arun, yesterday. And then the ES and the NASDAQ both took off as soon as the market opened up, and we had a monster rally. And I think it's because a lot of people, they think they missed the bottom. It's like, oh my God, the market's going up. I got to buy, I got to buy, I got to buy. Now, we did have one of the worst weeks since September of 2020 last week. So it makes sense that there was a little bit of a relief rally there on Monday. But I just feel like XOM had a huge bump yesterday from 89 all the way up to 93 before stopping on a dime and retracing back to 91.50. So right here, right now, today, we have XOM on the sticky note. If we're lucky enough to get this thing, I don't know if it's, this is the 1 minute chart. We probably don't get back to 89. 89 is where I'm looking to try to short some of this. I have offers out there. If we get that, great. And then I don't think we see 90 today, so we're going to use that as the top. But oil market's a little crazy, Arun. Let's go ahead and test your mic.
Yeah, so we're going to try this again. I was talking about oil earlier, about it being down 5.6% now. Brendan's already gone over it. So we're going to go into we got some time before we go into the futures. But in terms of overall equities, I'm still going through my list. I'm probably not going to have a position on the board until 9:30, maybe 9:40. Wait a little bit. But like what Sean was talking about yesterday, right off the open, when I came on at 9 o'clock and I gave you guys levels and whatnot, I was thinking, hey, we're in a zone for shorts. Let's keep an eye out for shorts. And at 9:30, buy programs kick in and boom, right through that level to the upside, nonstop buying. That's the kind of situation where you want to see what happens before you step into something like that. And when that happens coming out of a long weekend, next time you come out of a long weekend, be aware that when there's pent-up demand over 3 days where the market's closed for an extra day, wait for that opening move. And that'll say a lot because there's going to be a lot of pent-up demand in this case because it was drifting up. I guess the pent-up demand was to the buy side, and you saw that explosive rally to the upside. That never really stopped, and we kind of fell apart. Not fell apart, but we kind of just lost traction towards the end of the day. But that was a good half hour of straight buying, and then we just went up a little bit more. So be aware of that for next time because the 4th of July is right around the corner. So be aware of that for the next long weekend. And we'll go back to Brendan. We'll find some other stocks, and hopefully I can build up a list of names that I can actually work with today.
I was going to mention, guys, I had a second there to read some stuff. So the Canadian CPI number that came out there at 8:30, remember we were talking yesterday on the importance of this. Frank was letting us know that if the Canadian CPI number and the UK number come out a little bit better than we've seen over the past couple of months, we might see a significant downtick in the US dollar. Not the case. Canadian CPI year over year for the month of May, 7.7% versus 7.3 expected, and that was up from 6.8 in the prior reading. So still not good on the inflation front right across the board. So we'll have a look at the US dollar coming up here this morning. Just a heads up, Spruce Point out with a short report on GNRC. So that just popped up there, GNRC to the downside. So there's Airbnb had a downgrade this morning. We mentioned that's a negative territory. Robinhood with a negative note this morning. That's a negative territory. And Boeing as well was the other big one to the downside. I mean, not doing a lot of volume, but they actually came out and talked about some supply chain issues continuing into the latter part of next year for Boeing.
Boeing had those big rips. That might be a name for everyone was looking for some names. I know you've traded Boeing on the show before as well. That could be a good name. I wanted to look at Robinhood here just because, you know what, man? I mean, unless SBF does come and save these guys, Sam Bankman-Fried, I don't know. I don't feel like Robinhood has anything that's proprietary anymore. I mean, this sort of nasty move to the downside here. Why can't Schwab or Fidelity or a lot of these companies just come in and eat their lunch like I think they probably are doing anyways? Not good, man. Obviously no PE, huge negativity on the ROI here. It's been nasty, man. It's down 91% from its high. 91% down is Robinhood from its high. So, I mean, if you're gonna look at a name that needs to be rallied backside here, obviously a big move yesterday up to $8. I mean, a lot of those beatdown names got huge rallies. You guys saw yesterday that we were shorting the living, out of DraftKings because that was too high yesterday. Robinhood would have been another name to pick on here, up to $8, back down today into the low 7s. We'll see if it can hold that out. Let me just check out a 20-minute chart here before I speak too much. Yeah, so 680 was the bottom. I think that, again, might be worth testing it. If you think the market's going to rally, you go long here using 680 as your bottom, and maybe you get back into this 780 area here for Robinhood. But that's a pretty depressed name right there, and it reminds me, unfortunately, of a name that I'm actually in, and that's SoFi. And I mean, SoFi is just as bad as Robinhood. I mean, they have the bank charter, so I'm thinking that could lead them somewhere, but it's only leading these companies into the depths of hell. It seems like 540 as the bottom here for SoFi, and you're not even that far away from that. Its 52-week performance looks like it's down 76% right now this year on SoFi. So a big monster move down to the downside on this name. And then again, here it is. There's those bottoms, 480, $5. We'll see if that can come into play again. And then the same thing happened yesterday with SoFi, right? You get a big move back up, and then all afternoon it just fades right back down. So a lot of these names today are going to have to, sort of come back to life. Let's see where DraftKings is. Yeah, look, I mean, I hope my trades are, yeah, there they are. I was going to say, I hope my trades are showing up yesterday. I mean, look at this DraftKings. Like, talk about not believing in a name. I mentioned all the time about this DraftKings. You don't make money. You're in a super competitive competitive spot here, and you're spending so much to acquire customers that really aren't that loyal. So I just, I look at a name like this. Like yesterday, we were short 1250. We had a 1250 tick. We had 1240s, 1230s, and look where we are today, all the way back in. So I just feel like a lot of these names that have been super hyped up. I mean, Roblox is another one, and I don't even know what that's doing yet today. But I think Roblox is a little different than some of these, and I can explain that after. But 1150 here on DraftKings. Look to see if that holds. That could break right away early. It's not like, Arun, these markets don't want to go down. I mean, it's kind of straight to the downside. And we were already visiting earlier this morning lows that came through. We now have the Canadian inflation numbers. We had some bad numbers out of Europe. We have oil. When you were testing your mic there, oil was down 5.6. Now you're down 6.2 here on oil. Oil continues. I mean, look at this. A little bit of a bump. I think that's when we were testing. And then smashed right back down to the downside here. So, hey, I guess oil going down would be good for the inflation number. I mean, but not good for these markets. It doesn't seem like anyone hiding in oil and energy as a safe haven right now, not feeling very safe.
Yeah, I mean, even if it is good, we're not going to see that result for another month or so. So it's a good direction it's heading in, but at the same time for oil. But at the same time, it's going to be a while off before we actually get that data flowing through. So in terms of my reason, I'm actually looking at this going, maybe I actually want to play on Apple a little bit here. The market's coming off. Yeah, Apple's going to be one of the big name. It is the big name in these indexes. And I'm just thinking, the way that Apple's been playing, there you go. There's your fill on Apple. Around these 50s. I'm trying to work some 50s here. And the reason I'm going for this is because if I were to pull Apple here on the big chart, the way it's been moving around this 135.50, 133 even, I feel like there's enough volume here to support a bid. Futures somewhat out of a minor support level with the evens not too far away. So if we're going to catch a bounce, we should catch a bounce here. If we lose the 132.5 into the 132 area, I'm going to walk away, call it a day, and just move on and start looking in the opposite direction. But for now, I'm going to look at the big dog in these indexes, which is going to be Apple. And I know Brendan's at the big screen with upgrades and downgrades.
Yeah, a few interesting ones this morning to pass along. I mean, on the upgrade side, we were talking about a couple of the consumer discretionary names yesterday. Kraft Heinz, Kellogg's on here, Cigna, and Motorola. Over on that side, however, Lennar, terrible earnings, higher interest rates. I mean, it was up yesterday, but back to the downside yesterday on a Raymond James downgrade. PayPal is here. Bed Bath & Beyond, again, the 29th. They will report Q1 earnings. Downgrade today, and ChargePoint, guys, to the downside.
All right. I'm just watching Revlon here, and Tyrone Bigham's had a good point here. How much of this float, and I don't know if Brendan, if it's up on your screen anywhere there either, but how much of this Revlon float is owned by retail? Because right now, this name just continues. I'm going to find out how much is on here for the shortable shares here. Going long on Meta, yeah, I don't mind that play. Okay, it's 20 cents. Yeah, that's it there. It's 20 cents per share to short Revlon right now. So, I mean, I could put that on, the short on right now, and pay the 20 cents. You know what? I'm going to do it. I'm going to accept this and just pay the 20 cents. Jesus. That's expensive, Arun.
20 cents a share?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, that's way too
for
expensive.
For an $8 stock.
That's way too rich.
Okay, but I'm going to do it anyway. Screw that. I'm here for the people. But no, you know what? I mean, this has been just a monster move. Yesterday, we were able to short it, and we got out by the skin of our teeth. I know Neil was negative on this yesterday, and I was, just like I said, 2 cups of coffee positive. This is a tough one to trade, and like what Neil was saying yesterday, it's just, if you're going to counter trade these things, like we tend to do, I tend to go long a little more. Neil will tend to be short on these moves. And then when it just keeps on breaking these levels, you're going to go short here at $4 or $5, and then, okay, and then boom, it breaks. You could make the money short here, but then if you have too many shares on, when it breaks, it goes to 570. And you're like, okay, maybe 6 is going to hold. Well, 6 does hold, and then it breaks again. And then maybe 7's going to hold. Ding! 7 did hold. 7 was the only one that held yesterday, the only even dollar that held. So, I mean, we bounced around. They all held a little bit. Like, here's 5 holding before it breaks, right? Here's 6 holding before it breaks. Down here here's 4 holding right here before we break. So every level kind of did this little dance, and I feel like we're kind of doing the same thing right here at 8, right? $8 is trying to hold, and then we look for that break to the upside right now of 8. So it's 793. To me, this is looking like a short because we are doing a lot of volume up here, 12 million shares. So a lot of volume here on Revlon. You're up 30%. Remember, as far as I know, and as far as I think everybody here on this chat knows, they're still declared bankruptcy at $1. I don't even know if you know the story. I know you follow futures markets, but these guys, Arun, down here declared bankruptcy when they were at $4. They went all the way down to $1, and now apparently there's new money trying to come into this name, so you get a bump up to $8. And you know, we were talking about this yesterday. Some I don't know if it's oligarchs in India or big companies down there looking to maybe snap up some Revlon. The thing about Revlon is, and I think it's very similar to Hertz, is that they have that loyalty in the brand. There's people that know about Revlon. Revlon doesn't need to go bankrupt. It's just their financials don't allow them to be profitable, so therefore bankruptcy comes. But what about the brand name? What about some of the goodwill that's associated with the Revlon name? So I'm wondering if that's caused, obviously, I mean, we know this is an MOAS, like mother of all short squeezes. I don't know if this is the right one, but up 80% in a week seems like a pretty decent squeeze there to the upside. Let's just double check that with Float Checker. Arun, this is a new website we found out too, thanks to Luca. It's floatchecker.com. It's actually pretty cool. Let me just check in here, Revlon. So the cool thing about this is it automatically shows you the shortable float that's there to trade. So again, a lot of outstanding shares. A lot of those are going to get tied up, but the tradable float is up here. So you're looking at sub 7 million or so, and then look at all these percentages here. FinViz has it blown out at 53%, but let's call it in the middle here, somewhere around 40% short float with only 6 million shares around there to trade. And then if Tyrone, if you're correct, and I don't know, I haven't been looking at the chat here, but if this is controlled by retail, we saw what happened on AMC. We saw what happened on GMC here. The stock might be overdone, but are we going to bet against retail right now? I don't know if that's going to be a smart move. Let's just see how Revlon trades. I did just pay, unless that didn't yet got accepted. Okay, I might just try the short here against 8. If it hits 8 and we get out, then we're out at $8. But right now, let's try the Revlon short against $8, and then just let it go. If it takes out 8, man, we'll punch out. Although here it comes right now. All right, I'm going to just regroup on this a little bit because it's too strong. I don't know if the short is right at all. We've bounced off 785 a couple times right now on Revlon, so I'm going to go hands off right now. Let me let this thing settle down a little bit. I will be pissed off if I look back in 5 minutes and this thing's at $7, but that might just be a buying opportunity. So I know it's a little bit too rich for your blood there, Arun, and not really up your alley, but Revlon's going to be a mover today.
Well, 20 cents is way out of my league. If it's more than a penny, it's too rich for my blood. That means I don't pay. If it's free, I'll take it. If it's more than a penny, nope. And 20 cents, definitely not. As I'm long, as you guys can see here on my screen, on the screen here, we've got the Apple long. That's almost going to take out 134 right now, right here on this,
this is a good
screen
one.
right here. 134 is on the offer, so that's about 38 cents with the spread. So we're going to wait on this one. Obviously, we're going to take this into the open. I was banking on the big dog in the index to make the move first. So with that, there goes the index to the upside. We'll go right into the futures. We'll talk about the futures since we're here. I see in the chat somebody was saying, talk about the MES. I don't trade the MES, and we trade the ES. And Brendan will introduce us to that.
Yeah, we'll jump into that in a sec, guys. Wanted to mention quickly, there was that note on Revlon from Vandatrack. Just on yesterday alone, it was 8.3 million from the retail side, just monitoring flows in and out of the stock. 8.3 million just yesterday purchased by retail flow. So if you multiply that out over what has happened to the stock, it's pretty impressive. As Arun was mentioning, let's get a check of the overall market, guys, brought to you by the Small Exchange. Once again, if you're looking to get into futures trading, they make it so easy with simple, very basic and easy to understand contracts. Check them out, sign up today, use the QR code on screen. Arun, all yours.
All right. Well, yeah, I was saying about MES, ES, same thing. It's just the leverage is a little different. So for anyone who's starting out, start with the smaller contracts. It's less money lost because you will lose money to start and to learn. For me, though, I'm going to be working with the ES, and these are the levels I'm going to give you, the same levels, right? It's the exact same thing. It moves the same way. It's the same price. So leverage is different. 37.50 is the level I've got up top here. We're going to try to work a short, and I mean work a short. The market's bouncing, great. Let's get above 20, and then let's get a nice little setup here above 20. Then I'm open to the idea of taking a shot on the short side, maybe short this bounce here, but I'm going to respect the bounce first. So as I'm long on the futures, I'm not on the futures, I'm long on Apple. It's doing well, great. Futures keep bouncing. It doesn't have to stop. It just needs to get into this area and then set it up. It can happen, at 10 o'clock, can happen at 2 p.m. I really don't care, but this is the area that I'm going to try to avoid going long inside of on the futures side, right? So this is what we're going to work with on the short side potentially if we get a setup. Flip side, it's going to be the obvious low, which is going to be 38.55 or 36.35. To the downside here. So anything south of 36.70 going down to 36.35, I'm going to see if I can't catch a long here with a nice little setup somewhere in this range. Keep in mind, the way I trade is also going to be a little bit wider. So my ranges are quite wide, and we're going to have to, I let things move quite a bit. So, even if it goes up, it doesn't necessarily mean that it's time to get out. It just means you give it some flexibility. We're going to work with this top right here. 37.50, that's going to be your first checkpoint. Next up is going to be 38.55. These are Neil's charts, so I haven't really gotten a chance to draw them out yet, but 38.55 is going to be right up here, and I'm going to draw that one out. So we're just going to work with, why am I choosing 38.55? If you go back to the 16th, there's a lot of action here going into that rollover day situation. So I'm going to try and work with this Fed extreme move / rollover. So we're going to actually just work with that 38.20 going all the way up to 38.55 for potential fades. So there's one, 37.50 is next up, and then your support base is all the way down here. So market can still fall from where we are right now. It can still fall a good 40 points before we get to the next support zone. So there's a lot of space to move around. Obviously, crude is falling apart right now at 6.5%. Futures starting the day roughly 1.4 to the downside, it seems like. So 9:30 will be telling on how this market wants to either accept this area and bounce, or continue the overnight move to the downside and maybe extend down towards the bottom end support level. So there's your levels, guys. We got 38.55 up top, 37.50 up top, and then 36.35 as your support base, and we are sitting right here. So not close to either one that we can actually work with. So work equities for now, and we'll just wait for this market to open up and start trading.
Great stuff. Thanks, Arun. Anyone still having an issue with the watch list? I'm going to show you right now. We're in the process of not only updating our website, but moving it from one server to another. So this is the old site, obviously, still. But the watchlist.tradertv.live link no longer works and will no longer work. But if you just simply go to tradertv.live, you'll come to this site. So tradertv.live, top right corner up here, you'll see this link, watch list. All you have to do is click on it, and there it is. So that's today's. Very, very simple. So no longer watchlist.tradertv.live. Just go to tradertv.live, top right corner, click on the watch list. It'll take you right there. So let's jump in, shall we, to what you need to know heading towards the open here. We'll talk a little bit about some individual oil stocks, as we said. Yeah, 6.5% here for crude oil back to the downside this morning. Partially on this note, suggesting that even today, the White House may announce a up to 3-month gas tax holiday, which seemed to kick off some of this selling in oil markets. But every individual name also following suit here.
For sure. XOM's on the sticky note here. I just want to review a couple new positions for me right now, so we'll fire off the cannon because we're in 3 of them right now. Arun has motivated me to get into some shares. Okay, so right now, Meta, we are in the money 50 cents. So we bought that Meta dip back down to 157. This was a trade that's shout out to SneakerCon. If you're watching there, he messaged me this morning and said he took it yesterday on my advice for a swing trade for Meta. So hopefully that can come up and open up about 1%. We always like to make at least 1% on the swing trades. But again, this name could fall. We had a big move yesterday on it. We're just waiting to see if there is a little bit of a rebound day holiday here today for Meta. And then I'm finally in Revlon, and I wanted to wait to see if we got a little bit of volume action here. So we have 3 straight red candles with a nice little push to the downside here on Revlon. So although we're in it just now, it's only 4 cents in the money. So again, we had to pay 20 for the short. So I actually have a bid in at 58 right now to get exactly 20 cents. And remember, if you are trading with us here at Day Trade the World, the minute that you pay for shorts once, you don't pay for it again. So if I can make 20 cents on the first short here, then I can just keep reloading those shares over and over again and only pay the 20 cents. But it could easily be a 20-cent loser and thus costing me 40 cents. Okay, right now, XOM here. Let's just have a quick look at this. Oh, Nikes. Oil's down to 7% right now. Okay, so all right, we wrote this down on our sticky note today, and we really liked oil, obviously, for the short. But I thought that we'd get a little bit of a bump back. I did not think that oil would be going down this far. We wrote down that we would hope that we'd get a bump back in here to 90. This is, Brendan just did the watch list. This is at TraderTV Sean, both on Instagram and on Twitter. Yeah. Look to 90, look to bump back to 90 or the 88 break short. Well, I mean, that 88 break short right now is gone. It's 87.80. Could we get a chance to get that again? Of course we could. And I'm going to sit there to take that short. So right now I'm going to offer this 88. And again, it's just on a breakdown. I mean, XOM is clearly breaking down right now. There it is on the daily chart. We had a huge high of 106. Beautiful, beautiful high. But in just 5 days, or 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 days, I guess in the 7th day, we went all the way from highs to taking down the 50-period moving average. So, wow, that didn't take very long to get all the way back down there. That 50-period moving average is $91. You're back down sub 88, like we just said. If you're going to look at a 20-minute chart for this name, look, you can look at Oxy, you could look at CVX. They're all right here. They're all pretty much the same. If you're going to short one and the market's going to go down, you're going to win on them all. But, you know, this was 90, which we kind of liked. We had a dip down here on the 16th and 17th where we went to 90 and held, then made a move back to that 92. And then this happened on the 17th where we had a dramatic move down to the downside on some of that oil talk. And now it looks like President Biden's going to come out with something. Today, a gas holiday, which gas tax holiday. The thing about that on oil, why does that change oil? The refineries are still running at 100%. Like, if you drop the price of oil, all that's going to mean is people are going to run to the pumps and fill absolutely everything up that they have, which should create oil demand anyways. So I don't really know what's up with this, but you know, a big move to the downside. There's 93 again, down to 88 today, and then right in here, it was that bottom was 88. So maybe I can zoom in just a little bit here. The bottom on the 21st, there it is right here. So this was $88. So it's actually like $88.15. We do have that wick down to $87.20. So if you're gonna look for a bottom or something here, that's why I don't really wanna get involved right now. I feel like a break of 88 was nice, and it was. It went all the way down to 87.70, but we still have this to get through, right? And so that's 87.32. So let's take a short here at 88, not a big position, but you know, we want to have something that if it does fall off the open, you know, we have something on board. And like I said, even if we have a couple 100 shares or 100 shares or 50 shares or 10 shares, you know, it's experiencing it. And let's just wait to see where oil goes. So I'm going to sit here, see if I can't close this gap a little bit, get short somewhere around 87.90, something like that, and then just play it off. We do have a much higher bid or offer going on here into 89 and then into 90. So I will be short this. If oil rips, I'll lose on this trade, and that's what that is. But I just feel like this is the beginning of a much greater move in the oil patch. And I mean, you could see 100 today, right, Arun? I mean, I know you look at futures a lot, but key levels. You nailed that 3,800 on the S&P. I remember we kept going back and forth with you there the last couple of weeks. And now oil's back down to 100. Any opinions on these oil levels?
Yeah, so before I start with the chart, let's just take a look at my screen. And you guys can see this is going to be the futures contract here on the left here. So it's fairly thin, one contract here, 2, 3 contracts here. So very thin, right? Spread's not that high either. 102.11 by 102.13, moving aggressively. So there's a lot of, I don't say liquidity, but there's a lot of space for this thing to really get going, especially with 100 right there. Let's take a quick look at the futures contract. This is going to be the consolidated chart. And the reason I'm doing it this way is because this is a level that we've been looking at earlier this year. When I was on earlier this year, we had identified 92.50 as a decent support level. It's bounced off there for months, essentially from March all the way until the end of April. It bounced off there a few times. And then we said, hey, you know what? What happens once it gets above 110? Well, it probably has a chance to rally. What happens? This is a daily chart, by the way. So it finally got above 110, and it takes all the way up to 122.50. And then on the way down, you get below 105. That opens the door towards south of 100. And obviously, with today, we're down below 105. So as you can see on this daily chart, we have space, but we are probably going to hit support in about $4 or so, where it's been supported since March. So March through April, through this 97.50, there's going to be some support here, residual volume waiting there. So although it's an aggressive move today, down 6.8%, whatever, even though we have space to the downside, just be aware that we are running to major support. But when I say we are running into it, that's still $4 away. So there's space, but at the same time, just be aware that there's going to be some action in the next couple of days when we hit below 100. If we end up hitting below 100, I wouldn't be surprised. Come back at 230, because that's when the oil closes, and that's when things get really exciting, because it just goes absolutely nuts with the programs getting activated. So just be aware at 220 to 230 Eastern time, that's when you really want to watch how oil is going to be trading.
All right, just quickly, because things are starting to pop off right now. So we'll go shots fired a little bit for Meta, a nice little victory for that trade. They're 50 cents on Meta. So clean 50-cent move there on Meta to the upside. We got a piece out on that one. And then meanwhile, wow, all the Revlon dancers there dancing today, because Revlon just takes out $8 and rips to the upside. We did not get out of our position. And in fact, we very foolishly reloaded this name and just got more shares. It's actually not a reload because we never got out of anything, so our clip is still full, but good thing it was sort of half empty, so now we have enough shares and 850 is looming. Look, we just touched 830 and made the move back to 806. My average price is 803. We could have got out of this name at that bottom there, 805, 806, 810 even, and got out by the skin of our teeth. But let's just see what it wants to do up here. I mean, now you have the 50 period, and I don't think we really need to worry, honestly, about technicals on Revlon. But hey, I mean, it's just part of my DNA here to look at them. But Revlon's back down to $8. We have a bid down there. We'll just see if we can get out of like 20% if it gives it to us at flat here on REV, because right now we are in the money 10 cents on NIO. We are in the money 55 cents, now 65 cents now on Meta to the upside. So we're perfect right now, not perfect, but we have some good trades on board right now. It's just this Revlon. And I just got to say, congratulations to everybody out there, man. I mean, if you've been long this name anywhere in the last 4 days, Revlon's really printed out for everybody here. So what a great move here. Just watch out. I mean, we've talked about this a little bit in depth here. I mean, this $9, I'm not holding to 9. I'm just giving you guys an update here. $9 kind of bounced there, but again, I feel real foolish looking at anything technical with this name. Just like AMC on the way up, Revlon on the way up. These things want to run, and it's not wise to stand in front. So right here, we will take that 50-cent hit if and when Revlon does take out that 850. To me, 50 cents on this, honestly, I know we're just kidding around about paying for the shorts and things like that. To me, that's part of the business. I do it. I'm trying to trade this thing with you guys here. So normally I'm long. You know that. Normally it's Neil would be short, I would be long. But again, this just seems like it's done a lot of work up here around this area. So if it wants to put in more work, then good on you. And let's take that 850, man. But for me, I'm going to wait to see if it does pull back. Like I said, we have the bids near $8. It doesn't look like it. Any kind of a dip down just gets bought here. So Revlon looks like I will, honestly, I'm up just as much on this Facebook trade as I'm down on Revlon right now. So that's more the sucky thing, because I do like this Meta long. We talked about that as a swing trade, and then we're just caught up here in Revlon. But hey, whatever, man. There's still 17 minutes till this market opens. One thing we didn't do, and we are going to go over the watches in 2 seconds. I just want to show everybody this. It's very uneventful here on our imbalance locator. Normally, we'll have, even yesterday, there was a couple names that had millions of shares on here. Today, there's names you never even heard of. I mean, Charge Point's there, Neo's here, but Ford. But, you know, oh, there's Revlon. We don't normally see Revlon there. Revlon there has a bid. But it's a lot of, like, kind of nothing burgers in here. Even XOM, BAC, some of these names that are down here, pretty small on the sell side. However, look at what letter is favored. I mean, I see one B here, and that's it. So a lot of sell side action today, although the NASDAQ's starting to bump back up. It looks like we will have a little bit of a sell here, especially in energy. Most of these names are energy names there, Brendo.
All right, let's go to Meta. You were mentioning there. Apparently Zuckerberg going to be on Fast Money tonight with Kramer. So heads up, Zuck on with Kramer tonight. Let's talk Meta. I mean, a couple of minor negative notes on it yesterday with a lawsuit being settled. The DOJ out with that around the close yesterday. There was also that note from Mark Zuckerberg. But I mean, relative weakness all day yesterday after that gap higher.
Oh shit! Sorry. Oh my God. Right now, Revlon just made that move back to the downside here. So I'm just gonna get out a piece on Revlon. Bang! Right there, Revlon. We take short that one. Look. This is not like money bag central here or anything like that. I'm just so freaking happy that this thing didn't take out that top there on Revlon. So there it comes all the way back to the downside. I feel like we're a little bit not out of control today. There's just so much trading that like normally we run this down, bang, bang, bang. But right now everything is just popping off. So there's the Revlon out at O's like we said, and I just got a 93 out, 94 out on Revlon. So right here we are now short 820 on REV and back in the money. So that was a good trade for us. Okay, what's up, Zuckerberg? Look, if you're gonna go on Mad Money here, obviously Kramer's been a big, I think so anyways. I don't listen to, I guess it's Mad Money, right? I used to listen to that podcast. I don't really listen to it anymore. I've been a little bit offside there on some of the calls, but that doesn't matter. The market's been tough, so I'm not trying to throw shade. But, you know, when you're going on there, probably going to talk some positive stuff there. Obviously, Kramer's just a talking head, so he'll do whatever Zuckerberg wants, I would assume. But right down here, 159 and change. Like, I don't know. I hope Kramer asks the tough questions because, honestly, I'm a shareholder of Meta and have been forever. I'm still not even out of the money on this. That's how long we've been. But this name, Meta, how much are we down on the year for Meta from, oh, God, nice chart. Oh, yeah, because we switched over the charts. I'll do a little bit more work on that for you. But either way, man, it was a big dump off yesterday, and that's why I was sort of thinking that today we had a little bit of a chance for this move back up. So I got to say shout out to TradeX Freedom. I think you were talking about going long 155.50 or something. So that was a great little long break down there. I wish we would have had that. It's taken off with the NASDAQ, but let's not get anything twisted. I know my main man over here, Arun, is into the big dog there, Apple, which is a name that normally I'm all over as well. But if this NASDAQ fails, Meta's going to get crushed. I mean, let's not think that like, you know, Meta's here for a long. I'm not sure that it is. I want to see the next quarter. What was it, 10 billion they lost on the Meta platform, on their other division there that's supposed to be focusing on the metaverse. So, I mean, for me, I almost want to see the next quarter, see what that cash burn is like. And honestly, I don't know what your opinion, well, I probably know what Arun's opinion is on this, but like, are people really going to wear those VR headsets and sit around and do like metaverse type of things? Like, hey, Arun, let me meet you at the Nike store and let's look at Nike shoes wearing this crazy thing on our head. Or let's sit in a business meeting where we're all around an office, a desk, but yet we're at home and we have these goggles on. Like, I don't know what the vision is, and I really just hope that it can get clarified because honestly, that video that I saw about, what, 2 or 3 months ago when Zuckerberg like introduced the metaverse, come on, man, come on. Like let's, I don't know if you saw it, but let's get real here. This is not something that investors are going to sit there and pile their money into. Meta continues to work though. Sales numbers are huge. They have a big cash position. I like it for what they're doing, but the problem is there's too many headwinds in this name. There's the metaverse. He's trying to do it all by himself. There's no way in hell we're getting through all this rundown, by the way. All this stuff is happening, and I'm a believer for a day trade. Yeah, check your watch, Arun. But right now, I'm long Meta, and honestly, it's not going to be for a very long time. If we break back down below 156, then I'm going to get out of Meta. So long story short, let's see what happens here. I like the bull case today if the market rips, but there's no way this is a name that I'm going to be averaging in past 156.
Yeah, in terms of tech for me, I'm just going to say very quickly, Apple, I've got the long. I want to see it go to 135 before I start making a move on it. Of course, if NASDAQ fails, then Apple's going to be the first one to go. So that's going to be the issue. So I'll keep a close eye on it. But for now, it's up 60 cents. We're doing well. It's gotten above that 134 for the second time, it's holding strong. But at the same time, 925, it bounces out for the NASDAQ, and then 930 is when the programs kind of kick in and give you an indication of which direction they're really going to open up. So wait for that. Hold on to the position until we get to that point. Brandon, what do you got next?
Coinbase, 7.5%. Let's talk about crypto stocks in general here. We did try to rally. It was a decent day yesterday for these, up significantly for this one, for MSTR. Back to the downside. Yeah, 7.5% right now for coin, even with Bitcoin kind of holding around this 20 area.
All right, you're probably sick of my voice, but we're going to go one more time here. Yeah, and thanks for all that. I mean, you know, it's not that I meant to rant or anything there on Meta. It's just like, honestly, as an investor, it just sucks. I recently bought it at 170, so it's bad, but you know, not horrible like some of these other names, like Coinbase. But yesterday, Coinbase, what a monster day for Coinbase, man. I mean, I'm starting to get, you know, as much as I said about Meta there, I'm actually starting to get a little more positive on Coinbase just as a trade, because like, look at these moves that it has. That was 15% yesterday, right? Like, we closed at $51 on Friday and touched $61 yesterday. So a big move upside, more than that. Sorry, was it more than 15%? 51 to 61. Maybe it closed there. That's $10. Yeah. So wow, big move upside for Coinbase there yesterday. And look where we just bounced off right now. 51.50. So for me, looking at Coinbase, I think it's a long. I like how it's supported $50 here. Again, we have it on the sticky note right there, opening around 52. Looks like we're open around 53 now. So we may have to bump this $50 up $1 to 51 or so. Thanks for all the love, man. 25 retweets right now, 5 comments. I'll get to all those. 82 likes. Thank you so much. I mean, it means a lot to us here. But there's Coinbase. Also, I like the Amazon long around 102. We'll talk about that. And then there's my Neo, and then there's Revlon, $7. I like the long, but now, of course, Revlon, now sub 8 again. Okay, so there's Coinbase. Let's see if it tests $50. I said it could run huge if crypto rebounds. So we'll go through this. I know this is chicken scratch, but the more I read this, hopefully we'll learn a little bit about it. But there, Bear vs. Bulls, if you could put that in the chat. And a big thank you to Bears vs. Bulls now. You know, you've been doing a fantastic job moderating. We couldn't be happier. So thank you for that, my man. But right down here, and we still are looking, send in your resumes, marketing@tradertv.live. We're trying to find the perfect person to fit with us here. And we're looking for a host to sit there beside Brendan, marketing@tradertv.live. But okay, crypto's bouncing right now. I mean, I shouldn't really say that because it's not, but you're going to see right now. Let's go to the 1 minute chart here. This is just straight BTC. So there's the bounce, and I say it's bouncing. I mean, it kind of is. There's the 20,000 test again overnight. I mean, all this stuff that's happening overnight, man. I mean, obviously in Asian markets, and crypto is a 24-hour market, so different time zones around the world, but down to 20,000, and then the bounce to 28,000, 20,800 there. Actually, it's only 20,700. Then a move back in, and then a nice bounce. So if crypto goes, which I still think that there's a pretty good chance that it could go upside here a little bit today, you know, maybe we do take out 21, or we at least look at 21,000. So if that is the case, then yeah, I think you're going to see a monster move upside in Coinbase. So I am going to change a little bit there because of that dip down to 51. Instead of starting at 50, guys, let's start this at, I mean, 51's so low now. I mean, you might even want to start at 52.50. 52.50, yeah, let's do that. Let's put a small bid here at 52.50 in case we get that dip down off the open. We'll take a long, but we are still trying to protect 50, so it's not going to be a heavy trade, but it'll be something. So we'll see Coinbase at 52.50, and then let's just see, man, if Bitcoin winds up breaking, then we'll get out of that one. Anything on a higher look there, Ren?
Yeah, my success level with stocks related to crypto has not been good. Coin, Mara, all Riot. I have not had a good time trying to trade those, so I just try to stay away from it. I see Coin, I'm like, yeah, you know what, 54 break. On a typical name, I'd be like, yeah, 54 break. That might be a nice little trade to the upside, but at the same time, if you're not actually looking at crypto or some version of an ETF or crypto futures, because they have that now, We should have access, but I don't even bother trading it. If you're not trading the root of the root of the instrument, then I try to stay away from it. In this case, coin, I'm not going to get involved. I see the level, but at the same time, not for me. Brendan?
Let's go to NIO. Neil was very, very positive yesterday, along with some of the other Chinese ADRs on another upgrade. It was Bank of America yesterday. No additional news or catalyst here this morning, guys, but NIO still looking a little bit stronger than the rest, specifically with the Chinese-related EV makers, but the entire group very strong on the day yesterday.
Don't say that, Brendan. There is. There's maybe I missed it, but Citigroup cuts its price target off of a Bank of America upgrade yesterday. It started to rip there early, man. Both Neil and I wanted that 21 long. Unfortunately, we weren't frugal enough to take 21.60. We were much more frugal, wanting to get 21 flats, or I believe I was like 21.30, 21.20, kind of the stuff that I do. And we missed that bottom there. And then look at this. This is what I'm going to look at here is this 23.10. I mean, let's call it, I mean, yesterday's high was exactly 23.10. So I'm looking at like yesterday was a monster day, right? The NASDAQ at one point up here, and this is probably about right, about midday, I think, or so. We were near the highs of the day before fading into the close. But, you know, we only got to 23.10 yesterday on a great move in the market. Today you're down 1%. We only got to 23.10, and we had some positivities right now. Meta in the money $1 right now. Revlon in the money 40 cents right now. Neo flat. But there's that top right there, 23.10. So for me, looking at that, I just don't see a break today. Citigroup comes out, cuts their price target from 87 down to 41. So they even have a double up from here as their price target. So I'm not considering that to be a huge news story or anything. But, you know, if we get back into yesterday's close, I just wonder about this market, right? It's been a great rally here yesterday, and then a little bit of a rally in the pre-market upside. And look, even in that rally upside in the pre-market, you made back 1% in the NASDAQ. We were down, weren't we down close to 2% there? Maybe 1.7. So you've made back 0.5%, and NEO's gone up 5 pennies. So, I mean, I think this is a short. We're going to be sitting here around 22.50 just to double check. Yeah, exactly. So we're at 22.48 to get some more shares, and then higher, and then higher, and then higher. And then I want to see this break through 23.10. If it does, it does. And Bob's your uncle, and I will wear that. So we'll wait to see. But here goes Meta. I know you have, make sure you're still in Apple. It looks like you are. So right now the NASDAQ is starting to take off to the upside, but NEO for me, it's a 23, and we'll see where we go from there.
Yeah, I'm gonna kind of skip NEO, and I wanted to actually address a question that was asked well earlier. I never got around to it. Bradley asking, what happens if the trade doesn't, set up in the zone? I'm looking for specific trades in zones. For example, the futures. What I'll try to do is, if I really, really want it, I'll average my way into the zone. So I'm willing to price anything in here, but if I can't get it here, I'll start chipping into some here, and then I'll work my way so the average price by the time I'm done is going to be somewhere here. I'm okay with the risk inside of a zone, and this applies to futures, stocks, whatever, right? If the trade is so good, but it's not in the risk profile, you just take a little bit, you start working your way. It's a planned average. You're not averaging for the sake of averaging. You're planning to get yourself into enough shares so that by the time you're done, that the average price sits in the risk profile that you want it to be. So that's kind of the way I kind of work into it. The reason I even bring this up is because futures now is working into that 37.20, where I'm thinking, hey, if we get above here and we start to fail out and set up, I want to work some shorts.
Holy shit, it's almost time.
So although the Apple position's up well and Sean's Meta position is doing well, I'm also aware of the fact that, hey, if we get into this upside area, another 6-7 points or so, I need to be aware that there could be resistance, there could be some sell side activity, and I may be looking to work into some shorts there. I'll respect the long, but I'll just keep my eyes peeled out for shorts if they set up. But for now, we are just going to ride the one position we've got and see how far we can take it.
All right, let's talk a little bit about Boeing here. We saw some weakness yesterday, both in travel names, specifically relative weakness. They were higher, but relative weakness versus the overall market. Boeing, though, did stand out to the downside yesterday, guys, on a couple of individual notes, including coming out saying that supply chain issues continue into 2023 for BA.
Man, we are $1.50. We just took $1.40 on Meta right there. So we'll go bang to start that one. Look at that move to the upside. But let's talk about Boeing quickly. I'm not sure Boeing has anything to do with anything but this daily chart right now. So you look at a daily on Boeing. Look at this, guys. It's pretty much clear as day here. You touched this 143 a couple times. Top yesterday, 140, 150 or so. I don't know if that was in the pre-market or what, but 141 there yesterday on Boeing. Yeah, 138. Yeah, we got there. Right off the open, man. Right off the open, we touched that level. If that's not a screaming short there, wow, go Meta right now. Big time trade there for META, Meta. That was the swing play for yesterday, man. So congratulations to anybody that took it. Shout out to SneakerCon because he messaged me. I was like, bro, I'm rolling with this. And I was like, okay. And then now we'll see. But I just feel like Boeing has this 142. It's got to get above that and stay there. Until then, I'm not sure where this thing goes. I mean, supply chain be damned. Boeing basically has that monopoly, so we'll watch out for that one as it goes. But I just think that 141, until you break that, not much going on with Boeing for me, except for a short off that 140. So we'll do it. But anything quickly on Boeing, we don't have too much.
I was just making a comment about the futures taking off to the upside. That's all.
Okay, so let's get ready to rock and roll here with only 40 seconds. Futures are taking off. The Meta is cruising right now on the 1 minute chart. So a good trade for there. There we go. I said that on a swing play, you like to get about 1%. Put your offers out, and you will get that 1%. With only 20 seconds to go now in the day, we'll see the imbalances just real quick to see if anything changed. Whoa, Zila, big time mover to the downside now. 1.7 million, what was 1.37 now. With only 10 seconds, we'll hit the countdown right now. There it goes. Who's on deck? There he is. It's the man, the myth, the legend. He's got the sweater on today. It's Tony. So with only 4, 3, 2, and 1. Let's go. Let's crush this. Let's get that day open there. Thank you, Tony. The Tiger is in the building. All right, so let's see. What do we have on board? Revlon. We have XOM just came flying in there. So the XOM short, there it is. We have this trade off of 87.90. So let's put a little bit lower, see if we can get something in the 60s here in case it flushes. We are not open yet on XOM, so nothing to see here yet as the market is not open and it's just dancing around. So far, not so great here on XOM. Meta takes out 158, and we actually went long there at 158 when it came back in. That's going to be a slippery slope. Forgot about that trade. So let's wait to see now where Meta goes. Long Meta, short Revlon. Here comes Revlon back into the 80s right now. So we're bidding actually 83. Let's see where Revlon goes. Nice little short here. Meta, Revlon, Neo, XOM. Wow, we busy already.
Yeah, I'm going to stick with the one position I've got on Apple here. This goes back to what Tisha was asking me earlier. What am I going to do with Revlon? Nothing. It's just way too hot for me. It's not my type of name that I want to trade. I tend to go for structured trades, and Revlon's got its own little thing going on. But coin above 54, that would be a typical trade if I wanted to go for it. If I wasn't willing to not trade crypto names. But before we go back to Sean, PXD, AMD, Boeing, south of 134, and Airbnb, roughly above 100. It's back underneath now. But those are all the names that I've got. The alerts are going off. I'm just going to keep an eye out. Futures ripping to the upside.
Yes,
so
sir.
I guess we're going to, we were looking for maybe fades here. Not right now. We're just going to wait this one out, let it go, because the Apple position is now $1.30 in the money, looking at 135. Remember, I'm looking to potentially take some profit between 135 and 135.50. So we're going to let it go, see how far it wants to go, because future wants to go. Hey, Apple's going to go first because that's the top dog in these futures contracts, and there goes 135. Oh, no, it didn't. Okay, it was very close, but it didn't go yet.
This is like a story of two traders here, guys. So I scalping them out, right? We'd have basically the exact same winner on Meta there on Apple, but we were able to scalp out of it, and then now we go again. So let's go again here. Nice little move upside there for Meta. Meta, nice break. Let's just continue to go, man. We're long at 158.10, so we've got 25 cents in the money. Again, a shout out to all those who took that trade with me on that swing play, man. We're long off the swing, guys. 156. This is at 159 right now. So a nice little move to the upside. Revlon, we get our 80 bid there. So a nice little trade there on Revlon, taking down that 80 bid. So I like that. I like that one a lot right now. XOM does not. What? I was waiting at 88.90 there. I went to 88.80, so we miss on a little bit of a reload there on Revlon, on XOM. So let's take a short now. I just don't want to miss this whole story here because we don't have a great price. But I do think that oil is due for a move down. So we'll see here if we get it. But I'm going to take a little bit more now. There it goes again, man. Nice move up. 160 now, $2. $2.20 now as we get some upside here for Meta, guys.
Yeah, I'm going to look to take some profit actually on Apple. I'm going to move it down. Instead of waiting north of 135, I'm actually going to wait in front of 135 a little bit. I don't like what's happening here. With the futures still taking off, Apple starting to slow down, which tells me that something else is carrying the market to the upside. It's not going to be Apple. It's going to be probably Microsoft or Amazon with the other big weights. So I'm going to start taking some profit out here in front of that 135, see if I can find some other names. Again, with the futures moving this fast, that means I need trades that haven't broken past the levels too far. We've got coin. I'm not going to trade. I should remove coin. But we've got AMD potentially above 83, but it's already at 84. Okay, that trade's gone. And the only thing I've got left is Airbnb possibly. So I'm looking at that 100 on Airbnb potentially, not too long. See if I can't fade it. Right? Am I ballsy enough to go after a fade on Airbnb?
Yeah, you are.
Airbnb, we'll see. Give it a little bit more time. If it sets up, I'll go for it. But Airbnb potentially around that 100 against that 104 is going to be my fade. But I'll wait it out. I just got to figure out what I'm going to do with Apple here and get some out. Brendan.
Big move down for Altria, guys. MO to the downside. The FDA just coming out saying their Juul vape product needs to be taken off the shelf. So you can see FDA ordering Juul e-cigarettes to be removed from the shelf. So huge move down for MO.
I was going to say, what ticker are we looking at for that? Because that's a big one there. Okay, so we will look at MO here in a minute. I just want to look at NEO because we are getting to that spicy little level there again for NIO. But there, ooh, yeah, Juul, that's not good, man. I mean, this is a major product for them. Like, I don't know enough about it, but like, all I know is that it's like huge, that Juul product. I mean, they've lost a lot of money on that. Let's just wait to go and see here where, oh yeah, okay, that's getting spanked right now pretty bad to that downside. Watch out for this 42.50 break. I think we just go short right now and then see where we go. But yeah, definitely a move to the downside. Not great here for Philip Morris coming downside. $1.50 now in the money. We did take a piece out there for Meta. Oh no, we didn't get that. No, we did not. I thought we got a 160 there. We did not get a 160. So, okay, yeah, we do. Sorry about that. We do not get out of Meta. Thought we did. And there's XOM. Let's go, man. Turn that frown upside down as XOM on a nice little reload to the downside here. Let's just start to take some pieces out. 25s, thank you so much for that. There's the reload back to 89, guys. I mean, it's exactly what we talked about on the sticky note that we wanted this short. So let's go to the downside. XOM now trying to collapse on itself. So hopefully this will happen. A little downside pressure here for XOM. Yeah, we'll wait at 88, man, see if we can get a little bit more out. But right now, XOM to the downside and wants to print us out. So far, so good on that. Darn it, man, that sucks. We just missed that Meta. I guess it's not too late. We can get out, but let's see if it does pump a little bit higher. And then NEO right now, end of the I to the O, looking like it does want to test that 23. We're fine. We're short 64. Want to get some more.
Yeah, Apple not cooperating at all. Apple now about to break that well, it did break that 134. So a little bit more and I'm done. I'm going to call Apple. This is the move I was looking forward to, but it didn't get as high as I would have liked. And now it's just falling apart. I don't want to be a part of this, but this does bring me back to the futures. Remember, we were in the zone that I want to fade on the futures. Can we actually get the setup inside this area? Now that we're getting a lot of back and forth action, this is good. The fact that they're not willing to let this go straight to 37.50 and just completely rip to the upside is a good thing if I'm looking for shorts, right? So the fact that we're backing off, good thing for me for now. It's not set up just yet. I'm not ready to go on the short just yet, but I'm definitely happy that there's a lot of back and forth action here, especially around these 30s. Allows me to figure out what the trade is going to be that I'm going to work with and see if we can actually get a move here on the futures to the short side. Flip side is going to be Airbnb. I'm looking at Airbnb on the potential north of 100. That's not ready to go, but again, another fade opportunity there. And then coin, oh my God, coin's at 55.67. Damn, okay. Coin
55.
taking off to the upside. And that's all I've got for now here. Airbnb and Disney are the only two that I'm looking for potential fades here. So Disney being this move here above 93. It's not ready to go just yet. Again, these are just trades I'm thinking of. They're not ready just yet. So north of 93 I'm looking for a potential fade against all of this activity going back a couple days here that sits around 93.50. So see if we can actually get a move here that sets up that I can actually work a short into. But for now, I will respect the strength of this market, let it go, because it was down 1.4 something. Now it's only down 0.8 on the NASDAQ. So clearly there's some strength. We're going to respect it, see how far it wants to go.
Yeah, I respect that call as well on that. And so we're kind of doing the same thing here. You know, Meta just goes back up to that 160. I think it's, you know, I was waiting for 160.14. Like, can't believe we missed that on that high there. I really thought we got it. So that's like, when I looked over, I was like, what? We do not have that. But look what we do have. Spin it. Money. There it is right there. Sharif in the background knows what's good. There's Revlon short, man. I'm just going to hold this. Like, we just got a 56 print there. So you want to talk about like paying for your shorts? Sometimes there, as Bart Simpson says, eat my shorts. And Revlon right now starting to make that move back down in. But who cares about Revlon when you've got XOM? Spin it. One more time here. Yesterday, we didn't have a losing trade, Arun, and I know knock on wood. We'll see if that happens again. We didn't have a losing name. And right now, look what we have on board. Meta $1 in the money. Neo 55 cents in the money. Revlon 55 cents in the money. XOM 40 cents in the money. So right now we're going perfect, but let's just wait to see. I want to get out some more XOM here if we can. So we'll just punch out at 41 a little bit more there. As oil, I mean, the thing about oil is it's just dancing right now. Will we take out this 103? Maybe. The very bottom was right when we sort of, not where we opened, but we had a flush down there to that 101.50. Now let's see what's going on. But so far so good on that one. Come on, N to the I to the O. Let's see how far this one wants to go. Yes, sir. Nice take on NIO right now going to the downside here. So the only thing that we've screwed up on, honestly, was Meta. And I'm interested to hear about your take because I know you're still on Apple. Unless you're able to get that out, I can only assume it's suffering the same fate coming back in here. So Meta coming back in, which is fine. XOM now $1 in the money. Oh, damn. XOM just down to 88 bucks right there. This is a great trade for us as we continue to be pretty strong on this oil position on the downside. Man, we still got half of our position, which is unique for me. But let's get out some more Neo as we had a nice little dip down, man. You got to pay yourself.
Yeah, so I just stepped into Apple. Well, Apple we already had. I'm going to let this one go. I really wanted to get some out close to 135 after I saw it. Didn't get the area that I wanted. So you know what? We're just going to trail this out. Trail is going to be sitting south of 134. And we've still got all of it, by the way. Another position I've picked up here is PG, Procter & Gamble. So as you can see, I'm not into, I don't really step into every single high-flying hot name. I kind of just work some big names that have been moving around a lot. They just got to set up, right? And for me, PG set up north of 137, nice little breakout. This is actually not the chart that I actually want to show you guys. Right, let's go to this one here. PG, nice little breakout here, taking out yesterday's high, and it's got some clearance all the way up to 139 or so. So why not take a shot at the long here? The risk isn't going to be high. It's just going to be $1 south to 136. So let's give it a shot. Maybe a 2-to-1 payout on PG if we get that runner. But we are managing and possibly short on possibly looking for shorts on the futures as well. Brendan.
Everyone's favorite EV maker, Mullen, was up in the pre-market, guys, on this note. New patent for a crossover filed by Mullen, but straight back down. Heavy selling just coming into MULN, still up 1% on the day, though.
Wow, Mullen, look at NIO. Like, I don't know, man. I'm sorry about all this money, but I don't have a choice. It's in my contract. Like, when this, when this is what we're doing and the damage is coming through, I mean, again, welcome, Arun. Thanks for coming through again today for us all. I hope we're all having a good time. But I know we are, man, because look at this. This is what we're talking about. If you're not on the sticky note, there's short 23. I mean, it's literally written right there. What is the high today on NIO? 23 flat, 22.98, man. Look at this, drip, 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 man. Keep dripping to the downside here for NIO, and the party does not stop. And then there goes to the downside as well. We were able to get out some XOM there at 87.80. So that looks like that's going to print out for us and be a pretty decent trade. So yeah, I mean, I'm pretty happy so far here with the way trading's going. Let's just see if we can continue it. What? Revlon's going to halt right now. We are long. We're long Revlon right there on that halt. So let's see how far we go up. Wow. I didn't even what? I didn't even notice Revlon there. Revlon just took off. Like we were out, man. We had small piece left when we got out of that. Then it just ripped back up. And actually, this is going to be really lucky. So I can't like act like this was all me here. We had the short sitting there just in case. We had this take just in case. So we got 52s long here on Revlon. So let's see where we're opening. Right now, 860 is the spot for us. Meta trying to bounce as well. NIO continues its march to the downside. XOM back. But right now, Revlon, I got to set up my market on open orders here, Arun, for when this opens up, because right now, Revlon, it's tapping 860, which is the close. So I'm not sure where we're going to go, but I definitely want to get out of a third of my trade on open. So I'm going to set that order type up right now, and let's go for Revlon.
Yeah, let's go for PG as well. There goes PG to the upside after kind of stalling out a little bit. You know what the thing is, though? I haven't traded PG in a while, and I didn't realize that the spread is nuts on PG nowadays because it's like 7 cents, such a big name. It was up 30 cents. Now I'm up a penny because it's moving around like crazy right now. So now I'm out 10 cents. So here we are on PG, just waiting for this one. It's one of those names where it's like, surprisingly, it's spready. Spready is the word that I'm going to go with. So we're going to wait for that one to actually get going. 137 long is what I've got above yesterday's high. So we're going to work with that one there. I'm still looking for shorts on Disney, Airbnb potential fade as well. Futures, not ready yet. It's nowhere near ready yet. It's still carrying some decent strength to the upside. So if this is what the futures wants to do to the upside, I've got that 37.50 marked off. If we're going to carry this kind of strength, then I'm going to let it go, right? I've got Apple. I'm kind of participating in the index without actually in the index because Apple is the top weight in both of these indexes, the NASDAQ and the S&P. So I'm somewhat part of it, but at the same time, we're going to let Apple go. Ton of flexibility there. We're not going to pick up anything on the futures. We're not going to pick up any of the shorts just yet because there's still strength there. So we're going to wait for this one to actually set up and get going. Brendan.
Yeah, just be aware on the overall market, guys. Powell is testifying, I guess, in Washington. It has begun. They're talking about core PCE currently. So going back to that last inflation data that we got from the prior month, that actually kicked off that 75 basis point increase, if you remember. So just be aware, Powell testifying now.
Testify. Yeah, so right now, Powell on the ones and twos. We'll see what he does to NIO here. Oil, so we only have 40% of this trade, but it is starting to inch up a little bit. So let's just put another bid here in the low 40s. That was easy. We just put a bid there and got it. So oil dancing here for sure, back down and around. So we'll have to wait to see what oil wants to do here. It looks like you're just, if we can get something up to 89 again, we will take that. But for right now, that is what that is. But here's a big move coming in right here for NIO. I feel like we got to really take advantage of this. You mentioned Mullen. We have yet to look at Tesla today, but we can. I don't know if Tesla and NIO, again, not really. They're not even close to the same. They're in the same space. But Tesla, let's check out what that's doing right here. Because right now, NIO to the upside, to the downside, Tesla 717. So not horrible spot here for Tesla on a nice move back upside right now. So you see the market starting to take off. We were super, super patient, man. We did channel our inner Aruns here with Meta. We could have got longer down there. The only problem is we didn't like it too much because we are short here. It's funny to see. That's why I went over to Tesla just to see if there was anything here in the EV space, because Tesla with a nice move back upside there, and NIO still continuing its march lower. So this is something to look at for me. We're just going to continue to average out of this. We still have half of our trade on of NIO, so that's going to be a pretty profitable one for me here. As now we're taking down 30. Wow, I did not expect this, man. When we wrote down on our sticky note that we had that 23 high, we'll drop the money down and just keep cashing it in. But wow, big time movement here for NIO. And Revlon, Brendan, I'm just going to guess that this was just a volatility halt, because that's a monster move up. Obviously, they're 80 cents in a minute, so that would trigger that 10% move. So we'll wait to see. It's only back out at 850 right now. So I don't know where Revlon, it looks like it's going to actually open up lower than it halted at. So we have a bid at 852. We're actually still positive on Revlon. even though we got our last piece out there, but we are long on this name right now. So we're kind of hoping that this is a little more profitable than we expected on this. So we'll see where it opens up. But right now, 850. Someone yell at me when it does open, because right now, look at NIO. Like, again, man, just the crash continues here, Arun, all the way down to 22 bucks off that 23 short there. We noticed it yesterday, a little bit of technical, there it's open now, a little bit of technical analysis on that one, and we're off. All right, so here we go, man, right back down to the downside. They are fading that play, boy. We did get out some there. Where did it open up? I do have a market on open out there. Ooh, it went out at 836. It opened up at bad, but that's okay. We're still positive on Revlon, but this move is making this downside there. So it just cracked the high. See a Revlon. Let's see where that bid is, man. Maybe 7, like we said the first time. Revlon cracking lower here, but there it is. Look at this. This is a nasty one, man. Are you sure you don't want to get involved here, Arun?
Yeah, no, I'm not doing it. I thought about it too. As soon as I saw the projected open at 850, I'm like, this is going to get rocked. Because this happens way too often too. And somebody in the chat was saying they're doing it to halt the momentum. Yeah, it happens like that sometimes. It's intentional because it drives a lot of people in one direction, and then you just pull the rug essentially. So, I mean, good luck to you guys because I'm not stepping into it. This is not my arena. What I will step into, which I have, Apple. We've cashed out on Apple here. This is how I trade. Apple here, so we're going to get some out in front. We got finally some out in front of 135 after not getting it out initially. So that's $1.40 in the money on some of that. And then PG also going now. So PG now 50 cents in the money. And I'm okay with carrying just these two because I'm also looking at the futures potentially taking out the 50. Because if futures takes out the 50, I'm trying to figure out, okay, I'm looking to short inside the zone. But at the same time, if I can't get a short, if the market's going to be this strong and I can't work a short, then
oh shit!
Are we going to halt again to the upside? No, there's a lot of crossing back and forth on Revlon. Okay, so if we take out the 50, I'm trying to set up the next trade, and I feel like this is what you have to do instead of getting caught up on the idea of, hey, I'm looking for shorts on shorts. What happens if the level breaks? In this case, what happens if 37.50 breaks? And that's the trade I'm setting up. The next trade is what I'm worried about right now. So can I take a long with a stop somewhere is what I'm looking at. So I've got 2 trades on the long side that are moving fine. They can be managed. They can be handled on their own. I don't need to worry about them. But I do have to figure out what I'm going to do next with the futures and or some other names. Remember, I'm still looking for potential fades on Airbnb, potential fades on Disney. Boeing is also below 134. Why is Boeing below 134? Oh yeah, I was thinking about fading 135, but Boeing's not that strong of a name, so I'm going to move Boeing out of the way. We're just going to carry the 2 we've got. I'm going to wait for the futures to figure out what they want to do around that 37.50, and then we'll move into something else.
Yeah, about Revlon there. So it just went to 9 flat right there and stopped on a dime again. So this name really loves to play around even dollars, man. I mean, look at it around 8. We did the work yesterday and we showed you that where it was stopping and going at 5, at 4, at 5, at 6, at 7. Sorry, 7's up here where it stopped at and then made that move back down. So yeah, this name is dancing and it doesn't even need to find a partner, man. It's just straight to the upside there. It did. Good call by whoever that was that talked about they're halting it to halt momentum. I mean, it looks like that's pretty much exactly what they did. Halted it, brought it back down to 780 or whatever that price is right there, 770, and then took off right to 9. Look, man, I'm in this name. I want to be in this for a while for you guys. So not just for you, but for me, I'm greater than 9, not sub 9. I'm greater than 9 here on my offer. So let's see if that can print out. And holy, man, one more time. This XOM, again, I'm just so happy that there's a lot of you out there checking out the watch list, checking out the sticky note. Like, we pegged this one at 89 bucks, which is exactly where we have this short. So 88.90, a great position for me on this trade. Let's see where we go from here. And by the way, Revlon just touched 9 again right now. So it's like I'm staring this 50 cents in the face as if I know what I'm doing. But like Revlon still, Feels like it wants to, whoa, big size. There was some size there. I don't know. Oh, okay. Bye-bye size. There goes 9. Let's go. I told you I'm here. Let's go to 9 and change. Where am I exactly? I'm at 930. So a little higher of a move up here on Revlon, and we will take this out. Man, pay for shorts be damned. Let's go to the upside. 25, 26, 27. I'm at 30. Why am I at 30? Nobody knows. Is that a halt spot right there? We need to get out some there because I think it just reversed. It almost halted. Forget it, man. We're taking it out. Bang right there for that 25. So let's vault ourselves. 26 is a halt level. So you might want to get out right there. I can't give you better advice than that. It just stopped at 26. That was the halt price. So if you want to get short there, watch out. It either takes down that 926 or it halts. Here comes again. So it might, remember, halts will change, right? Because it's a time-based thing. So if it doesn't take that out, then yeah, it could halt higher now. So I don't know exactly. That's the one thing, man, Arun, and I know you don't trade equities or anything as much as we do, but halt bands would be really cool. If we could get the halt bands up on here, then I don't have to try to figure this out. But right here it goes again. Really happy with Revlon, man, and I'm glad all of you guys have it, man. That's a thumbs up kind of a trade here today. So there it is. Yeah, see, so 926 no longer valid. It's probably like in the 940s right now. But anyways, there goes Revlon, big time movement to the upside. And by the way, we're almost out of this XOM. It's just that was such a good takedown there. Wow, very, very surprised at that. Cancel everything. Our Meta also $1. Like I'm just ignoring Meta, $1 in the money here as well. But that's been a nice movement upside here for us as well. So Meta's still going. And yeah, I do have a co-host here. His name's Arun. What's up, my man?
Yeah, there's many different ways to trade, and in the scalping game, this is what you're going to see. You're going to be, so focused on all the crazy movements, 50 cents here, 20 cents there, and it's just exciting, right? And that's one way to make money. And the other way to make money is to sit on your positions like I'm doing right now, because Apple has finally taken out that 135 here. And now we can get going towards that 135.50. I think that's where it's going to be really telling. This chart doesn't give you much information. And there goes futures north of 50. So any short ideas are out the table here, or off the table now. Apple, let's go here. Apple right into this 135.50. That's what I'm looking to potentially protect against, right? I can see the action. We've had an issue back here since the 15th here, 135.50 into 136. That's going to be a problem. So I'm going to have to defend this as much as I possibly can. We're up $1.96 on the trade. Great. But at the same time, protect. Once we start entering these areas, you got to at least minimize how much you're going to give up if it were to pull back. So this is a 5-minute chart. And it seems like I can use 135.50 maybe now, south of 134.50, south of 134.50. That still locks in about 90-something cents. But at the same time, that means I'm going to be giving back $1 and change. But if you're going to trade like this, you got to be willing to do it, because that's the only way you can capitalize on this, right? So we're up $2.30, great. But at the same time, I'm only going to lock in $1 of that. PG, I've got an offer out waiting in front of 139. See if we can't get out. But right now, it's only up 75 cents. We got long at 137. Stop was only $1 in, so 136. Now we're up 76 cents, almost a 1-to-1. But at the same time, I have no reason to step in and manage this because it hasn't really gotten going yet. So we're going to leave this one alone, and we just got to figure out what we're going to do with the futures, because now the 37.50 is gone. So longs are back on the table for the futures. I just got to figure out where the levels are, and I'll work with that. Brendan.
This XXII, guys, just taking out day highs here. This is benefiting from the Altria news, so MO to the downside. XXII also in that space, moving higher here on heavy volume.
XXII. Okay, let's look at that. I mean, I'm still just amazed. Some of these Chinese names, yeah, there they go. I'm just still like, wow, Revlon is 920 right now and still going. XXII. Was this a crypto name, Brendan? I missed that one.
It's a vape company.
Oh, right. Okay. So that makes sense with the Juul problems there going through. So, and again, if you're a Chinese name, I guess maybe in China, obviously not having the same regulatory issues here as Juul and MO there. But there it is, a nice move upside. Yeah, 30%. And again, kind of difficult to look at this against MO, but yeah, they're going to be the recipients, I guess, of the benefactor, I guess, of the bad news for MO. Let's check out what MO is doing. Ooh, yeah, right there. Darn it, man. When Brendan first brought this news to us, thanks, Brendan, for that one. We were, I believe it was almost at the, it was like 43.50 or so. I remember we could have punched short. There's a big move to the downside here, but I am also channeling my inner Arun. And I know Arun just said there's lots of different ways to skin a cat. 100% true, man. And you got to do what's good for you. So I'm just like, I'm holding Meta the same way that I think that Arun's trying to hold Apple. We both have ideas of bigger moves here. So let's see if we get a 160. That's where I'm waiting, man, to see 159.80. A big shout out to SneakerCon, only because you messaged me. I'm sure that a lot of you else out there tried this play as well. But what a great rebound here for Meta, now making that move up that 1.3%. I did talk about that, liking it for the swing trade yesterday as it got demolished. But nicely done to the upside. It's cooking now, upside move, but it's fading out. The market here up 0.28, and I think the big dog there, normally I'm all over that Apple. That seems to be a nice little trade for you there, Arun, so good on that one. Let's see if it can just continue that move upside, because Meta is having a little bit of a problem. I did want to... There was one more. We always look at AMD. I will get to that, but that's not what I was thinking about. There was another name that I was thinking about, and it will come to me in a minute. And then when I get it, I will bring it back over there. But for right now, I can't remember what it is, other than Revlon right now is 70 cents in the money. We can watch that. But there was another tech name. Oh, it was Amazon, AMZN, another name that was on our sticky note here. What the? Okay, up to 110 there off of 106. Amazon catching some love today as well. Nothing but upside for this tech giant. I was thinking about Amazon. Amazon could be undervalued here because of AWS. Like, everybody always sort of, is all over them for their retail, how much money they spend on the logistics side of it, on deliveries and Prime and this and that. But AWS continues to be a monster, man. So I definitely want to have a closer look at Amazon if we do approach, again, in a swell. Like, I'm hoping that the market does have another move down. We thought today, Arun, was going to be that day that the market could pull back in. But no, not today at all. Big rebound day, man. When I woke up, the note on my CNBC app was Dow down 500 or 400 points as the slide continues. Well, hold my beer, says Fed Chair Powell. I guess he's speaking right now, it looks like, as I look over my shoulder there at Capitol Hill. But yeah, right now, some nice little moves to the downside here. Bought up, man. Now the NASDAQ positive one more time.
Yeah.
But Meta not positive.
This is a good thing for some names, and then it makes trades on other names much trickier. So Apple, great. We picked it up, great. It's $2.23 in the money. We're trailing this, locking in at least $1 on what we've got left. So great, that's not a problem. PG, it's still taking its time. It's 40 cents in the money, but at the same time, it's not ready to go. Futures is where it gets really, really confusing, because now we're above 37.50. Do I have a level I can work for the long? Not really. Maybe I can use 20. I'm not entirely convinced. So this makes it a lot trickier for me, because this is where I would love to put most of my risk and capital into. But the way it's moving around, we're just going to have to wait this one out. In the meantime, we're going to go to Brendan with what's happening now.
Hey guys, yeah, 10 o'clock. That means let's have a look at how things are shaping up here this morning. Sean mentioned, there it is. The NASDAQ green on the day, and then some. S&P trying to get there as well. Pretty impressive bounce here right across the board. It's about a 0.25% in negative territory. The Dow still lagging ever so slightly. Small caps weak as well on the day, but pretty impressive right out of the gate, straight back to the upside. Oil also trying to bounce here, was down about 7.5, trying to work its way back higher. This is XOM, still 3% on the day, but testing these highs from the pre-market on XOM. I did note that Oxy as well, higher on the relative volume scale today than normal. I mean, all of them are, but Oxy top of the list, definitely. Boeing here trying to test this pre-market high as well, still down 1%, but one we were discussing in the pre-market. Volume a little bit light, actually, on BA so far. Guys, let's get back over to Revlon.
Let's go. Throw them up. Throw up those diamonds right now. Look at that reload there on Meta. Just like Arun was saying, man, this is why I'm scalping it out. Like, we just made $1 in 1 minute there on that reload. Like, literally went right down to 157.60. We took one piece out at 158.30, another piece out at 158.78. So I lied, man. $1.10 in a minute there on that. So nice little move back up to the upside there for Meta. So yeah, we did definitely take advantage of that. We're getting lighter, man. Every single bump up on this name. Let's just take it out. I'm just surprised. Look, it's strong because it's up 1% as opposed to your Apple, but Apple's actually, working a lot better than Meta here because Apple's still staying high and not fading, right? So unfortunately, I do have that wick there, but I guess it's starting to fade a little bit now. So maybe there is something to that fade trade now. Let's get another piece out on Meta just in case, because I feel like if your big guy gives it up a little bit there, then yeah, the market most likely follows suit back down in. So we'll take one more piece out on Meta and then hold out for 160 topside.
Just looking, I'm trying to find a trade that's not necessarily long, but just a trade that's not too far extended. It seems like everything is extended. I looked at Roku, and Roku was just nuts. Like, it was just a straight rally off the open, and then boom, here we are at $93. We started at 9 o'clock or 9:30 at 86, 70 something, 87. So that one's straight up. And then I looked at Netflix. I was like, oh, maybe Netflix. No, Netflix did the exact same thing. It started underneath yesterday's low and then decided it wants to go all the way up to 177, almost into 178. So a lot of these names are so far into the next top end range that you really can't go long now. And the futures, I don't think, are ready actually set up to go for the long or for the short. So I don't want to go short up here on, say, Netflix or so around 178, 180 when I think the futures are going to come back down and find support. So I'm just kind of a little confused on what I'm going to do with these names. So we're going to wait. We're still looking at Disney. Disney's still flirting with that 93 for a potential short. So I'm just waiting a little bit more. I'm still trying to work a short possibly in through here. I just don't want Disney to take off on me north of 194.50. So I'm going to give it a little bit more time, see if we can't fade it. Maybe we get some more information that helps, that I can actually work with, because Disney hasn't responded as strongly as the other names that I mentioned. So we're going to still work Disney on the short side. And Airbnb as well, above 100, but hasn't gone too far. It's still working this top end 102, so that's still on the table. Remember, 104 is going to be the level I want to work with for potential shorts. So if I can get the setup here somewhere between 101 and 102, maybe the shorts are on the table. The easier trade on Airbnb is going to be the 98 break, right? That's going to be the easier trade. So I may just box this in and say, you know what, get above 104, get below 98. Everything in between, I'm not going to bother trading. So given the type of day we're getting a lot of, rally heavy moves that are putting stocks too far into the range or too far away from a decent support level, which means that I then have to back off a little bit and wait for names that are going to set up later on. So we don't need to rush it. Just wait this one out. See how the market wants to play this, and then we can just get into something else later.
I like Brendan. Let's go back over to the Revlon show here, yeah. And it looks like that is the show that we're on right now, as Revlon's still dancing a little bit here. So, yeah, let's just wait to see where Revlon goes. I mean, honestly, like at this level here for Revlon, I've sort of decided that we're going to be a little more conservative than normal here with this name. If it does break back down below where we're in 850 right here, then we'll just get out of the way of this name. I mean, we like it. I like it. I shouldn't keep saying we always say that, but it's me. We are responsible for our own trades. But 852, and if you guys are wondering, Arun and I both, you're not in a futures position. You'll announce it. I saw someone in the chat. If and when, Arun, maybe you want to go over if there was any key levels coming up, but right now, no futures positions. You just got the equity, so everything you see on board there is what we have on. So if you guys are wondering, we're in the money on absolutely everything right now. So Meta's $1 in the money right now off of some good reloads. I mean, whenever you're buying down here and getting out up here, that's a good day. So we're pretty happy with that day so far on META for sure. N to the I to the O, good one, but it's just The thing about NEO is it's holding up. Like I can't be happier with this trade. Forget about that. I mean, that's a pre-market that we just got short. You guys saw me in that early. It did rip up, man. But NEO, my number one, actually Meta's my actually XOM is my number one stock. But Meta's my number one stock. Let's call it like it is right now because we've gotten out more. So Meta is my number one stock, followed by XOM. Excuse me here. The difference with XOM is you have your water, by the way. Here, let's go shout out to Hydration Nation as we go. What's up with that one? And I'll take a sip of that in a minute, but we can't forget about Hydration Nation. Stay hydrated. But there it is. So, you know, XOM, we're out of it. Like, we only have 10% left. So that's why realized my net is higher on XOM. But right here, we do have a great position on $1 in the money on Meta, waiting for the futures to take off to the upside. I still like that. I still think there's a good possibility that does happen. So we're going to hold on to Meta here. 159.50 is where I'm at 159.80, but I'm going to switch that up. 159.50, no point in really not sitting there. So here it comes. Let's go Meta. Meta with a break higher right now. So come on, Meta. You can do this, man. 159.50. Let's sit there and take $1.50. Let's go Meta. Big time movement here. What's up, Brendan?
Box, guys, BOXD, little one, 25% on the day, just popping up on a volume scanner. You can see why. Huge volume coming in here through $2 for BOXD. I also saw Microvision, MVIS, LiDAR name just popping up as well.
LiDAR. We just missed that out, man, at 159.30 there on Meta. So what just happened? Oh, Revlon. Okay, boo, Revlon. We'll dap it up because we're positive on Revlon, so everything is all good there, but it does take down that 850, and me, conservative Nancy over here, I wanted to get out if we broke through that 850, so that's just what popped in there, so all good on that. I just didn't want to hold it through it. I mean, we obviously went long there, got out on open for flat, then took about a 75 cents or so off that trade, and then got out for flat again, so all good for me on that name. And by the way, come on, Meta, man, you are like 10 cents away from printing me out. Come on. One more push. Come on, get in there. Neil, if you're at home, hit the market buy button right now on Meta and get me out here at 150. Actually, I don't know if I should. Sorry about that, compliance. Neil, do not do that if you are at home. But right now, 159.27. Let's see if we can get it going a little bit more. But why do I even care now about 10 cents? So all right, we'll readjust and just get out of this Meta right now because that's a big move to the upside, man. We're $1.40 in the money on Meta. Probably worth taking. So let's just get that all set up. Yeah, 20s. Okay, I don't know. Now I'm thinking, like, do I even want it? There we go. All right, whatever, man. I punched out at 25 there. So out of another spot there at 25. So, hey, man, so far so good here on META.
Yeah, I'm just going through the chat, trying to find some names that you guys are watching. Maybe I can actually see that set up that I want to play with. But I just thought towards the end there, Frank, great advice there, Frank. So talking about watching the wicks and what they represent. And I think that goes to charts. When you're looking at charts, and a lot of people get, especially newer traders, get too caught up in, oh, this is, you know, that technical setup, that dark cloud cover, or whatever technical term that you have. It doesn't matter. You just kind of need to know what it represents. Rejection of certain prices, because at the end of the day, you're trying to figure out where the volume is, right? Where's there going to be active volume on the buy side, sell side? Where's resistance, support, whatever, right? So however you're going to go about getting to that point where you can identify levels, get there, but at the same time, the technical term that you're going to read online or read in books, it really doesn't matter as long as you understand why it's happening. Why are there buyers? Why is this market going to bounce out of nowhere? Why is the futures now up, you know, from the low of 37.05 up at 37.57? Was there a technical setup? Is there something else related? So you just got to understand and figure out why. Not necessarily the actual name behind the term, but actually, is there buying support expected here? Like Airbnb as an example. Actually, forget Airbnb. Let's do Apple, because Apple's a trade that I actually have that's up $2.35. Why did I go for the long here at 133.50? Because I found that in the past, there's been some activity here, a lot of activity that tells me there's volume there. So although you may not have a technical setup in the traditional sense, but the fact that I know there's support around there, that means I just need to see enough buying for me to go for the long. So you see me step in at 133.52, and here we are now sitting $2.33 in the money. And this worked out. Doesn't always work out, but at the same time, you just got to identify why and where you want to play. So at the end of the day, that's what trading is, right? So, and if you do that good enough, you make money. That's a short and sweet answer to that whole thing. You learn enough and you figure out how to identify levels and the reason behind them, and then you can just repeat that over and over again and make some money.
And this is why we dap up. Thanks, Arun, for that talk. And the man, the myth, the legend just walked in the building there. So I don't know if you brought any slippers with you today. Today could be an active day on that front. But look at this man over here. You got a new dress shirt? There he is. Yeah, there he is. He's got the red on. I don't know. He thought he maybe woke up to a sea of red, but now we have a sea of green coming through. Yeah, okay, that's enough. Let's wait to see he's back on the air for us in about 40 minutes. You will see Trader Prad and Ian and Luca. I think they're both here. But yo, what's up to Casey Schultz? Yeah, man, you are damn right on that one. And again, this is sometimes, and Arun and I will talk about this too, right? It's just that we can't see everything all the time, so that's why Brendan is there. And so this is a shout out to Brendan for sure. Mo was short, great short on Mo. So thank you so much to Casey for what? 51. Wow. That was, I mean, honestly, Brendan and Arun, I guess, unless Brendan has this on, I know, just because I know you don't. But wow, that was, what a call on that. Brendan came out with that jewel news. So honestly, like, I'm learning so much every day being here. I know that sounds like, just whatever, but it's the truth. It's like, sometimes when you just have an opinion, I was like, that's bad news. And I'll say shout out to you, Casey, because you put the trade on and I didn't. So whatever I said there doesn't really matter. But I was like, that ain't good, man. We even did a longer time frame and was like, watch out for that 42.80. And now you're down to 41.20. So wow, disaster strikes for MO shareholders today. Altria, I believe they had that merger, right? Did they go by Altria or Philip Morris? They go by Altria. So wow, big move to the downside here. That's going to continue. So yeah, not looking great here at all for MO. Wondering if there is more on that story, but there goes Meta. We did recently get out there at 159.25. Not really down to a reload position for me, so I'm still in this, but we do have Brendo ready to rock. What's up, bud?
My ear attuned to Mr. Powell, still speaking in front of Washington, anyways, testifying. He's saying everything we've already heard, essentially, to this point, so nothing really significant, hence the move in the market. DTIL, however, this one had some news this morning with Novartis, so they teamed up on a drug development deal with NVTS, I think, for Novartis. Back through 170. 170 was a bit of a pivot here in the pre-market, but big bounce here for DTIL.
Okay. And I have bad news for all us Revlon fans. Yeah, your boy got out basically at the bottom. I'm still... So this is the thing about trading, right? And when you are scalping, and like I was saying about Neil yesterday being red on this name and me just barely out by the skin of my teeth is that, sometimes you got to respect the levels, and honestly, we've seen so much here at Day Trade the World and trading over my 21 years that this could have fallen back in, and then all of a sudden, my day is no longer legit on the stock, right? And so it has nothing to do with that I paid for shorts or any of that crap. That has nothing to do with it. To short this, you had to play, and it just looks like today. Well, you didn't have to go short; you could have just gone long, but we did cash on this, so we're up on Revlon today, and we cashed on this. So both of our ideas so far are 2 for 2. It doesn't mean like, I'm super happy with the trading, because although we're net positive on the name, it's, we missed some opportunities. I mean, we could have held that and not gotten out there. We could have averaged it down to $8. But then again, like, if that continues to fall and we get out at 8, then we're red on the stock. So, sometimes I do a little bit of math like that, and it just spits out and gives me the trade. So that's what we had to do. Look what's right back to reload spot right now as the market continues, man. Great trade there on Apple. I'm super happy with Meta, still $1.50 in the money. Is your Apple $2 in the money yet? Or
$4.
Yeah, exactly. Up to 137. Or sorry, I thought it was 136. One great trade there on that one. But right now, yeah, with the news just popping out, let's just keep on going back to Brendan.
The trade desk, which is TTD, just popped up on a volume scanner here. Apparently, rumors of a partnership with Amazon floating around, guys. So you can see some volume coming in here for TTD.
That's probably a beat down name as well on the advertising side of things. So, yeah, I don't know if you want to go over your trade there. It seems like I'm probably talking too much, and my hauls were confiscated over there. I'm just joking, Fahad, don't worry. He asked if he could have them, but actually those are from Rob anyways. As I say, I don't want to talk anymore. I just continue talking. So take it over for a minute there, Arun.
Yeah, so, I mean, the thing is, over a lot of my trades, I get in and they just wait. So I'm just waiting. So we'll go over it again. So Apple finally is now above 135.50. We were worried about. We were tightening up stops as we were getting to 135, 136. But we still have to worry about this until we get above 137.50 or so, which would get us outside of the high from the 15th. So right about here or so. Once we get past that, we have a chance to extend. But until we get to that point, I'm just going to protect as much as I can. It's $2.74 in the money. Great. PG is also 12 cents in the money. But PG has been doing this. It's just been, it was great for 80 cents, came back in. Now it's just flirting with the 137s. But again, not all trades are going to get going right away. PG, I like the setup, so I'm just going to wait this one out. If PG wants to take its time and develop its base down here before it actually goes, great. If it doesn't, you got to be okay with losing, right? I'm okay with the fact that, hey, this PG trade may have been 80 cents at one point, but the trade never really got going. And if it fails on me, it fails on me. That's just part of the game. Like Sean was saying, you got to pay to play, to pay for the shorts. I choose not to pay for shorts, but at the same time, I'm willing to, take a shot and lose on this because I think the setup is here for a move to the upside. That's what trading is, right? So I'm just going to wait for this one, however long it takes. I've got another 6 hours or so before the markets close, so I can wait this one out. I can wait a lot longer than someone the other time I was here was like, "Oh, you can't wait that long." Yeah, I can. I will wait all day if necessary for this trade to get going if it wants to get going. But for now, we're just going to hold PG. We're going to hold Apple. Apple's almost $3 in the money. Like I said, 137.50 needs to clear on Apple. But future is the big important thing for me. That's the one I really care about. If we're going to do this, if this is the type of rally we're going to get, right off the 37 even, 37.05, and we're going to move straight to the upside, then let's go. Let's just go another 50 points. Why don't we? Right? At least then I can get into a range where I can actually make a move on the futures because the way it's moving, it's not giving me any opportunity to get a trade going, to develop levels, nothing. So if we're going to do this, let's go to the upside. Let's just really get going because now NASDAQ up 0.67 to the upside when we started the day down 1.4. So that's the type of day we're getting. If it's going to be a reversal day, let's go.
Yeah, before we go over to small cap recap, holy shnikes right now. You're $3 in the money. I'm $3 in the money. We're all $3 in the money. If we had held this Facebook, man, 157, that's our 350 in the money. We did get that reload down here at 157.50. We just took a piece out at 160. We're literally just sitting there. This market is exploding today to the upside. It doesn't really... This is what I mean. Remember when I said like the panic buying seems to be on the upside? Like here it goes, man, blowing through these levels one more time. Some nice upside moves on that one. And by the way, before we go over to small, Brendan's going to talk about it. So I just want to talk about Revlon making that $10 push. But let's go see what Brendan has to say with small cap recap.
Yeah, it was really the only thing to look at this morning, guys, when it comes to little ones. Revlon taking the cake easily. Volume, worth a note, already about 50% of what it did yesterday. Ton of volume we talked about in depth yesterday. So this lineup here, that last high on the daily chart was 11. So we just touched 10. Let's see if we can get to 11. I tried this thing 3 times, only long, before it finally worked. So it's still negative, unfortunately, for me, but I was in the right direction, just didn't give it enough room, obviously. But a great trade, nevertheless, if you were long at any point down here, 750, and then below that, 725, and then 7 were support levels on the way down. But yeah, 10 now, if you can believe it, on all kinds of volume. I was also looking at Black Sky, BKSY, we talked a little bit about yesterday on another contract for them, that 50 level. I think it was 250 or 350 above where it's trading right now, the next stop for BKSY, guys.
All right, thanks for that. Yeah, Revlon, damn it, that sucks, man. When you try, and then it's like, finally goes there. And that's the frustrating thing with these stocks for me. We are 100%. If you can find the Street Fighter, let's do it. But let's go to Miss V Superman one more time there because so far today, we're in the money now, $3 on Meta. So Meta's been a big one. Shout out to SneakerCon. I keep saying that because I'm so proud of him to be able to take that. We've been going back and forth there on Instagram because of shoes and whatnot. So a big one there, up to 160 and change. Shout out to you. That's been a big trade for me today. NIO, a monster trade for me today, to say the least, there on NEO as we were shorting that one, and we just reloaded that short. So we'll go. Congratulations on that one as well. Revlon, We'll go congratulations, because I know a lot of you guys are long on Revlon, and that's been a monster day today. It's like Brendan just covered that, 70 million shares already there today, and it's a positive name for us, so congratulations. And then there it is again, XOM. I didn't even, we have literally 10% on. This was one of my biggest names, so this one, another one. There today. So what was a kind of a tricky day to trade, especially if you were trying to favor some of the shorts. There was some good shorting opportunities, which is kind of unbelievable that we are able to make that money on NEO and make that money on XOM, both into the short spot. But if you want to take a quick look at oil here, and again, like I don't really know what to make of that. Is it a proposed gas holiday there, the tax? Because it was supposed to be 18 cents, and then Brendan mentioned that it was going to be 3 months or so, I guess, throughout the whole summer. I don't know if that's just an idea they're working on or if that's actually what's going. But I don't know what that really does to the price of oil. I know what that does to the consumer. I mean, it's great. It gives us that little bit, not us here in Canada, as we're still $8 a gallon. But it does give a little bit of relief at the pump. That doesn't do much for inflation, though. This market is just, it doesn't even matter what the market does, to be honest with you. All that it's going to just sort of weigh on is just that inflation print. So the next time CPI comes out, we got it bad from Europe lately. We got it bad today from Canada, was higher than expected at I think 7.7 or 7.9 versus 7.2 or 3. So higher, 10% higher, not good there in here up north in Canada. So as long as these numbers are still where they are, man, I don't really see very much success coming from these kind of gas taxes or from the market in general until we get that CPI. I actually think, and I think, Brendan, we might be back into the area right now where bad economic news is good for the market, because I think the worse sort of some of these numbers get, hopefully the better it flows over for inflation. Maybe Philip Morris finally trying to catch a bid here. What's up?
Yeah, completely agree on that. On the gas tax, we're supposed to get more details from the White House at some point today on how long it will be, how much it will be, things of that nature. So that's apparently, they said more is to come today on that. So heads up on that. Also, it's Wednesday. So typically we get the crude oil inventories about this time, 10:30 on Wednesday. But because of the holiday, just keep in mind, it'll be tomorrow. So no crude oil inventories today, guys.
It is
new position
on fire. Is all I can say.
El
We're about
Fuego.
to take out yesterday's highs. We're not that far away. We are high of 37.83. We're about 2 points away from taking out yesterday's high, which means, okay, maybe we can work something north of high. Not that I'm going to go long, just that maybe it'll give me a level that I can actually work with. We just need to either accelerate or slow down. Which is both options, but
so does not remain neutral.
We just need to either accelerate to the upside.
You should be part of the Fed, man.
You're right. We either need to accelerate to the upside, or we need to slow down before we take these highs. Right? If we can just stall around 37.80 for a bit and then go, that opens the door for developing some levels that we can actually work with. But if we're just going to keep moving at this rate, it's just going to take all day, and then we're just going to run out of time and to develop any levels that I can actually work with to play with on the futures. But for now, market wants to go. It's at 37.85, 15 points from that 3,800 mark. NASDAQ has crossed that 1% to the upside. Apple, hey, when the futures goes, Apple's going to be the lead, right? Apple is the top dog in these names, in these indexes. Just to put it in perspective, there's your long on Apple this morning. There's your first out, and here we are right now, and I'm just trailing this one out. We're not going to do anything with this. PG is also about to take out its day highs as well. So we're going to wait this one. We're going to tighten up stops a little bit, but we're going to let this one go. I'm waiting north of underneath 139 to get some out.
That's what I was going to say when you mentioned there, just to recap here, because, first of all, new position alert, fire off the cannons. We are now 30 cents in the money on Philip Morris. So we went long there against that move to the downside. We did respect that 41 bottom. This is how I trade as well, is just looking for levels where it's shown its face to us before, right? And so it just gave us that bottom at 41. I wish I would have noticed it a little bit earlier, and we'd be longer at a better price, but we didn't. But hey, noticing it at all is a good thing. So here we go. All right, Philip Morris right now starting to go back up to the upside. I was waiting at 80 to get some out. I'm going to scratch that right now and take a 68 if we can get it. So nice move to the upside. Oh, come on, I offers. There he goes. Nice trade right there. We'll go, Mamma Mia. You're a pineapple fan, so screw Neil on that. But no, hey, Neil, we love you. But there it is. There's the kiss there. I like it, man. I think it's refreshing on a pizza. I like the Hawaiian pizza. And I know for all my paisans out there that, we will get in a little bit of trouble for that because pizza is meant, to not probably have pineapple on it. But you know what? Who cares? I mean, if you like it, go for it, and we like that. So right now, we put that on the pizza and love every minute of it. So yeah, let's just keep on going here with the market and with the trade. But I know that you are a fan of a little bit of Hawaiian action on that one. And there goes Meta right now as well, back up today's high. So we're cruising with you together on that, Arun. So I'm glad to have you beside me here and holding on some of those trades. So good one for that. Good one for you as well on Apple. We haven't really checked back on your P&G trade, but I know you still have that one on. And then just to look here, Philip Morris, nice out, good one. We'll average in if it comes back to 41. But man, the day just keeps on getting better and better. All right, so it's almost time. Just before I pass it back to you, we do have right now XOM approaching that 90 level. So oil's kind of going back up to the upside, but if we're going to respect the sticky note, and again, like I don't want to do too much work because I've already done this on the sticky note, there's 90. It's actually that 90-38, 90-40 area. So we're going to respect that. So we are going to get a little short if it comes even closer to 90. The reason why this position, it's not the reason why, but we are out of the money 60 cents. I'm sleeping on it, and it's not even a position. It's just I'm watching this trade going up against me here. Obviously, when you lose, but we've already taken this out. The majority of this, we have 10% left. So I think it's about time to take another piece here, and then we'll watch out for that 90-40 take. So we'll take another small piece here, but the market's ripping up that 1%. Oil's coming back upside as well. So, there's all of that. And wow, Arun, pound it out for that one. Let's go on the double screen here. Boom. NASDAQ explosion upside right now. Meta taking out highs. I can only assume Apple is as well. We'll go to Brent and then we'll get an update on some of these positions. What's up?
I was just noting healthcare stocks, guys, among the strongest so far today in that. SRNE, Sorrento, big mover again today after yesterday. You can see if I zoom out or look at the daily chart here. Huge move up yesterday. 18% on the day again today, coming up to 250 here for SRNE.
Futures taking off, still going strong. We're above yesterday's high, still looking good. It doesn't want to slow down. All right, I guess that's how we're going to play today. Great for any stock positions that you have, there are specifically NASDAQ stock positions that you have that are doing well. Let me quickly take a look here. We've got Amazon up 2%. Actually, no, that's not the one I want to look at. Let's look at this one here. What's the weakest here? In the NASDAQ, there's one negative. AVGO, Broadcom is negative 0.29%. Everything else, you've got Tesla up 3%. 3.5%, and a lot of them are 1 to 2% on the rest of them. So you got a couple negatives. AVGO on the Nasdaq, and then you got Berkshire is going to be slightly down on the S&P side, and then Mastercard as well, slightly on the downside. You going back to the pineapple on pizza?
Yeah, let's do that.
Just over the weekend, I actually had a different place that I normally get from, and they did chili infused pineapple with pickled jalapenos and pickled red onions on top of Italian sausage.
And what was their, it was a pizza?
It was a pizza.
So what was the sauce?
It was red sauce.
Red sauce, okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
So it was interesting. It was good. It was,
so did you like it? Do you like it better than typical Hawaiian pizza?
The only thing I found was their crust was a little greasy for me.
Yeah, that's the thing. You got to find that the right place.
Yeah, so I'm not a fan. But if one day Neil says, hey, you know what? We're going to do pineapple pizza on camera. By the way, it's up to you guys to get him to do that. I have a place that he can try. Maybe he's used to the typical ones. This one's a little different. So that could be a good one. And for anyone in the chat saying fruit does not belong on pizza, if you're a purist, you know they put arugula and pear on pizza. Why can't they put pineapple? Tell me that, please.
Yeah. Shots fired. on that one. Nah, yeah. By the way, come to my screen right now. Amazon has a big bid at 111. And by the way, the note on Amazon today was to look at it. There it is, up 2.5%. Nice little move to the upside right there. We did like Amazon long. Unfortunately, on the sticky note, there it goes. I mean, by the way, this is what I got to teach these guys behind us. Whenever you see size like that, it just means it's going to break. But look at this. So we had Amazon as that long down here. Unfortunately, though, now it just broke above, man. Amazon has been lightning in a bottle today, just straight to the upside all day long. When it was down here at 106, I was like, hey, man, we really liked, yeah, that's right. We can't show it on here because we don't have the split adjust for that price yet. But down here, Amazon, right here, we can look at this. This is only 3 minutes. Sorry, hold on a second. I want the 20-minute. Here it is. This 102 has held so great on Amazon that was definitely a level that I was trying to look at here. Remember, when we started the day, and, you know, we can't predict it. I mean, I sent that sticky note out at 8:30, a little bit earlier than that. And then Arun and I, we develop or Neil, whoever's sitting here, we develop the ideas before we get on the show. There goes Amazon right now again. You know, that level of 102 and some of those longs, man, I was just saying to you guys that I really liked Amazon. I like the AWS. I think that you're going to look back here in the next couple. And again, these are just calls, but like some of these levels on high quality names, I feel like, you know, Amazon's getting beat down now. We were just at 130, down to 100, now back to 111. Amazon could still climb a lot higher than this. So watch out, man. I think on a hot day, Amazon goes. And so right now in Toronto, it's pretty hot, and the market's pretty hot. You're up that 1.2%. Me and Arun are cruising right now with these shorts. So let's see what happens here with Amazon up to 11, or sorry, with the longs. Amazon up to 111.50, and I believe going higher.
Can we slow down a little bit, though? We can go higher, great, but can we just slow down so I can get some more longs? That'd be nice, because the way it's running so hot. At some point, it's going to... This is my concern when a market runs this hot, this long, is that are we just going to completely run out of gas and then fall apart? That's my concern. If we slow down a little bit, it allows some supports to build up, and then you can be like, you know what? If it breaks through this level, then it's probably not going to go up anymore. We can just call it a day. But if you go up this hot, where's your trail levels on let's just say I was on the futures and I used the 5-minute chart. For argument's sake, where do I put the trail stop? You can't. Your trail stop is going to be south of like 30, even to 20s, which is like 60, 70 points away from where we are right now. So that's a problem when the market runs up like this. It's great if you're in the money, and you're cashing out along the way, but at the same time, it's bad for any trail locations because you don't have proper ways, or proper locations to put your trail stops. Because at the end of the day, when a stock's running, you're not just getting out. You want to capture as much as possible, so you want to put in a trail stop, and trail stops are very difficult to come by when a market moves like that. So great thing for the market. Annoying for any positions like, say, Apple right now, because I do have to deal with Apple, because Apple finally cleared that 137.50 area, that we were looking forward to, because up until through 135.50 into 137.50, it was going to be, you know, touch and go here, given how much resistance is up there. So the fact that we are now up into 137.50 allows upside, but at the same time, I got to figure out where I'm going to put the trail stop. I want to put it underneath where I think previous resistance was, so it's going to have to be at least underneath 135.50, and then I'm going to go to the small chart and be like, is 135.50 going to be a good one? Well, no, there's a little back and forth here, so I'm probably going to go 135. I will go 135, actually, as a trail stop, which is still $2.50 from where we are. So you have to be willing to give up $2.50 on this trade that's up $4 to allow it to keep going up and continue the trend. So the slower, if it did it slower, it allows for more building, which allows for a tighter stop. But in this case, I really have no choice. 135 is going to have to be the stop. I also picked up Nike longs, by the way. That just happened. Nike longs north of 136.50 here. Nice little breakout. We've been working Nike, or Nike's been working that's 136.50 all morning, and we finally got above. I like where we are. If I go to the 30-minute chart, you can see that we got underneath the low from the 16th, and then a couple days ago on the 17th as well, the opening low around that 105, 60, 70 area. We worked underneath for a little bit, finally got back above. I like the false break through the bottom. I'm going to see if we can get this back to 109. So that's my target on Nike. I'll put up $2 and see if we can get 250 at least before we let it extend to the upside. So 3 longs, all in the money right now. Nike's flat, up a penny, and then PG's up $1.12. Remember, PG, I'm waiting in front of 139 to get some out, and then Apple's up 383, and that's it. I'm probably done at this point, unless there's a stellar setup or this market pulls back a little bit, bringing some of these names back into range where I can actually get them set up with a lower risk.
Yes, sir. Great talk there, my friend. Okay, XOM right here. Okay, where is my reloaded button? There it is right there. We are on this name. So let's see where XOM wants to go from here. We just took a short there at 60s or 64s, something like that. So now we'll see if it comes back to the downside. We are waiting here at the 50 period. I don't need to be in this for a long time. Oil has come back in a little bit here. So we're going to watch out for oil. Maybe it does pull back. Maybe it doesn't. I'm going to use that 90-30 as an out. We are not turning XOM red for us on the day. So that ain't happening. So we'll wait for that one. And then by the way, yes, sir, check out this trade. Bang for the first time today. We throw the bangs around there. Not the pew-pews. The pew-pews will come later. But right now we got the bangs going through right now. Look at Philip Morris, man. What a buy on that side right here. Yeah, do it. You can do the pews. Well, we can wait for Arun to come back on.
Come back on.
Right there, $42 right there up for MO. So a nice little long, now 50 cents in the money. Brendan, kill him with kindness.
I mentioned that microvision earlier, guys, on that new product launch today for MVIS. Here's Laser, LAZR. Luminar as well, up 3.5%, just taking out day highs on decent volume.
All right.
All right. I just heard, yeah, NEO. I know NEO's back to 23 right now. So we just averaged in on that price. So that was the other one that I meant to talk about. We did take our more of a short there on XOM. And then NEO is right back to that level that it was at yesterday, 23.10. So you're going to watch out for that. That high yesterday was 23.10. If we print 23.11s, we're out of this trade. And again, we're not giving back what we made. Like, we are giving back a part of what we made, but like, there's no way in this move back to the upside, we're killing it with Meta. And I'm not going to, like I just said, I'm not going to sit here and get destroyed on something for absolutely no reason. There goes NEO. It does take it out. It pushes us long. I don't want the long up here, so let's get a piece out now of that long. But we'll flush ourselves down the toilet. NIO, man, we thought it was going to work. It did work. It worked great. But right now, we'll flip over a little bit long on NEO as it took out yesterday's high. There it is. Sorry, oops, wrong chart. There it is. As it takes out yesterday's high, we did flip long. But you know what, man? We ain't got a problem right now, because just like your trade right here, let's spin the money because Meta, I can't even speak anymore. Meta right now up $3 in the money, META. Let's go, Mr. Zuckerberg. He's back in the building. It's a nice move upside, 2.26%. This was, rewind the tape, baby. Rewind the tape to yesterday at close, where I said Meta is a good swing trade, up now 2.3%. META continues to make moves here. Good trade for that one. Arun, what's your stuff looking like?
Well, I mean, we've got Apple. I'll pull up the chart. You guys can see my chart here. That's your long on Apple. And here we are still going strong. So the only thing I'm going to do, let's go to the full screen, guys, to me. Yeah. The only thing I'm going to do for this is that there's your headshot. Boom. Pew. Call it a day. That's it. 3 longs, all doing well. And I'm not going to, there's no point. When you're doing well, there's no point in forcing more positions just because you're doing well, right? Let the trades come to you, because they will come to you. There's no rush. The market's going to have how many opportunities? If it's not today, it's going to be another day, but there will be a ton of opportunities, so there's no point in rushing trades or trying to squeeze trades for no reason. So we're just going to wait, ride these 3 out, and just see what Brendan's got at the big screen.
A green board, guys, but it is coming back in a little bit, as we've seen. Energy stocks here, front and center, right in the middle this morning, along with the industrial group, kind of offsetting the rest of the entire market. So yeah, still a positive day overall, 0.73 here for the S&P, but coming back in a little bit. Material stocks also notably weak on the day. So energy, material, everything that's been leading over the past couple of weeks, back to the downside today. There's Altria back to the downside, 8.5% on that note this morning, standing out there. Moderna, I wanted to mention here as well. I said right out of the gate, healthcare stocks very, very strong today. Moderna, 4.5% leading the way. All of the healthcare equipment makers in positive territory. There was some more positive data on Moderna's vaccine, COVID vaccine for children. I don't know why we're still talking about that, but we are. Lennar here in the consumer discretionary group back to the upside 2 days in a row here, 4%. DHI was wondering how that was going to play out for the home builders today. Tesla, 3%. GM, 2.25%. Automakers, long story short, very, very strong. Cruise lines also very, very strong. So consumer discretionary healthcare stocks positive on the day, leading the way, offsetting some of this weakness in other groups. So it's a deceiving board, kind of 50-50, but overall the market doing quite nicely, guys. 0.7 right now for the S&P. Back to you.
All right. Thank you, Sir Wickens, for that. We've been having a great show. I mean, I think this is one of our, we have great shows with Neil. We have great shows with you and Neil, you and I. I think it's been a very good one. So I want to thank Arun for stepping in as Neil takes a day off, which is well-deserved. It's beautiful weather out there, and he's cruising. So shout out to you, Neil, and your family. So I hope you're enjoying the day. But, Neo, all right, it does break up higher, but then we get a little bit of revenge there as we short that 23, and we actually got out at right there. That tick was 87, so we're able to get some out of that trade right there. Made a little bit of money back, just a smooth dime on that. So again, we lose 98, get out at 01s. There it comes back in right now on that trade. So far, not great. I mean, it's not like this has been a monster trade for me because we did lose on that last one. But let's hold the short now against that top wick of 23.15, right? And so, we can call the top at 23 and then get taken out when it hits there. That's just, for me, that's just what I call discipline and making sure that you follow your rules in your trading. We still will hold this short now to see if it can print back down. Still a positive name, NIO. So I can't complain on that. I did see some people today talking about Philip Morris there. You guys are 100% right. It just rejected off 42, and I should have kind of respected that. The only problem was, look at this dramatic move down. I'm thinking that if we take 42, then we maybe loop back up to VWAP right there. So, that could be something that's possible as well. If you can, take the moment right now, and we haven't done this at all yet today, but take the moment right now to hit the like button, man. Only 1.3K. Give a shout out to my man here on the side, Arun, crushing it here. Let's get to 2,000. We get to 2,000 every day. Let's do it again right now. If you can, over 6,300 people watching. Let's see if we can get that upside there. Look, we don't ask for much, man. I mean, today, how about those bangers for Arun? 3 for 3. I'm 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 for 5 today as well. So just on the names, I mean, I've taken more trades than Arun, but on our names, look at this XOM reload as well right there, down into that level. So 89.10 for XOM. I'm at 89.06. So maybe we'll up that a little bit here and and again, we're in the money, so we'll take a little bit of profit if that comes back down to 89.10 right here for XOM. So far, so good. And we're just cruising, man. Our meta, still $3 in the money at the high of the day.
Yep, that's all you can do. It's great to have a show, but the thing is, though, if you want to learn how to trade, sometimes you're going to end up doing this, which is you get into a trade. I know a lot of you guys that made money earlier on Revlon called it a day, and that's what you kind of got to do.
Yeah.
Once you're in position, and if you were still trailing a stop, you're trailing a stock that's moving, you trail it like I'm doing with Apple. Or if you think you're done, right? There's no point. You don't need to sit here all day. That's the thing with trading, right? You don't need to sit here. It's 8 hours. Do you need to sit here for all 8 hours for the trade to work out, or for you to make money? Not necessarily. Some people make it in half an hour. Some people take all day. It depends on the day for me, right? So today, it seems like it was a little bit easier than normal. You don't get that too often. So take it when it's given to you. Make as much money as possible, and then come back, because at the end of the day, tomorrow's a new day, and you got to deal with this all over again. Figure out what the puzzle is tomorrow, and today's puzzle says, you know what? We thought we were going down. No, we're going up. So tomorrow, if we get a little bit higher, we potentially can get into that 38.20 area that I want to work with on a potential fade. Also, given that it's only 10:45 right now, we can actually build up some decent levels to whether it's below us or above us for potential trades for the afternoon as well. So there's time here. So we get slow throughout the midday and come back after 2 o'clock when the show starts up again. It tends to be around 2:30 or so when the volume picks up again. And then we can go into the close with some decent movement and decent volume and having built up some levels to work with. So for now, I'm just going to ride this Apple up, 360 in the money. We've got PG up 94 cents and then Nike's 4 cents in the money or 2 cents in the money now. So that's it. Nothing else. I'm not going to take on any more. I've got a couple options here. I got PXD also is above 230. So I'll put up some trades that I have set up or that have alerts off on that I haven't taken. If you guys like it, you guys can always step in. PXD above 230. This break here breaks the back above that 12 o'clock low from yesterday. Also the overnight session high as well. So now we're above 230. There could be a long there. I'm not taking it though because I'm happy with the 3 that I have, and I'm going to ride these these out. And then Airbnb, we were talking about Airbnb shorts all the way up to 104, but at the same time, I said it's probably an easier trade to do the breakout through the bottom if we break out through 98 versus trying to play inside the range. So Airbnb, we're not going to step into as well. And then APA is another one that came off. It was around 39. I was looking to potentially fade this 39 into this 40 half gap, but again, it requires too much work, and I really don't feel like working anymore. So given that I've got 3 winners, let's just ride those out.
My cousin's telling me about this other friend in our pool has such great keepers. And I'm like, I ain't afraid of no football pool keepers. Come on, man. I got my boy Josh Allen. We're doing a keep 1 and then redrafting everybody. And I got first pick. So we'll see who we draft on that one right there. But you're not really into football pools too much, right? So I'll save that talk for Neil. Okay, right now, just quickly here. We were going to do the bang, but we'll do the money right there because look at XOM, man. There it is. There's the average in at 90. We got the average in there. Great trade on that side of things for me. So there's the trade coming out, and there's the out. We just got out at 89.10 there, which was the 50 period. I said we'd respect that level, so we did exactly that. We got some out at 89.10, and now we are back in the money, 43 cents on this name right now. So, all right, let's go over to Brendan quick. What up?
Market coming off a little bit here, guys. Powell just said, and I quote, it is possible that our rates could cause a recession. Obviously something everyone already knew, but coming from him himself.
All right, so thanks for that, Jay Powell, but he's still got our back, the man, the myth, the legend, Jerome Powell, fine. You know why? Because he probably knew that I wanted to get out of this NEO short, but the thing is, I forgot that I had an 85 bid as well on that trade, so I wish we were still short on NIO, but you know what, cry over spilled milk because like I could get short again right now and not worry about it. But there it is, man. We did get taken out at 23. Our high of the day was 23 for this. That was on the sticky note. We like that trade. But at the same time, it did take us out. We reloaded the short and then I only took 15 cents on it. So not super happy with the reload on that. But just like Arun said, and I know your Nike positions probably come back in a little bit, but you know, we're going to go like, let's just call it like it is today. And if you took, and I know it's hard to do that, but we had some good ideas today, including the Amazon long that we don't have, including the Meta longs that we do have and are crushing, including the Altria long that we have right now. The Neo shorts were just printed like gangbusters early for us. Revlon, wow, there it goes. Now Revlon, see you later, back down to 8 and change. As look, man, we know that Revlon likes these even dollars. Looking at it dance around there. Look where it stopped, 10 flat, right? Here comes the pullback down in for Revlon. So the swoosh is happening now on Revlon. Maybe you take it against that $8 here. So let's go long Revlon against 8 and see if it just can do something. Ooh, we just tried to punch 25s. There we go. So now we have 25s and putting in the stop order right now. Down sub $8, so hopefully we don't crack too much lower. All right, Revlon, hey man, if I can take a little piece out on this one, we'll do it. Revlon long right now at 825 on a little bit of a bounce. I'm sitting at 840. If we could take 15 cents, let's just do that on a piece. We'll take out a third for 15 cents and then hopefully a little bit higher. Come on, oh, we got to 38 there. Thought we were going to get it right there on Revlon. And you know, you can have different styles of trade, right? One is you hold all day. Like Arun said, he's got 6 hours, bring it. And then for me, let's just try to scalp out of Revlon if we can a little bit here. Get up to 840, guy. Right now, we'll get that out here. So Revlon, a nice little move back up to the upside as we punch that long and see if it holds 8, man. So come on, Revlon. Here we go. A couple more pennies to get us out. There it is. We actually had 42s out. Haha, tricked you. We got a nice little long there on Revlon. Now 25 cents in the money. Come on, baby. Here we go, man. We're bringing the fire with only 10 minutes left. And there goes Revlon off of a nice bid again. So, hey, maybe we take 9, maybe we take 10. But right now, we got Revlon here long at 8.25. Without any further ado, I don't know if we have earnings or not coming up. There's earnings all week, I feel like, but maybe not. What's up, Brenda?
Yeah, a few, nothing major, but a few. We'll talk about that. First off, Tesla, guys, a big move yesterday back to the upside. Tesla, I'm surprised we made it this far, so far during the show without talking about Tesla. They just came out and said they're going to suspend production entirely again at their Shanghai plant for the first 2 weeks of July. For some upgrades. So not COVID related, that's the first positive, but Tesla having a nice day here, up 3%.
Just made a keystroke here. Yeah, okay, so up that 3%, crazy move there for Tesla today. Wow, up to 740 again. This name has been absolutely on fire there to the upside. So yeah, Tesla continues to work, man. The daily chart looks a little bit crazy, but there it is right there. 629 we were just at last week, Arun. Now you're up to 750, like up $100 in 3 days right there for TSLA.
Yeah, some names are not hard to trade. Some names are more investing names versus trading names. And I found and this is my personal experience, above a certain price, I try to stay away from names just because you'd rather be invested for the long term instead of trying to trade it with no liquidity. Amazon was one of those names. Tesla was one of those names, is one of those names actually still, even at the 700 mark, because of how aggressive it is. But Amazon, as it has split now, hey, now at $100, yeah, I can trade Amazon at $100,
buddy.
100 and change. I was actually looking at Amazon earlier, but it wasn't down here. I'll tell you that much. It was actually around this 109, and then I'm like, you know what? I got other names that are moving that set up a little bit cleaner and better. So I kind of gave it up. And Amazon north of 112, now coming back in a little bit here, but at the same time, let's look at it from the much larger chart perspective here. This is a 30-minute chart going back a few days. Where's your top end level? It seems to be right around here, around this 111. If you go back to yesterday's high, is about 111.63, call it 112. We're backing off 112, right? So that's going to be the area that you're going to work with. This is how I identify zones too, by the way. So 112, call it, oh, that's not what I wanted to do. Call it this entire area that I want to actually work with for potential fades on Amazon if you're going to work with a short, right? So that's how I would identify levels, and Amazon would have been a great little long there. Quick move, 109 up into that zone. So now Amazon's on the list of names that I can trade. Google is the next one up. I believe their split is in July.
Yep.
July, early July somewhere?
13th.
Okay, mid-July. So it's in July. So almost all names are going to be back in play except for Tesla. For me, anyways, when it comes to price points and liquidity and all that stuff that I look at to make sure that I can actually trade them. So for me, Amazon is something that I can look at. It's also in a zone where we can actually potentially make a move. I'm looking for potential if this market calms down a bit and then takes another leg up towards the highs and Amazon decides to go for 112, there's a long there on Amazon that I want to step into with the 110 stop.
Yeah, I really, really like that Amazon trade, man. We've been liking that for a bit here today, but unfortunately never was not able to find my way into that. I think that's going to eventually haunt me there on AMZN. So, but that's okay. We've been trading a lot of names today, so nothing to really complain about here. XOM though just made a nice move, man. We were just 70 cents in the money, and then it stopped. It went all the way down to 89.06 there. Sorry, 60 cents in the money, and then it stopped printing for us. So we'll see if it can withstand that. You see what oil just did right there on that move. Oil just was cruising to the downside. Now looking like it wants to go back through 105 there for XOM and for oil. So watch out there, $89. You know, we like that 90 high. That's where we averaged in last. So far so good on the average in, but at the same time, let's see if it can hold. I mean, oil is bouncing a little bit there. You could see that. Our Revlon there, you might have heard me under my breath. You know, we meant to get some out there. We didn't when it went to that 860 level. Now it's coming back in. So we do have an offer out there now to get out a little bit. We are long $8.25 here on Revlon. So we'll wait to see where that one wants to go now. Philip Morris, I made the same mistake again. It went through 42. We didn't get it out. So we'll wait to see if 42 holds here for Philip Morris. But yeah, man, good show. We're excited with only 5 minutes left. Let's do the last little segment that we have, Arun, and then you'll be joining me again at 2 o'clock, which should be fun. Again, we have a guest coming up later on this afternoon as well, so that should be fun. But right now, it's over to Brendan at the big screen with Money Talks.
Hey guys, yeah, brought to you by the Small Exchange. We thank the Small Exchange. As always, sign up today. Use the QR code at the bottom of the screen. No PDT rule, guys, when you're trading futures. Also, less capital required. Smallexchange.com. I want to show you this. The euro making a big move here. Did dip down to, this is an hourly chart, by the way, did dip down to support from yesterday early on this morning, but ripping back to highs currently up 0.7 on continued talk around the ECB and what they're going to do to fight inflation out this morning. 106 for the euro today. I was going to say Canadian dollar. U.S. dollar down 0.5% so far, about 104 once again, with Fed Chair Powell still talking about inflation. Same story. The pound benefiting from that 0.3. Same story for the Canadian dollar, was actually positive, now down. Japanese yen and the Swiss franc both kind of chopping around today. They were up more than a full percent at one point on a bit of a volatility play this morning, but are coming back in. Still positive, however. Bottom end of the board here, back to 20,700, we'll call it. Negative for Bitcoin so far. Ethereum, 1%, guys. Back to you.
You know what we didn't look at, Arun, today? That we sort of wanted to, I believe, anyways. There goes Revlon back down in. Okay, Revlon just takes down 8. And again, we make money on that trade, but not as much as we should have. One more time there on Revlon. Man, that's frustrating. With that talk there on Ether and Coinbase and Bitcoin, let's go over and have a quick look at Coinbase right now. So Coinbase, we did want that 50 bid. Obviously, that didn't come in. We did get that dip down earlier on in the morning, down to 51.50. We were basically just sitting there the rest of the day to see what was going on with 51.50, but we never got that test. I didn't want to short because it blew up so much yesterday, but it sort of showed us that 56.50, even up to 57, might be a level there for us as well. So 56.75 there on Coinbase, but for right now, I'm pretty happy. Little nervous about this pullback here in Meta because we did have a 161, come into play there that we could have taken out, our bid out, which would have been about $3. Why is that in my ear right now? Yeah, no problem. So right there, that was a little level there, 161. So we'll watch out for that on Meta. But I don't know. I want to hold this all the way today. I feel like the futures are still above the 50-period moving average here. So yeah, I'm still bullish in this market. We do have a 40-cent winner on XOM. If the futures do fall, I have no bids on XOM. So hopefully oil will settle down and make that move to the downside. And then we'll really cash in on XOM. That's 50 cents in the money.
Yeah, I at this point, all I can do is defend my positions, right? Meaning protect as much as I possibly can in the event that this market comes back further. Now, we stepped into Nike knowing that this market was a little hot, that I was okay with the pullback. So it's out 30 cents. That's perfectly fine. It's within the range that I'm, acceptable range that it's pulling back. So that's fine. PG is the one that I'm concerned about. It's up, 75 cents, but it's not doing what I want it to do. I'm trying to wait until 139, but if we can't get going into these 138s again, if we backed out, we got initial move, we got to 137.80 back down. We took it again, and now we're backing down through 138s again. So this is starting to become a problem for me. So I'm going to start protecting this one first, right? This is the one that's actually, I think, in trouble versus the other two. So I'm going to defend as much as I possibly can on PG. If it doesn't get going and starts breaking underneath 137.50 and I start to see volume come in, we're just going to walk away, call it 30 cents, call it 35 cents, and then we'll just walk away from it, right? But I do have an offer out in front of 139. See if we can get a fill to the upside. If we get that, that's $2. If let's just get worst case scenario, I make 30 cents or so. Best case scenario, I make about $2. So I'm locked into profit anyways, but I do have to worry about this specific trade because of the way it's acting around 138. In the meantime, futures still working the backside of that 3,800, so that's a good thing. As long as it doesn't go, get too hot too fast, which it was doing this morning. Now we're backing off a little bit, or just, even from 95 to 85, it's 10 points. But the fact that it just slows down going into Europe, which is going to close in about half an hour. So there could be some volume coming in at 11:30, by the way. So let's just keep an eye out how this market trades. As long as we don't, get too crazy back to the upside, we should have some levels developed that we can work with for the afternoon portion of today's trade.
Thanks, man. Yeah. Luca checking out the watch today, so good. I'm glad we have another watch fan here too as well. Oh, that's right. Yeah, me and Luca were talking. Luca told me a funny story. Maybe he could tell us. He's going to take it over in a minute. But one of his buddies, obviously a construction worker. I mean, you know what happens when you're Italian here. But he was telling me a story about one of his friends was wearing his Rolex while working, and it was just like, whatever, man. That's thug life right there. So shout out to that. On the weekend though, I wear like a smartwatch and stuff like that. But into work here, it's been good luck for me today. And today we have the Breitling on, so it's a good one. But okay, without any further ado, thank you, Arun, for the big show. Let me just do a little like check here before we go here, because did we get, we only got to 1.8K, darn it. Let's see, guys, can you turn that to 2 in the next couple seconds before we go? If not, that's fine. Thank you for the 1.8, man. We really appreciate that. I think we had a bang-up show, man, as per usual. Thanks to Arun for that. Thanks to Brandon for the watch list today as well. Thanks to Bear vs. Bulls on that as well. And we did turn this guy into a bear early. I got to turn him over to a bull. But without any further ado, it's Luca, it's Trader Prad, and it's the Midday Madness. Let's go.
Midday Madness. I love the name of that one. All right, let's get the show started. We're here every single day of the week as long as the markets are open. This is my boy Luca. I'm your boy Trader Prad. Let's start off with a couple of trades. For some reason, I came in, I'm like, let's start messing with the futures today. Probably the worst thing I could have done. I started messing with the futures. I got destroyed on the futures, even though I was in the right direction. And that's because of impatience. Real impatience started kicking into my trade over here. I wanted to go short 3800s. I started going short 3790s. I got destroyed on futures over here, even though, as you guys can see, high a day 3797, and we're right now pushing big time to the downside on futures. So to compensate for my trades over here, I am currently short Meta at 160.64. I'm also short Apple at 137.43, and I'm short Microsoft at 256.73. All of them right now. Meta is $2 in the money, Microsoft 60 cents in the money, and Apple $1 in the money. So even though I did get blown out on the futures trade, these market trades at the moment did indeed help me get back to flat on the day. So that's something that's allowing me to not be so moody at the moment. 10 seconds earlier, Luca comes in and whoa, Luca, nice cut, buddy, looking fresh. Thanks.
I got a cut too, so both of us looking fresh over here, ready and dressed up for this market. I actually dressed up a little bit more. I saw the messages you guys were sending in the work chat and the group chats like, oh, markets are down. Of course, markets are down. So I pulled out my freshest red shirt I could find, and then I come into work just to find those markets are not down anymore. So that was rendered useless.
Oh yeah, guys, I did not expect this move. I sat down to myself, I was mapping my resistance levels, and I'm saying to myself, okay, this looks good. We're probably going down. I've seen this tune before, and right out of the gate, we just fly, and every single resistance level seems to just kind of break through. I was patient with my shorts, but as an example, I was looking at Apple, and that 137 level is solid. If you look here at the 10-minute. 137, and I'll expand this for you guys, runs to 137, let the data load here, but we have the gap down right here, right? And we essentially tested the 137 on this day, and then boom, we gapped down again. And then we tested it again yesterday, and we could not break. And obviously yesterday, had a nice strong day, market gapped up. And I thought, okay, this is the bear market rally. This is the bounce here. And then today, gap down. So I said to myself, okay, potentially 135, 134 comes into play. Because remember over here, 134 was definitely a strong level and then couldn't even come to test 134 over here. And now I said to myself, okay, we're at 134. I'm not going to start shorting right now. Maybe 135 seems to be a good area. But you know what? If we get through that, if the market really wants to go, 137 is going to be interesting. And so I actually, the reason for this, like my logic here is that like, you know, you have this kind of bottom area, 137, and then boom, you have new range created. So if you just basically draw a line here, it comes out to about 137. So if we go back to the 1 minute here, I'll show you my fills on Apple. I didn't really take the long. Like I was focused long on Amazon in the morning, but I tried a couple shorts, and these were cheeky shorts. I mean, look, it's holding trend, right? Guys, you don't want to short too aggressively before it breaks trend, because then you have to go through this pain of like potential pops. And keep in mind, when we're at the top, like the pops are very violent. Even though people think, okay, maybe our ATR is in, maybe this is the high, 137 level. Once we break below, we might flush back down. You know, like don't short too aggressively before trend breaks. And so, you know, I tried it, I lost. I think this was a par fill here. And then here we go. Then I get really, really aggressive on the short. And, you know, I told myself I want to hold this back for like a 136 move. But I can't, and that's my own problem. Like I cannot hold these. So I literally smashed the short. I have decent size, and I'm like covering in front of 137. When look at this move, breaks 137, flushes down again. Market looks like it's coming back down, and like I wouldn't be surprised if it's like a slow bleed all day. Like are we creating a sort of parabola? Like I would not be surprised if we come down to like 135, 134 by the end of the day. It's the same tune. We've seen this time over time. And yeah, so that's kind of bad on my part. I did not hold the short here. You know, made money, like, you know, can't complain, but, you know, obviously, like, I mean, we're basically like 75 cents, 80 cents more in the money. So guys, stay patient, work on holding your trades, especially in this market being trending a lot. And, you know, that one is what it is. And I want to share my AT&T trade with you guys. And I spoke about this yesterday, right? I said to myself, okay, look, there's no catalyst on AT&T. However, we had a very strong move into the rebalance last week. So obviously, you know, portfolios rebalancing. They're looking for yield. AT&T, probably like a 5% yield, moving towards that 20 level. We actually broke 20 yesterday, and I don't think it happened while on the show. I actually stepped away, but we moved towards 20. But guys, keep in mind, this thing opened at like 1950, then moved to 20. So the break of 20, you say to yourself, like, where is this actually going to go, right? It's going to break 20. This didn't break 20. It broke here. It's going to break 20, and boom, it moves like 5 cents, and then back down, and then closes, right? So like realistically, it's like you're not taking a 20 break on AT&T at the end of the day to make 5 cents. It makes absolutely no sense. But what did I say? I said, let this set up for today. Now, this would have been A++ if 20 didn't break, because it would have been fresh size. And then if it did break today, there'd probably be more follow through. So that's kind of my logic, my approach to it. Anyway, size did break. Wasn't a lot anyways. It was like 1,000 lots. AT&T, that's absolutely nothing, $20 a share. But you know what? I said to myself, 1980, we're literally opening above 1980 level. And that is like a support. Like for me, AT&T was like the 1980. If it holds there, boom, you get long into 20 and then, you know, potentially hold. And this was, I mean, this is like amazing. AT&T, you take unlimited size. Like, and I said to myself, it was kind of moving really slow. And the market was like at this point deciding, like, are we really, like I didn't expect this move, right? And I said, you know what? If I get long after the break, I might be like a little bit offside. I don't want to be offside with big size. So look, simple solution. I got long before the break. This thing would not come back and test 1990, right? It didn't even come and test VWAP. So like as it's deciding what it wants to do, I'm loading the long, loading the long, loading the long, loading the long, and then boom, breaks 20, and now I'm getting out, you know, I'm using the volume to capture like majority of the size, and then I'm like scaling out like very effectively. And then, you know, I held for the dream, but I said to myself, what dream? Like, let me focus on something else. And I sell this. I actually missed the reload, and I hate myself for it. I bid over here. I didn't get the fill, and like it went 1 cent higher, and I was like, wow, whatever, like maybe I'll get the fill. Didn't get the fill, and boom, look at that next leg up. That was super clean, beating myself up because I did not reload here, and that was like textbook. I mean, like you reload that, you go for like another 20-cent move or even a potential high and then hold for the rest. Like that's like solid. Like it doesn't get any better than this. You know, AT&T, like a structured trade like this doesn't come around every day, right? This thing's gonna come around maybe it'll set itself up like 5 times a year, and like not specifically AT&T, but like stocks like AT&T where it's like set up, you know, nice level, bounced off 200 period moving average. You're getting that 1, 2, 3 day continuation move. So to me, this was solid. This was my best name today, and pretty proud of it. And yeah, guys, Revlon, you know, this thing is absolutely insane. This morning I'm telling myself, I'm like, I want to pay for shorts, but I don't. because like I have no success shorting these things. I know I'm going to get smoked. I know it's going to be pure games. This thing's done almost 100 mil traded today. I don't know how successful you guys are doing on this, but like, look, I take a cheeky long above 9, and I let 9 break before I got the long. Like, I don't want to take the long because, again, what did we talk about small caps? It's breaking levels and flushing down. So the last thing I want to do is take like a $9 long, and then boom, it rips my face off, goes into a type of halt, right? So this thing kind of halted, ran to 9. I let it break. It comes back down. I try like a cheeky long, and I'm literally like, I'm risking like 5-10 cents. This is like a 1-to-1, like a 2-to-1 in my mind, but obviously there's slippage, and like I'm sizing accordingly, and you know, take the long, and I just get out right here. And it's funny too, because we popped, and I just put a stop order. I just moved my stop order up very quickly, so it might have looked like I tried to scalp that, but I was actually going for like the leg up to 10 because I thought like maybe we go, but we didn't. But like I had one trade here, up on the name, but nothing crazy. Like, is what it is. And this is something, guys, I will keep my eye on for the rest of today, because like, look. What was the news? Some Indian company said maybe we might buy it. Like that was what it was. And this thing's going nuts. It already moved from 1 to 10. Like float now rotating, things going insane. Like my expectations on this, and again, I'm not like successful trading these things, but my expectations is boom, we get the high, we get the move up, we do a lot of volume. Now it kind of channels the rest of the day as volume drops, and then watch like midday randomly, like maybe like 12:30, 1:30, 2 o'clock, like everybody forgets about this, boom, flushes down to 7. I would not be surprised if this thing dies and just goes to 7. So like, again, I'm not really like, maybe I'll pay for shorts later if it kind of sets itself up, but like I wouldn't be surprised if we like break the low and then go for like another high. It's going to be games all day. Like when you see like, you know, when volume does 100 million shares on like these kinds of names, you got to expect games all day. Like it's very hard. Like if you have like, you know, if you have your top short over here, right? If you're short over here, like you're obviously covered. Just, I would say like be very careful where you're putting your orders on this one, but I wouldn't be surprised if we do like flush down, whether today, tomorrow, or next day on this one, like as volume slows. And guys, you know, my biggest mess up of the day, 9 boom, 9. I'm going for 10. My biggest mess up of the day. Oh yeah, no, somebody posted here. Bernardo, he's like 9 boom, boom. Yeah, I'll save that for a trade
10,
maybe.
11, 12 right there now.
Yeah. And guys, so this is something like that I have a problem with my trading. I don't know if you guys have a similar like issue. So, you know, obviously Amazon, and let me like rewind for you. So obviously yesterday, you know, did very well on Amazon, and you know, had a similar move where it like ran up and then boom, came up, tested, oh boom again, came up, test 11, right? But like this was very good. I traded this very effectively. Then we had the dip. I did not buy. Then I scalped up more out at the top. This was, you know, successful trade, and I mapped that 109.20 area, interesting level. I was like, there's a lot of selling at this level, you know, like, and look at the rest of the day. And that's just a dark pullback. Look at the rest of the day, right? Could not get above 1920. So now fast forward towards today, right? Similar situation. We're opening even lower, right? Again, did not really expect the market move. And like it didn't really have that much velocity, like right out of the gate from what I noticed. Like when you see like a lot of chop like this is what I say, like there's not that much velocity. Like I almost want to believe that like you get the first move up, you get like maybe 4 or 5 candles. This is 1 minute candles, 4 or 5, and then you get the next. Like look at this. It's like you have a big green candle, and then it's just like super choppy. Like the move really gains steam, I would argue, at like the 108.80 area, 108 to 109. Once we broke 109 and that 120 area where the big seller was yesterday, you know, then it really started to pick up. So we broke that 109.20, and I said to myself, okay, maybe we're going to get that sort of magnet effect towards 110. And so here I go, starting to build a massive long, massive. And as you're seeing, like, and let me just zoom in for you guys. Like I'm getting long, and I'm getting out. And the reason I'm getting out is because I'm getting super long, and then we get a pop, and I just throw my stop at break even. The reason I'm trading like this is because, look, sometimes, and again, Amazon can cushion the burden of a lot of size on a stop order. Like you throw a stop order for, let's say, 5,000 shares, even maybe 10,000 shares, like it'll absorb this, especially in an up market. And so it's like the way that I'm trading is I'm trying to take like extreme amount of size for the move towards 110 and potential breakout. And like I'm looking for like a 70-cent move right here. And so I say to myself, big long, and then like stop order at break even to like manage my risk. So like even if I'm getting smoked on like, you know, like this is like, you look at this, you would not realize like this. If you looked at my P&L and you looked at these arrows, you'll be like, there's no way. but essentially, you know, got super long and like just didn't work for me, And then finally, you know, flushed out all the people like myself, and then boom, then it comes back up. So this here now gets a little bit better. So I got destroyed on this. And go figure, look at this move afterwards. It's unfortunate that this had to happen. It's unfortunate that I got too long, too early. It is what it is, but I did not give up because I pegged the buyer. It felt good. The market was ripping. And so I continued to get long and just continue to scalp it out. And, you know, like basically long. Like these are all longs, even though it might show like red and yellow. Like these are all longs. And then my final long here, which was for some decent size, I just figured we'd eventually test that 112. And like this was the move that I was looking for over here. Didn't get it. But yeah, so obviously, you know, could have traded this much better. I'm up on the name now, but I'm not up as much as I should have been. I mean, like, you know, like arbitrary numbers, but if you're going to go trade like 500,000 shares of something and you're going to end flat on the name, like it's a lot of work for no reason, right? So like these are like wild numbers, like, you know, everybody's trading their own size, doing whatever, but it's hilarious how like you work really hard for no reason and, you know, just try to make it easier on yourself. That's why, like, as you're learning, as you're trading and you're getting better as a trader, you know, trade very small because it just makes it easy for you to do the right thing and then size up on those types of trades. I'm definitely the type of person that I traded small early in my career, and as I'm sizing up, I try different things. Now I continue to add too much size to new things that I'm trying, and then I look at my P&L and I'm like, damn, like I messed that up. I didn't even realize that would have been the outcome. Like I did not realize like I could have got smoked like that. But yeah, so I think right now, you know, like maybe we'll have better luck holding VWAP on some of these names, because yesterday we came down towards the 110 area, we broke, and then again that's selling at 109. So if we can actually get down towards like 109.60 area, 109.50, and the market like wants to kind of hold the gains that it's created, then like maybe this is a good area to play off. 109.60 area, 109.50, risking the 109.20 from yesterday. I don't know if that's going to come into play. I don't know if that'll cause like a wick out, but like obviously if we get back below 109, then maybe I'm going to start thinking, okay, short based off that 109.20 area. And these are just using the levels from yesterday. I mean, I think these are arbitrary levels. Like, you know, 109.20 was a sell level from yesterday because the person was selling yesterday. So the question is, are they selling today? We had some big size pop up around here. And, you know, this person was getting super long. And then we had some big size pop up around right here, which I took a sizable short on over here. But eventually we just kind of popped back. And now we're lower. So I think, you know, my expectations is that maybe we do some sideways action here. And I think this potential dip buy area, assuming that the market wants to hold its gains. If it does what it does yesterday, then it's going to bleed for the rest of the day, break VWAP eventually, and then you're going to have a nice short opportunity, probably like in front of VWAP on this. So definitely keeping my eye on Amazon. And guys, Mullen, I definitely want to speak about Mullen. I said this last week. This thing was at like $1.25. And again, like, you know, definitely tradable from a day trading perspective. But, you know, a little bit of a slower mover. And as you can see, I have no patience. I get long here. It's doing nothing. I punch out. And for some reason, I punch out and it just decides to go right after I punch out. So interesting there. But yeah, guys, I mean, like the range today is a little slower. But like go figure, right? This thing comes down, bounces off 150. And let me back up a little bit for you guys, because this is like actually a really nice chart to see. And again, in the world of small caps, you know, or lower price stocks, they're going to have these kind of moves where, you know, it's doing nothing. It's holding $1. It's doing nothing, right? And then boom, out of nowhere, you know, what's the count on that if anybody's still checking? Maybe that's like the 25th time, boom. But yeah, guys, so has the move up, right? And then interesting amount of volume that comes in, and like now it's off to the races, right? And I said yesterday that 150 level, just explosive. You could have 12 cents, unlimited size, right? And today, obviously, like this morning, up at 170. I look over at Ian, I was like, no way. There's no way this is at 170. Like I wanted to load the boat on my own account on this, didn't. And like now it's going to test 2. Like it's going to test 2. I'm sure we're going to see it at like $2.06. And this thing, I'm going to be, you know, I'm going to be upset. But, you know, look at this 150 bounce. And this is pretty interesting. We literally blasted through 150 and then tested, and closed. Then this was in the pre-market, right? Pre-market, we were This is in the pre-market. We ran towards 170, and then look at that. Test of 150. The test of 150 bounce. So guys, keep in mind, if you catch these levels where it's like explosive on the way up, and 150, clearly a psychological level, like half-cent level, and it's holding that 150, like don't get discouraged on the long if it's at like 148 at like 7 in the morning. Like that doesn't really mean anything. And if you miss the long because it happens in the pre-market, say to yourself, where can I start to build along, right? I think VWAP doesn't matter that much on small caps. VWAP's like a little bit slow, like, you know, it's not the same as like an Apple. Like maybe there's going to be big sellers on Apple or Amazon because agency traders are making decisions at VWAP because that's where they justify getting their commission on clients. But like maybe Mullen on like today, VWAP doesn't mean anything. So obviously comes through VWAP, but look at the level though, that 150. It literally hits 151 and then goes back up, and now you're back up. So you could have had like a 19-cent move on this. Unfortunately, I did not have it. Like I'm looking at 100 things, so like it's very difficult for me to stay on top of everything. Like I have like, I mean, if you want to show my face again, like this camera, I got a watch list. I got no sticky note, but no sticky note. But essentially, and yeah, let me share this. No sticky note. I got the napkin. You know,
what are you trying to do?
No, I'm not trying to do nothing. I defer for myself. I'm like, where am I going to write this stuff? I'm like, where am I going to write this stuff down? I got like loads of information. I got to write it down somewhere. I'm like writing it down on like notepads, and then I'm like, you know what? Maybe I'll be like a napkin guy. Like come in with my coffee, grab the napkin, put the napkin like in case I spill some coffee or whatever, and bang, here we go. So we got levels. It's on the napkin. I'm not really going to share this with anybody because I have way too many ideas. Half of them hit, half of them don't. Half the time I have like these levels that don't even make sense, but they make sense to me. But essentially, you know, I have like, you know, guys, write down your levels, play off them. Like Mullen 150, that was solid, 19 cents. If you missed the 12 free cents from yesterday, you could have worked a little harder for a clean 10 cents, 15 cents today. So I thought that was pretty solid. And yeah, guys, Roblox. This is the last thing I'll share of one of my trades here before I get to what I'm looking at. I think like also.
Do you have anything to say today?
I can go all day, you know, guys. I'm well rested. Had a couple spros. You know, you know, now I got less hair on my head, so like I could speak for longer, maybe that. But yeah, guys, I mean, Roblox. Look at this $30 level. Look at this $30 level. Like it did not break 30. It tested, and I was like, okay, if we break 30, we're going to the moon. We're going to the moon if we break 30. This was my favorite trade of the day. It's the first trade that I had on the day. But we had such a strong move from 29 to 30 off the open. And, you know, it was a little bit slow. The volume's light. It's only traded 11 million shares today, right? There wasn't that much volume on this move. But I still said, and this is a mistake, I still said to myself, no, I'm not letting this one go. But, like, I should take less size. What do? I was just telling this to Brankles. I was like, what do? I take more size. I take like 4 times the size so first I wanted to take size. Then I saw how it was, so I was like, no, I should dial this down. Then I said, no, I'm taking max size. I take max size, I get in, I punch the top with a stop order, it stops moving. It just stops. I was like, yo, what do you mean? It was almost like there's a dance floor and everybody's dancing, and I was like, okay, here we go. I get onto the dance floor. Boom, nobody's there. Nobody's dancing. I'm the only one there holding my drink. I feel dumb. Look at this. Like, look at this. Look at this. I'm punched the top, and then I just punch out because I knew some sideways action was going. I thought maybe we're coming back to VWAP. So did I want to get a little VWAP bounce long here? Absolutely not. I wanted to punch the top with max size, you know, but this was my first trade of the day. It was a big loser for me. And what did I do? I stayed calm, I stayed collected, and I'm getting better at this. You know, obviously, like being Italian, very emotional, right? But emotions don't drive my trading decisions. I'm just very emotional. I take the L. I'm very upset, but I stick with it, and I'm positive on the day. And I have, you know, this is my biggest loser, and then everything else is basically flat positive. So very proud with how I came back from that. And, you know, it's not always going to be like that. It's not always going to be like that. But as long as you stay calm and collected and you hit your next trades that line up, like, you're going to have a good day, right? And even if you don't, like, don't get too beat up about it. Like, it is what it is. Everybody takes losers. But as long as you stick to the plan, good things will happen. So, yeah, that was my morning. And we'll see. You know, maybe I'll let Prad talk for a little bit. I'm trying to make his job a little bit easier. So I figure, you know, like, talk for as long as possible.
Yeah, no, I appreciate it. You know, same pay, less work, never complaining about that one. But maybe if I mention that, it's gonna be start docking Prad's pay time over here for every minute that Luca goes over his talk time. So no, we appreciate it, Luca. You know, we love the knowledge base you have and the bank of knowledge that you are willing to share with not only the floor traders but also the viewers. So for anyone who is listening, time to pull out those notes. And a quick joke about your version of sticky note. You know, Sean writes it on a sticky note to because he doesn't need to wipe his tears after when the trades are not working. So you need to write it on a napkin or a tissue paper so you can wipe your face with it when those trades are going in the gutter for you.
Oh, yeah.
But no,
yeah.
you know, it was just a joke. He's up on the day. He's killing it. You know, I'm the one who actually started the day bad, and I'm now flat on the day. All jokes. So I actually saw Redbox being called out in the chat a lot. So Redbox, you know, we saw Redbox go to like what, 20 some odd dollars, $17 not too long ago. Today, sadly, going back to the downside near $10. I was watching it near $10, and then it broke 10. Didn't really break 10 by a significant point. Only broke it by like 20 pennies or so. Getting right back above $10 right now is what Redbox is trying to do. Or sorry, is above $10 right now. $10 right now. It is on SSR, so we haven't had to mention what the SSR rule is in a while because I think stocks were up yesterday. Or no, they were down yesterday. I think we just didn't see any stock. But anyways, anytime a stock goes on 10% or more to the downside, it triggers a system in the market that's called short sale restriction. Basically, you cannot short the stock by just taking off the size off the bids. You have to wait on the ask for the stock to go up in order to get filled on your shares. Also, Redbox is a stock you have to pay for your shorts. You have to locate shorts. Even our company over here, we don't have any shorts to trade unless you pay for it. So no trade for me on Redbox today. But man, beautiful 12% move to the downside off the yesterday's lows, I guess, if you were looking to short. Another stock that I know buddy Luca touched on this one a little bit, Revlon. I actually wanted to go take a look at Revlon's options change to find out if there's any significant level that we can map out off of Revlon to make a trade out of it. I haven't done that yet, but I want to be doing that. And I'll show you a couple of my trades again. I closed my Apple short completely. So Apple short near 136.20. I'm done. Profitable trade over there. Meta, I'm still holding it. No, I'm lying. I'm not holding it. I got out of this trade over here for a $2.50 profit. The only trade I'm in right now is Microsoft. So I've been just getting into short Microsoft 257 and above 257. My average price right now actually 256.89. And I've just been scalping it at every 50 cent to a $1 profit every time it goes down there. If it goes back up, I scale back in. If it goes back down, I get back out. This way, I'm trying to build into a decent of a size where I can hold it for a nice $2 move to the downside if VWAP action ever comes into play. If it doesn't, I'm just rinsing and repeating a trade that has been working for me all day. Waiting for Meta platforms to get back to those 160s, 161s. Waiting for Apple to get back to 137.50s and AMD to get back near 86 in case if I want to be thinking about shorting these stocks across the board. Some of the stocks that you guys are looking at more, I know Altria, MO. I saw an article yesterday that the Biden administration is thinking about getting rid of nicotine in all cigarettes, and Juuls could be banned as soon as today at the end of the day. So if Juuls are getting banned, you know, then I'm going to be struggling for sure for my nicotine fix. You know, I don't know how I'm going to get my nicotine fix. Back to cigarettes? Is that what we're going to do now? No, I don't want to smoke cigarettes, but, you know, I just hope that it's just Juuls or maybe I can grow out of my nicotine addiction. But yeah, at the end of the day, the market is what we're talking about. The stock got beat up drastically. Down 10% is what I remember watching it. Now it's only down 8.4%, getting back towards VWAP. We're trying to get above 42. Low a day exactly $41.
That's actually pretty fun. Like the old school days. Go back to cigarettes.
You go back to cigarettes.
Go back to cigarettes, yeah. No, I'm not a smoker, and I don't enjoy the Juuls myself. But you know, it sounds like sad times for all you guys. But I see people looking at AMD, like wondering, like, where's AMD going? And I wanted to bring this up. And look, I'm not really sure where AMD is going today. I didn't think that we were going to be this high. But in terms of like a long-term ad, if you guys I'll pull up the daily here. I'm not sure how long it's going to take to load. Lots of information. But there's a level. It's like 172 to 175 area. like this for me, this is like, and I think we'll get there. Bear market, you know, we're gonna have these little rallies, but we're gonna go down. And if we can get to like 75 or like 72 area, it's like there's like a solid support on the daily there. It looks like that's like sort of like a bounce area. So guys, keep in mind, like we took this 80 level, right? We took this 80 level. There was size on the level. I shared my trade. I took the short. I took the long. It was a sick play. And obviously now we're back at 85. But if we can't get above like 87, 88, like in this little channel of 3 days, if we cannot get back above that and break 90, like even, you know, like this is like a bounce level, bounce, like around the 90 area, now we're below. So like 87 to 90, potential resistance area. It is a wide area, and I wouldn't be surprised if we get there maybe sometime this week for like a pop and drop type move. But if we get towards like 75, and let me load this here. Maybe remove the fills because it's just, you're not going to see any arrows here if you just have my fills. But like right here, so obviously 80, like, you know, down, and guys, don't mind this candle, sorry about that. But 70, right? Look at this. Bounce, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then the move up. So we literally had 5 bounces around this like 75 area, right? And so I almost want to say 75 to 72 is definitely like, you know, like I'm definitely not a value guy. Like I'm not placing valuation on these companies and saying to myself like, you know, like it's worth this amount. But just based on the technicals, based on the feel, based on like drawing a bunch of lines on the chart, you know, if you're taking a long, like I would be scared to short like 75, 74 as like a long term, because where's this go? Where's it going to go to 50? Right? So I say I don't think so, but that would be a good bounce play. We're obviously like very far away from it. In terms of a day trading perspective, you know, I wouldn't be surprised if this ranges all day the way that it kind of did that yesterday. I'm not really expecting this to make new highs or new lows. Maybe we hold VWAP, but in terms of day trading, not too sure. But yeah, I just wanted to map that level, that 75 to 72 level. Very interesting.
5 to 72. Yeah, I want AMD back to 150s, baby. Send it. But more importantly, I want to find out what's being talked about in the Twitter, Reddit, 4chan spaces, and we go to Brando to find out what's going on social sentiment.
There we go. Hey guys, yeah, let's have a look at what people are talking about on social media so far today. Without any surprise, REV. So if you're seeing this board for the first time, basically the size of the box and the intensity of the color represents the frequency in either direction of how much it's being talked about. So our Revlon over here, huge mover on the day, the past 2 days, in fact, one of the biggest on this board. SPY back in positive land as well. So back to the upside for the overall market. XELA popped up late in the day yesterday, having a bit of a follow-through move today. Lots of people talking about that. Mullen's on here, some news for Mullen today. I want to mention Amazon. They confirmed Amazon Prime Day coming up in July, July 12th and 13th. That was yesterday. So huge move for Amazon back to the upside. NIO on here as well. AMC seems to be on here every single day, but a little bit smaller in size today. Redbox wanted to get to as well. Redbox to the downside for the second day in a row. Huge move down yesterday after a pretty positive showing last week. But there you go, guys. A look at what is being talked about across social media. Back over to you.
The market's getting pushed back up right now. S&P 500 and NASDAQ moving towards the north side, and that scared me on my Microsoft short a little bit, which was 40 cents in the money, now only 16 cents in the money, about to be flat, maybe give me more shares. Let's see if the S&P 500 can fail at the 3,800 level again. That was the level that I had in mind to go short at, and I got impatient and I got burnt on my trade over there. Microsoft giving me more shares to the upside right now, on the upside. For me to go short, as the market is trying to go back towards that 3,800 level. If if S&P 500 can take out 3,800, I think we have some real longs coming into play. You know, until then, these moves for me are kind of fugazi. I don't really believe in these longs until 3,800 breaks, and then once 4K gets tested and we get above 4K, then I'll say, you know, longs are really in play. Until then, Bear Nation Prad, baby, Bear Prad always gonna be here. looking for those shorts, even though, you know, technically I should be in my mind SSR'd myself, because today is not the day to be possibly looking for shorts. Just be dip buying longs. Like, for example, if you were dip buying Microsoft, dip buying Apple, dip buying any tech stock across the board. The NASDAQ is up 1.16%. Beautiful moves to the north side and across the board. I mean, look at AMC today, $13 on AMC, and just consolidating sideways around VWAP, not really pushing to the downside at all. So these kind of moves coming into play, you know, I really should be putting my own mind into SSR and not even be thinking about shorting it. And when the stock is on SSR, clearly the move is towards the long side these days, how the markets have been playing out. Right now, Meta Platforms is moving back towards above VWAP. I should have gone long over there. I was battling in my head to go long near this range where I got out of my short. Maybe I should have just done it. Apple also heading back towards high day over here. You know, trust me, I will be trying to go short again once these stocks go back towards the high days areas. And if they break the high days area, then I'll just call it a day and move on from it. Microsoft just keeps on flirting with this 257 area, but gets pushed back down every time it gets above it, allowing me to get my shares and then scalp my profits every time to the north side and to the south side, throwing more orders right now to take some more fills, just rinsing and repeating my trades again and again and again, and trying to add some chips over here onto my own account. NIO being called out in chat. Let's go take a look at that, man. I know the stock was around 23 yesterday. Today, just exact same high as yesterday. Looks like around 23.13 coming into play and not really pushing any more higher than that. This stock has been making leaps and bounds to the north side ever since we saw it at around $15. And the news, I believe, was the delivery numbers went up for NIO, for XPEF, for Li Auto, for all the Chinese EV makers in general. So that catalyst coming in and boosting NIO to the upside, and NIO, man, not ready to give up any of those gains just yet. I am still waiting for a retest of $20 to the downside, which happens to be the 100 period EMA on the daily chart. So I'm waiting for that $20 retest. If that retest comes in, I think we can find some good long scalps in front of that $20. But you know, until then, if we're just stuck in yesterday's range, there's no trade for me. I would like for the stock to break out of 23, let's say 25, for a nice long breakout, or a breakout down of below 21.90 for a good short trade.
So guys, I'm actually taking, it's funny you said definitely don't look short in this market. As you said that, I was short Apple. This thing ripped towards 137. I like glanced over, I'm like, okay, I'm looking good. I think we're gonna fade lower. I'm liking the way this feels. I look away, I look back, boom, I'm way out of the money. Boom. So I cover that, because the thing is, right, I don't know if this is gonna break 137 and like go another 20, 30 cents. So this is just damage control, like risk management. And obviously you see here, I'm getting back in. I do believe that we could see a move towards 136. Like, are we gonna push towards the highs? You know, the market, Apple, I wanna say, feels a little bit weaker, and we have that 137 level to play off. Not an area that I would use hard stops, because definitely going to get wicked out. But look at this. We moved towards 137, and it was a quick rejection. So if this can hold, right, and I'm getting the feel that there's like a little bit of selling at this level. And so like I'm gonna scale into my short here, and you know, maybe we get that move down $1.80. That'll be interesting there. But I saw a question that somebody asked. They said, what indicator is better or more useful, moving averages or VWAP? So my answer to that is, these are two different indicators. I use them differently. VWAP, you don't set, so VWAP is basically the average of the day. Volume weighted average profile. This is where, you know, it's a universal indicator. Everybody's looking at the same VWAP. It is the average of the day. And you say to yourself, if this thing moved, you know, like you can take the data set and say, this is 2 standard deviations away from the mean, right? And in that case, what are the odds that it moves 3 standard deviations away from the mean? I'm gonna bet on mean reversion, so this is a mean reversion strategy. VWAP is also an area where agency traders trade. If Apple is very strong and these agency traders, these bank traders have to fill large buy orders on Apple, they get more commission on their fills if they can average the fill below VWAP. So VWAP on the day, did they get the fill below or above VWAP? If they got it above VWAP, then, you know, how do they justify their commission, right? Anybody could have bought the stock above VWAP, but did you buy the stock up below VWAP? So anybody who bought the stock here and then the stock finishes up here, you know, they can say to their clients, look, I bought below VWAP. Like you could have ran a simple VWAP algorithm that would have gave you VWAP on the day, but I got it for you 10 cents, 20 cents cheaper than VWAP. That's why you go to a bank. That's why you come to me. That's why you pay me the commission. This is what they will argue, right? So that's why volume increases most of the time, sometimes when around VWAP. That's why you get these VWAP bounces, because people say to themselves, it goes up and they're like, okay, I think there's going to be a move up today. So I have to buy here because what are the chances that I'm going to be able to buy below VWAP? So they're trading around VWAP. They're not trading at the edges. If there's a big buy and a bank trader has to buy a lot of Apple today, this is just arbitrary. Let's assume there's a big buyer on Apple that they have to fill, big order that they have to fill. They are not filling that buy over here because like they just say, I'm just going to wait until I get closer to the average because I don't want to fill, you know, this is like what, like 1.5 points away from VWAP on the day. That would be terrible. But obviously they average their order in over the course of a period of time, call it like a week or 2 weeks to fill these larger orders. So basically that's kind of how, you know, VWAP works in my mind. That's kind of what I look for around VWAP. Moving averages, you set them yourselves. These are two different tools in my mind. I have the 13 EMA. This is the 13 exponential moving average that I use to just show me the obvious, which is to show me trend. So like I said before, I'm not being aggressive on shorting if it hasn't broken trend. I'm very, very light. I'm very tight. I'm putting tight stops in. Who knows if this goes even higher? It's above 137 and these are cheeky, right? And then as we break trend, I really get aggressive into the short. And then, you know, don't judge me for covering that too early. I think Arun was actually saying something before I jumped on here, and he was like, "Look, you know, as you learn how to trade, you're gonna go through this and that. Like, you want to obviously do it the right way, like size accordingly." And I'm listening in the back, and I'm like, yes. Not only does the market provide me real-time data on how I'm doing at work, but also I have great traders around me who are constantly reminding me of the obvious, right? You would think that I would know for all the knowledge that I spit, but like, obviously human emotion comes in and we always make mistakes. So just make sure that you guys are remaining disciplined because the market at any moment can take everything away from you. And I know Prad spoke about NEO, but I also want to pull up NEO. We had that 23 level from yesterday, and today, look, it broke that 23.10, made a high of like 23.13, and then boom, flush and reverse, right? I did it perfectly timed. That boom was perfectly timed with Prad sipping on his drink over there. But, you know, we had the 23 level, and we broke 23.10 and then back down. So I'm trying to get short anywhere if we get close to 23. And, you know, let me zoom out on this one for you guys as well. Maybe hourly is too much. Let me pull up 10-minute here. We gapped above 22. So obviously NEO was very strong. There was a couple SSR days where it was very strong. Then we broke 20, and 20 long was pretty cool. Like, that was an easy trade in my books. This was on FOMC day, I'm pretty sure. So it had that extra volatility. And then we ran up, and we gapped above 22, right? We opened above 22. Today, we got a chance to have the 22 bounce. I did not play this. There was a lot of size on 22 and very aggressive selling into the 22 level. But look at this, right? We're over here. We're at like 2080. Didn't even give you a chance to trade 21. Go. Gapped above 22, ran to 23, which is like, you know, resistance area clearly, and then there's your first bounce opportunity. So guys, keep in mind, like, you know, even though it might happen the next day, right? Like, had a strong move, comes down to the 22 level, and really only puts you out of the money by not even 10 cents. Like, if you get long 22 area, like, and risk, like, let's say even 19 cents, 20 cents, 10 cents, like, you did not get stopped out, and look at that whiplash. Very aggressive selling and very quick bounce back to VWAP. So to me, this is a super clean trade that anybody could have had. Again, I was late to the party, and so I missed it, but that's unfortunate because we came back up and made a new high, right? This gave you $1 if you're willing to hold that into the resistance level. But at this point, you know, kind of slow, market towards high of day. If we can get back towards 23, which, you know, now we're breaking VWAP, I'll be surprised if we do. I have orders to get short all the way into 23 with a stop high a day. I just don't see it breaking high a day. There's just not enough momentum. And pulling up my Apple trade, 33 cents in the money. So if at first you don't succeed, you know, chill out and try again, right? Chill out, try again. Like, this is now working for me, and we're at the bottom of this range. I think, you know, maybe we get a little bounce. We broke the 50-cent area. Like, let this trend work for you, right? Like, I'm short. Here's trend. Maybe this is the start of like a slower downtrend into VWAP. And so, like, if we break trend, right? And I'm going to let this kind of set itself up, give myself maybe like a couple minutes, maybe 5 minutes, maybe some sideways action. If we do not break trend, then if anything, I maybe add, if it gives me a reason to add, but definitely hold this into like 36 area. Like if the market wants to retest where it made a low here, which is like 37.72 area, if we come down to there, Apple for sure will be here, because it just kind of feels weak. And again, that 37 level to play off, it's not rocket science. Everybody sees the same levels I see. And so like, I wouldn't be surprised if we run towards 36. I'll take some at VWAP. I'll take some, it'll probably be the wrong move. Take some at VWAP and then hold some. If we get a clean flush through VWAP, then maybe add back and then look for a move back down to like 35 or maybe potentially 35.30 area if the market really wants to come back and test VWAP. But I just feel like the short is good. And you know, you had a short on Apple.
Pratt could I talk about it?
Pratt, yeah, you had a
short. Could I talk about it?
Oh yeah, and I just want to say one thing. You were saying you're like, yeah, I'm gonna cover my short, and I was like, wait a sec, just give me the shares because I think I'm gonna start a short position. So yeah, that was cool. But we'll see where this one goes. Hopefully, this one comes and makes us nice win over here.
Awesome. So Microsoft, $1.2 in the money right now. Microsoft pushing to the downside. I did mention to you guys Facebook would be short around 160. Facebook goes to 160. I don't have any orders out there. Did not get an option to get reload. You know, okay, I'm reload. I was too busy managing my Microsoft trade, which is now $1.30 in the money, pushing right to the downside for me. Amazing. You know, that's the type of trade I was trying to build into. I missed out on this one, so let's show you the one that I'm actually working on for you guys. MSFT, baby, here we go. Pushing right to VWAP almost over here. If that can happen, that'd be great. And now I actually want to take some more size off here on this move to the downside because, you know, I want to capitalize on the profits over here. And I told you guys, man, these are the type of trades we're always trying to be building into. Tons of opportunities across the board. S&P 500 moved right to that same level to the upside and then rejected from that, you know, didn't go true to the high a day, but moved pretty close to it. That means that 3,800 level that I mentioned earlier still acting as a barrier, not allowing market to get really elevated to the upside. NASDAQ now only up 0.5% instead of being 1.2, 1.3. S&P 500, as you guys can see on my main screen right here, only up about 0.25%. So the green move in the market, not really that green as you know. Good for me because I've been trying to short all day and I've been failing at it. But now this move coming in with the market, man, everything's dumping. Meta down like $2 full from that 160 right back to the areas where it started going back to the upside on. And we know how weak the stock was yesterday. We know the Russian ad revenue impacting Meta platforms on Facebook overall. We know they're going to be losing a ton of money across the board. Markets really pushing down. So if you are short anything, hold on to your short. Don't let go. And I'm just happy that I was able to turn around my drastically horrible day that I started off in the first 5 minutes all the way around to the point where we are right now, man. And that's the point about it, you know. Luca mentioned something to Ian today. He said, if you're not shut down, don't leave. And that's the point about it. If you're not shut down, and you know, we said this about Hamilton too, a couple races back. If Hamilton was about to give up on his race, and I said, hey man, you're not shut down. You still got a working car. Go out there and race. And my man came in like 8th or 7th in that race. That's all it is, man. Being ready, having that mental capacity, having the emotional capital to put into trades even after you've been getting beaten up a little bit on that day. Microsoft now $2 in the money, almost equal to my Meta platform trade, which is $2.5 in the money, my best trade of the day so far. But yeah, Microsoft, man, I was so far out of the money on this trade initially, and now we're just cashing on this trade to the downside. HODL, the shorts, yeah, hold on to dear life for the shorts if that's what you're feeling like.
Yeah, guys, you know, I took my first fill on Apple here in front of VWAP. You know, reason I do this is because I'm looking at the book, bids are stacked. People who are short are probably covering here, taking that first cover. You know, it feels like we're going lower, but I feel irresponsible if I don't take some. So I just always cover some. Like, I mean, you know, I'm 80 cents in the money on this. You know, why not take some and then hold some for the rest, right? So still have a nice position on, and you know, at this point, it really does feel like we're going to get that move down. And I want to bring up Amazon because I said if we get to VWAP and hold, maybe we get a nice bounce area. And we're right at that level, that 109.60 area, you know, obviously overall market. And what did I say? I said if the market can come and retest these lows, right, Apple will test VWAP. Now, this isn't, again, guys, this is not magic. I'm not praising myself, but this is just like relative strength and weakness. Like you have the 137 level to play off. That's one tick in the box for this is potentially a good trade. You see that Apple seems relatively weak, and like you can use percentages. Like you know, right now it's only up 10 basis points while the market is up 20, so it's relatively weaker. But I like to just use kind of my gut feeling. Like for example, Amazon is up 1% right now. And Amazon was relatively strong. It felt relatively strong, whereas like Apple just did not, right? So you have the level to play off. You have the relative weakness. You say, okay, the market's going to move lower. Like Apple is probably going to move lower more aggressively. So that was kind of the logic towards this trade. And now it's working, and I expect sideways action. And you know what? I would not be surprised if this thing rips back up and goes for a retest of 137. And the reason I say that is because this market is a kangaroo market, like anything can happen. It's going to make a nice move down, obviously take your profits, maybe it goes up. But again, guys, if we don't break trend, and I'm going to let it break trend one time, because we're seeing this constant theme of like a VWAP bounce, a break of trend, a slam back down, and then another VWAP bounce. So maybe we get actually a nice scalp opportunity where in the next minute, if this breaks this 13 EMA and gets slammed down, maybe I'm going to add to the short here, add to the short, and then cover again 136. This is like a 15-cent potential move of a scalp play, very discretionary, not something that like, I mean, we can take advantage because our platform, we have market making capabilities. We have the ability to route to any gateways that we want. We can get in and out. We can actually get paid to provide liquidity in the market. And so like this is why like I look at these types of plays, right? Like sending to specific gateways, whatever. But you know, with the overall theme being that I think we're going lower, right? This is kind of just trade logic. And I see people saying, can you take a look at oil? Where's oil going? Guys, I rarely trade oil. I never look at it. I hate it. I'll trade it if it's like fresh levels and it's a very obvious trade. I had a look at XOM, but my level on XOM I think I want to say is 85, and you know, down 3% on the day. But to me, this is like a range trade. Like I'm thinking this is going to range all day. Like it probably has the high and low set, and now maybe it goes for the low. But I think oil closes at like 10, right? Or sorry, 2 o'clock. Like oil futures close at 2 o'clock if I'm not mistaken. And then, you know, these kind of just free float for the rest of the day. Like I'm not sure if that's a thing. So, you know, not really something that I trade aggressively. I see Frank Jones saying, guys, what do you use as your index for oil? Yeah, like that's a good question. I remember I used USO a lot. USO is the oil, the simple oil ETF. Obviously not an index. Oh my God. Okay, this is AM USO. Yeah, I used to use this, and yeah, I guess they did a reverse split. These things always reverse split, but this was kind of like my like I'm like keeping this on watch as like my overall oil.
Look, I'm gonna cut you off, mate. It's
Yeah.
good. Market's dumping right now. Everything's turning upside down. XOM is clearly falling off. XOM down 3% over here. It's about to break VWAP, as you guys can see. Oil's probably down also. But more importantly, man, Apple just turned negative on the day. Apple breaking VWAP to the downside. We're going timber, ladies and gentlemen. S&P 500 cracking to the downside big time. We're now almost going negative on the S&P 500. NASDAQ only up 0.2%. Only a quarter of a percent, 0.3% for NASDAQ. Now the question is, obviously, does NASDAQ bounce off of VWAP, helping Apple get back into the positive territory? For some reason, Meta Platforms is still positive, and we know how much weaker that stock was yesterday. Microsoft right now heading towards VWAP, putting my stock in $2 in the money. Let's go, Microsoft. Market clearly crumbling, and most likely taking your futures trade with it. I want to talk about our watch list. You know, if anyone's not subscribed to our watch list, you're making a big mistake over there. Head over to tradertv.live. Log in, click on that little watch list logo right there. Ooh, we still got Miss V's picture over there. We miss Miss V, obviously. All the archives of every single watch list we have provided to you guys every single day. Brando over there, who's on the big desk. We also got Brankos, the Dwight Schrute of the office. Both of them come in stupid early to help you guys create these watch lists. So as you guys can see, oil stocks, big tech, crypto, NIO we already talked about. We got Boeing over here. What's going on with Boeing? Lower with overall market this morning. and so on. Okay, Revlon, we talked about Revlon. So go sign up for our watch list. Don't make that mistake. Don't be that person who's always asking, you know, what's going on with that stock? What's going on with this stock? Most likely, we have it covered in our watch list, right? Microsoft right now, ladies and gentlemen, $2.20 in the money. We're cashing that money. Only if I had any emojis to click right now, I would click it. I wish I had some more shares left on my Apple short. I wish I had some more shares left on my Facebook short. But, you know, ain't no complaints. We got $1 out of Apple. We got $2 out of Facebook. We're getting $2 out of Microsoft right now. Let's go take a look at AMC. I know AMC was at $13. Right now, AMC is also heading towards the downside from VWAP. So that 3,800 level on the S&P 500 futures are still acting as a barrier the way I need them to. I so wish I wasn't impatient today with my future short, because I would be up so much, ridiculous amounts of money. Obviously, all of that is just on a secondary notion. You know, good trades will just give you money by default. And if I wish I just was a little bit more patient, I just came in and just started punching keys like a stupid monkey, and I got beat up by it. But here we are, looking for those sound, logical trades and cashing in, baby, cashing in right now. You guys are talking about Revlon right now. Let's quickly go over to Revlon to see what Revlon is doing, and not really doing anything. In my opinion, you know, it's still trading sideways around VWAP. I'm waiting for that $10 retest. I'm waiting for maybe some support areas on the downside, but I guess these are the support areas on the downside. I'm gonna be hands off on Revlon today. We'll see if Revlon can give me a trade near $10. That way I could smash it in that opportunity.
Yeah, guys, market falling off here very, very nicely. And I said I wanted to try that Amazon bounce play. Did not, thankfully, save myself some money, and now we're back down. So if we can actually get up here, I want to add to this, because it looks like market's going back down and is going to test VWAP. I'm still holding my Apple position, working out very nicely. Probably some sideways action and then another leg down, right? You know, like you got a nice average on this, like 136.80. Like I'm trying to hold this. I'm basically $1 in the money on this, so can't complain for sure. And I'm just looking at what can I add to? Like, you know, is Amazon really doing the same exact pattern that it did yesterday? Then we got like that 109.60 level to potentially add to the short. You know, if there's a lot of selling pressure, it's obviously not selling lows, like lots of selling. If we come back up and slam, right, while holding trend, and guys, look at this, it's holding trend, right? Holding trend. Towards trend, next leg down. Towards trend, next leg down. Are we gonna do that same type of action, or are we gonna pop above, slam back below, and then kind of barcode in this range here? You know, definitely hold on to your shorts if you guys are short.
Yeah, hold on to them. Right now, though, S&P 500 finding some buying. You know, didn't really turn red yet for the S&P 500. I don't think we'll turn red. You know, we were red, and then the market just turned around randomly. I'm not sure if Powell said something in that testimony that he's supposed to be having today. And we also have a chat, reading the chat. Powell, Fed, when asked about a rate hike for 100 basis point, I will never take anything off the table. So that's a bad thing, right? So I don't know if him saying those words exactly is a good thing for the market. That might have brought the market down a little bit, and it's extending the negative moves into the stock market. Obviously a good thing for Bear Pratt. You know, Bear Pratt over here trying to take advantage of this bear market, not trying to hibernate and just trying to wake up. So it looks like that SSR mentality that I was talking about in my head, I could napa that and I start looking for more opportunities. As the S&P 500 right now turning negative on the day, we're not even at VWAP yet. So a move to VWAP would mean more negativity in this market. And NASDAQ, which was up 1 full % on the day or more, barely even up on the day for NASDAQ. So the complete turnaround, the Uno reverse card getting pulled on the market, the Uno reverse card getting pulled out by the market, and right back to the downside. To the point where I should have probably done what Arun always says: get ready to just get beat up on your trade if you think it's right. Because if I just held that trade a little bit longer and not realize my loss, either I got fired for taking too big of a loss, or I end up, you know, taking a vacation after that big win.
Yeah, guys, initiated Amazon short here at trend. I think if we sideways action and then make another high, then maybe we get a VWAP test. But at this point, there's just a lot of selling. And guys, this is the 109.20 area. And so, like, I think we're going to get a 109 test and break, and maybe next kind of support 108.80 area. And the reason I'm saying that, just kind of looking at like the daily here, we bounced around 108.80 before we had that leg up. So my expectation is that we break 109 and then bounce around that area. But obviously cognizant of the fact that it is, lunch hour, like the moves are going to be a little bit slower, and I'm still short Apple. And when you get a move, like this is Amazon, but when you get a move from 110.50 down back through 109.50 in what is this? Like this is like literally like 10, 20 minutes, then this is a huge move. So is this move really going to continue? And I hear check out Meta as well. Let's check out Meta here.
Why would it break 158?
Meta, interesting. I don't want to trade this. I don't want to trade this at all. But I'm just gonna watch this. But you're saying long one at 158?
No, he's saying long in front of 157.
Oh, in front of 157.
158. If it does, I think it flushes.
Yeah. I like that.
Okay.
Like, especially with this market move, why is Meta not breaking 158?
Why is it an inverse?
Yeah,
right
it's
now?
not breaking 158. Well, Apple's going negative. Microsoft's about to go negative. So why is Meta not breaking 158? Was my question to Sean over there while Luca was talking. So I guess we can go right here. So notice how strong it is in front of 157, 70s or so. I think that long over there, as soon as the market starts to reverse back towards the high of day, the long on Meta over here is going to be a juicy $3, $2 move right back to the high of day range. The fact that the stock was so weak yesterday and is so strong today is just such a mind bender in my own head over there.
It doesn't make any sense. It's like so was Facebook, and it was in correlation with the market moves. Then it changed to Meta, and it's like we're now in the metaverse, and so is our price action. So we're going to now do the opposite of what everybody thought we were going to do. And this thing is up 56 basis points while the market is only up 3 or down 3 now. So, more fireworks to come with this. I guess the long could be good. Seems like a range play. You could probably get that long, that nice flush down, get the long, and then nice move back to 159 area and potential 160 resistance area up towards 160.60. So, yeah, I actually like that play. And, still in the Amazon short here, potentially going to get stopped out if we get a relief bounce here. But I'm going to definitely be discretionary on this one. Maybe add to it. Still in the Apple short. And this, oh my God, this thing went all the way down to 130.29.
I should have taken that long.
I should have had orders out.
I don't
have orders out. What am I doing? Okay, whatever. But maybe this is going to give me another chance to get out here. But is what it is. That's my own fault.
I want to find out what's happening now at the big screen with Big B.
Wow, that really.
Hey guys, 12 o'clock. The good news. Powell's testimony has just wrapped up, so hopefully a little bit of stability here, but some comments coming from Jerome Powell regarding inflation and the way they're going to battle it seem to do this, bring everything back to dead flat on the day. The S&P actually went red, the NASDAQ the same to the upside. The Dow is actually dead flat. I want to point out Bitcoin here now down 4%. There was a move back down after Powell was asked about cryptocurrency going forward and said, we need much more stable and solid framework for regulation when it comes to cryptocurrencies. So there was a move down on cryptos on that. We were talking about some of the crypto stocks this morning. Coinbase didn't really have a move on the actual comment itself from Jerome Powell. Was kind of grinding to the downside all day anyways. Failed where we ended yesterday for Coinbase, guys. But back to flat, unfortunately, for the market. Back over to you.
Sean's gonna get his mic real quick, but I want to show you what happened. I was trying to go long Facebook, but instead of going long Facebook, my blotter or my mouse was on the Apple area. So notice how I went long on Apple. Over here, I was trying to go long on Facebook instead, but I guess doesn't matter. I should have stuck with my Apple long. I closed it right away because that was not the trade I was looking for. And while we were talking about going long Meta platforms, look at this one, already up 60 cents in the money from that 158 area. The 50 period EMA, the 100 period EMA, both at the exact same price, and clearly holding up on this 5-minute chart at the same areas, man. And we're just Sean, you ready? Yeah, let's throw it over to Sean.
Born ready. Good trade there, Brad. And the thing about it is that sometimes you just got to trust a little bit. And what I was going to tell you is that every trade doesn't need to be like a full default type of trade, right? So my idea was, and Brad actually muted his mic and was like, what do you think about Meta here? And I said, you know what, I think it breaks 158 and then hedged to 157. And so if you look at the chart right here, we opened up at 157. Well, I mean, we opened up, I guess, at 157.60, but we started to get these bids early, right, on Meta early on in the day at that 157 level, and we've actually respected it. We were lucky enough to get dipped by, I mean, these are all my trades today. Look at this. I mean, these are all longs, these are all outs. Meta's been absolutely perfect, so we go balling on that one. But there it is right there. It came back into 158, and I'll zoom in a little bit, and we just sat there and took a 158. And the thing is like we don't take our full default. We don't take anywhere near that. I mean, we could trade thousands, 10,000s. I'll stop there on how many shares we're actually able to take on Meta. But, you know, we don't take that there because I am thinking it's going to fall. But look at this. A quick 60-cent scalp there in about 2 minutes off of that 158. Now you're getting it to flush back. I probably won't take it again now because the market is well below the 50 period now. This is something else that I look at. So just for a scalp trade, yes, I like Meta here, but I want to see it hold this 157. So honestly, when you want to talk about putting on risk, I'm going to put on risk right around here, 157.20, 157.25. We will not give back everything. But if it comes back in, it flushes down into the 157 lows, then we'll take it and we'll hold it, hopefully, anyways, through 157, but not much, like 156.80, something like that. But that's sort of the play here for me on Meta. Let's not reload this again. The futures are dumping back here. So you got to always have multiple tools in your toolbox. And one of them is just the ability to sort of put on your scalp hat, right? I know Arun was holding for Apple, so was I holding for Meta, right? But sometimes you want to scalp out. So I still am long Meta now, but I am expecting a little bit of a break because these futures, man, pretty sick, Brad. I mean, you have like 5 green candles in the last, what is this, last 30 minutes, 5 or 6 green candles. So well down-weighted here on the market. So watch out for your shorts. I know you got a couple good trades on there as well. So watch out for that. But right now, Meta, I'm going to expect a dollar move down, then we load up.
Yeah, I'm just going to wait for that call out that you just gave on that one. You know, market's still waiting to go. Bitcoin,
really?
yeah, I was about to pull up Bitcoin right here. So Bitcoin, AGGR.trade. So Bitcoin got collapsed to the downside with the help of what Powell was saying earlier. And thank you, Brando, for updating us. I'm thinking about going short on pink sheets over here on Bitcoin. So I'm short right now. Let's see if I can. I'm already got the fill. So hopefully I don't get destroyed on pink sheets over here because these whipsaw pretty easily. And because of that, I'm going to try and cover some here. Yeah, I'm going to cover some at flat just to be safe. You know, we'll pay the fees for it. But with Bitcoin falling off a rock like that, we got to look for an opportunity to short. Where's my AGGR.trade? Here it is. Pull up this pop out. That way I can look at the time of sales of what the market's doing. There we go. You know, GBTC on pink sheets getting ready to push down a little bit more. And here is your overall Bitcoin. So the nasty red candles on Bitcoin started coming down. minus 4% today. Negative 6% across the board for almost every cryptocurrency except for Shiba, which was up 20%. Here we go. 5 cents in the money on my short right now. Nothing too big, but if this starts to work out really good for me, it will start teleporting to the downside on the pink sheets, and that's the advantage of pink sheets, really. So being ready to take advantage of this trade off that Bitcoin move. You can also trade this move on BTCC.B.TO, which would be the Canadian version, or you can do BTCC.U.TO, which I believe is the American dollar version of cryptocurrencies. You could also go to MARA, RIOT, or even Coinbase. Let's go to check out what Coinbase is doing right now as people are getting ready to offload 500,000 shares or more of said currency. So here we go. We're going to try and see what Coinbase is doing. Coinbase now down 8%. It's going to be on SSR most likely very soon as we head right back to the pre-market lows of 51.50.
Guys, this is amazing. Everything popped, gave a great opportunity to get short. And look at this, right? Apple popped right to VWAP, didn't even test 136, could not break 136, and just boom, instantly back down. So I short again. I added to my short here, and this was like I'm gonna short and scalp because my expectations is that even these flushes. I'm not sure if we're gonna this move was huge, and I was okay to hold and cover. And I didn't have any orders out. It is what it is. But I added to the short here, and then cover. I'm still holding. I'm again, now I'm 50 cents in the money on this one. and I think I'm going to take some out in front of 135. We're noticing bounce plays, like these break-even dollar levels, and then that's where everybody's covering, and like we're getting like maybe potential 20-cent bounces. So I don't want to hold that 20 cents like in the event that we're going like another 50 cents lower. Like I'm just covering like 135. So I got some out 130 just in front of the 20-cent area. I'm holding the next portion, like looking for a move. Maybe we cover some in 135 and then hold the rest for like a flush down 134.80, 134.60 area. I mean, the market's, look at this. The market is coming down, right? And here's something to note. Obviously, we're in a bear market, right? We're in a bear market. These rallies, and like this is like 5-minute candle, okay? 5-minute candle, but these up moves are violent. Like, so this is what I mean by like don't short the lows, because it'll put you offside so quickly that like you'll lose even though you have the right idea. So I think everybody's on the same page. And when I say everybody, I mean all market participants everywhere are on the same page. You know, smash the highs short and hold for the greater move, and on new lows cover. Like that kind of seems to be the overall trend. You know, it seems to be working for like, I want to say the past like week, 2 weeks at the start of the bear market. So, you know, maybe that's the kind of vibe going into the end of the year. It's maybe especially in the summer, like I always said to myself, summer is a little bit slower, but you know, small cap summer is heating up. The moves are there. You can still, you know, like you still get paid. Normally summer's slow. Summer is not going to be slow. It's going to be constant action all summer. I'm super excited for it. And, you know, I mean, look at these moves, right? We literally called this, right? Is this going to create a parabola? I guess so. And like, where's this going now? Is this just going to stop right here at 135? You know, like maybe, you know, again, guys, towards low of day, like this is definitely like, I am not shorting here. If I'm still holding on to this short, if I'm going to be that patient, like I'm covering here for sure. So it's not somewhere where I would initiate a new short position, right? Like VWAP is where you would take the short, or right here, you know, VWAP rejection for the next leg down. So hopefully we get that next leg down. Hopefully I take the fill and then hold the rest. And I did not, unfortunately, like I was looking at Apple because again, Apple like a little bit weaker, I want to say, than Amazon. So I was looking at Apple, I added to that one, didn't add to my Amazon short, but held it. Because I said these things are moving together. Like I don't believe the rally. Like if we get to like 110, okay, I'll cover this. It'll be a 50-cent loser, is what it is. But now I have my bids out, and this is working for me. You know, we broke the 109 area. We're kind of holding. You got to be a little bit more patient with Amazon, from my experience. So if this can wick down, hopefully get me. I got my bids like around this area here, and hopefully I get wicked out there and take the winner on that. But you know, I'm definitely not. I mean, if this is now like gonna chop around, then like I guess I'm just gonna have to cover like at 109. Trying to be cheeky and add another 20 cents, 30 cents to my P&L. That never hurts. But you know, if I have to take it over here, I take it over here, and it is what it is.
Would you watch Peaky Blinders last night, buddy?
Yeah, my brother loves that. I watched it. I didn't watch the new season yet, but I heard it's really good.
Wait, sorry, the question, my mic was muted. The question was, what did you watch Peaky Blinders?
Yeah, no.
And because
you
you kept saying cheeky so many times. Boom and cheeky were your most repetitive words today. And it's almost like you watched something British made or something along those words. So it's like, okay, what's going on over here? If it's a good show, let me know. I'll watch it too. And you know,
highly recommended. Highly recommended.
Peaky, I love Peaky Blinders.
Yeah.
Peaky Blinders is dope.
And new season is out as well.
Real quick, I just have to connect my Bluetooth, but you know, I could talk about stocks while I'm doing that. Pair, connect. All right, so Coinbase, we talked about Coinbase, obviously. Pink sheets, you see pink sheets going to the downside. Where's my secondary blotter for the cryptocurrencies? There we go. So crypto right back to 20K on cryptocurrencies, at least Bitcoin, sorry. Bitcoin right back to 20K over here. Why didn't this connect? Okay. Time to restart this one. But yeah, overall, man, cryptocurrency getting right back above 20K is a good thing for it. But that means time to maybe start looking for maybe longs on Coinbase. You know, not sure if I want to do that, but something to think about. Watching these this time of sales over here for cryptocurrencies is something I would always advise if you're trading any instrument. For example, if you're trading GBTC, I would urge you to look at the BTC time of sales. And if you're trading ETHC, which is the Ethereum Grayscale Trust on pink sheets also, ETHC, right?
For what?
For Ethereum one is GBTC and ETHC.
HE?
ETHE, sorry, yeah, you're right. ETHE for the Ethereum one should pretty much look the exact same to the downside move, almost like how the GBTC move looked. I see Redbox being called out in the chat one more time, so let's go take a look at Redbox. Looks like that $10 level or 984 is still holding up, man. Not really allowing the stock to push too far to the downside. You know what? I'm gonna have to write this down right now while I'm saying it out loud. Redbox tomorrow is gonna be on my watch list. RDBX tomorrow is gonna be on my watch list because today is SSR day 1. Tomorrow will be SSR day 2, and this stock is most likely gonna be at $15 tomorrow. So I am for sure gonna be putting Redbox on my watch list, and tomorrow you'll probably see me going long on this stock, even though I don't really trade such stocks such as these highly shorted small cap stocks.
Yeah, guys, so looking like the market wants to test that kind of this arbitrary 13 EMA here. And if we do, like, so look at this, right? Like, looking like Amazon is popping just a little bit. I'm still holding my short, but like, I'm ready to cover this because I'm not ready for this to go back to VWAP. And then I'm willing to give this like a break even. Like, if we get above like 109.50 area, then like I'm covering this. But you know, if this is going to be like a pop and drop, then I still have my bids out to get that covered over there. And obviously still holding Apple, kind of same theme, pop above like that trend. But if we're now going to go sideways, right, we're going sideways here, then like I could maybe still get the fills down here. So I'm going to hold on. Like, I already obviously paid myself. So now I'm able to hold this, which is the beautiful thing about trading, right? You know, you take the short, you're short, you cover, you're short, you cover, cover, cover. Now you hold some, and I don't really care if this thing goes back up to like 135.80 because it's like way less size now, and I'm just kind of holding for the next leg down. But at the same time, I still want to, you know, do the right thing. And to me, the right thing is, look, if this thing is going to now bounce or even go sideways, then you know, I'm covering that, and that's it. And I think Edgar said in the chat, you're making me laugh. Like, what are you going to do when it isn't what it is? Because I'm always like, it is what it is. And he's like, what are you going to do when it isn't what it is? I don't know.
I was wondering.
I got no answer to that. If I figure it out, you know, I'll let you know. But yeah, definitely don't know as of right now. And Robert, thank you for the super chat. Thoughts on BGXX and HEPS? Let's have a look here. So BGXX on the NASDAQ, I presume. You know, this, so the first thing I'll say is this thing did less than 400,000 shares today. I'm not sure if there's any potential catalyst with this. The volume is 400,000 shares. So this is not something that I'm going to day trade, not something that I'm even going to consider. And this is one of those, maybe this reverse, oh man, what is going on here? This thing was at 50 and now it's back down. Yeah, this is, I have no thoughts on this. Zero thoughts. Not enough volume for me to even consider this. So I will look at the next one, HEPS. And that is 740,000 traded today. Oh, this is one of those 0.66 cent stocks. Okay, guys, this is the daily. Down today 10%, but you know, sub $1. You know, these names, when they don't do volume, oh man, this is I don't know what these companies are. It doesn't look like they're doing too well. I have no thoughts on this as well. This is something that I'm not trading. You know, when things are down so much like this.
Is HEPS's price.
Yeah, it's 666.
I love that.
I'll leave that to you, and I'll stay away from that one. But yeah, you know, names like this, I'm not swing trading. I'm not day trading. Like, it's not doing enough volume. It's beat up. I'm not looking to catch a falling knife. I don't know if you're a long-term investor in one of these names and it's just getting beat up. I have no idea what's going on here. But you know, I've been in names like this before, and the one thing I've noticed is like the trend is your friend unless you're long and it's going down. Then the trend is obviously not your friend because it's not trending. But in general, like I don't want to be long something that's going down. I don't want to be short something that's going up. So these two names, you know, not really doing much volume. I don't really have any thoughts on these in general, but thanks again for the super chat.
Yeah, thank you for the super chat. You know, HEPS is doing 2.35 relative volume, but once again, just to reiterate what Luca's saying, if Luca's not looking at these stocks, 100% I'm not looking at these stocks, right? I don't try to trade these penny stocks. I only, my scanners over here, thank you to Trade Ideas, and thank you to Sean, as he gave it to me as a Christmas gift. He's not even here. But yeah, thank you to Sean who gave me the account, who who also sponsors for us over here by Trade Ideas. Over here, you know, on the scanner, I have it set to at least $2 minimum because I don't really look at penny stocks. But this penny stock is doing apparently 2.35 times relative volume, which is supposed to be anytime it's over 2, it's supposed to be good. But Luca said what, like 700,000? I like to see penny stocks doing 100 million shares on a day.
And guys, notional is obviously more important. So it's like it did 700,000, but it's a 66-cent stock, right? So notional is like 300,000. Like that's not a lot, right? You can't really trade that. Like there's no volume, so it's not going to really move. So you know, definitely be cognizant of that.
And what was the other one you said? BGXX. Yeah, BGXX not even doing any volume today. 0.28 relative volume. So sadly, nothing's really going on for day traders such as ourselves, such as Luca, myself, Sean, Aru, Neil, Brando, everyone on this floor can't take advantage of those moves. But right now, man, look at this move on Meta. How are you so strong today? Why are you so strong today? Why can't you move to the downside and give me that fill at 157? Market did move to VWAP. S&P 500 and NASDAQ did move to VWAP, but they bounced exactly as planned. So I did say, you know, it's going to be hard for me to expect the market to break VWAP, especially after reversing a negative move that the market had when I was still sleeping. You know, when I'm in bed, market's negative. I wake up, market goes, okay, the bear's up out of hibernation. Let's not go down anymore. Let's send it back to the up. And it's not even a Tuesday. You know, club's supposed to go up on a Tuesday. Today's a Wednesday. The club's still bumping. The club's still here. Sadly, Lucas said he couldn't find his dance partner earlier. Maybe soon you'll be able to find your dance partner to cha-cha with. You know, it's about to be it is lunchtime, so it's about to be that time of the day where you pick your JP Morgan algorithm, I pick my Goldman Sachs algorithm, and we start, you know, tangoing with the market. Start doing the tango in the market. That's why I'm dressed so nice today. You know, it's a cha-cha day. Today is the Wednesdays, the salsa class day.
Yeah, guys. So market moving up. Sorry, not to cut you off.
No, you're good.
Market is moving up, and I just want to say to myself, you know, this is a good chance to get short again if you think we're going lower. But like, you know, I wouldn't be surprised now. Shorts. Like it's come all the way. Like, are we gonna like pop and like, you know, create a lot of headaches? So I said to myself, I'm not really looking to hold this loser. So I'm going to really like keep my eye on Apple here. But if we get above 136, actually, you know what? Yeah, I think I'm going to just set my stop above 136 to keep it easy for myself. As opposed to, you know, like look away, tell a couple jokes to you guys, look back, and then I'm like another 70 cents out of the money. So yeah, full position to get out of this if we break VWAP. But, you know, if we're going back down, the selling is going to start at this point. So if you're not already short, then like definitely a great area to look short, I think, on these pops, right? Short the pops. Still in the Amazon trade. I'm letting this work for me. This is moving very slowly. Like, this is not stressing me out at all. And if we get back to 109.80, then, like, for sure I'm wrong. And that could happen in the blink of an eye. But it just feels like there's so much selling. And again, guys, the 109, I'm gonna stress this, right? It's not very clean around the 109.20 area. But go figure, prices always come back to these, like, interesting areas that they were at. And I say to myself, like, why is this going back to 109.20 area and then going to do a lot of volume at 109.20? It's like this is the price that the bots have determined. We will dance at this price and try to take everybody's money at that price. But yeah, funny that Prad said, you know, like let's tangle with some of these algorithms. Like, you know, like I said this morning, you know, the Roblox dance floor was not kind to me. I went onto the dance floor. Nobody wanted to tango. I was there alone. The lights came on, and I was the only one there. And I was like, damn. And I you know, I got out of that real quick. It could have been way worse, even though obviously Roblox is now higher on the day. You know, that trade that I took, like that was like a scalp trade. It was
Imagine getting ready, you know, spending an hour to put on nice clothes, putting cologne on, going to the dance floor, and you're the only one to dance there. Oh man, come on, terrible time. But you know what's not a terrible time is hanging out with all 4 million people of you in the chat right now. You know, clap it up for those viewers. For every you know, all 2.1K of you who have smashed that like button. Clap it up for them. For those of you who haven't already, let's get that like number bumped up a little bit, right? Let's get that number boosted. The YouTube algorithm works in weird ways, which is the more likes we get and the more subscriber counts we have, the more our channel gets pushed out to people who are looking up like, oh, how to trade VWAP, how to trade moving averages, how to trade in general, right? So we want our channel to get pushed out more over there. That's the reason why we're doing this. We're now at 314,000, sorry, 314,000 14,000 subscribers on our channel. We recently hit that 300K mark. So the next goal, I guess, is the 1 million, where we get the diamond button, silver button. I forget. I think we have our silver button. We're gonna get the diamond button once we get that 1 million.
Where's
so
the
make
gold
sure.
button?
You don't. Oh, maybe you get the gold at 1 million.
I have no idea. I'm asking.
I don't know how it
genuinely
works. No, I
curious.
think it's silver, diamond, and then ruby or something. And the way they work, it's like it's 100K, 1 mil, and then 10 mil. So there's nothing in the middle for them.
Okay, yeah, guys, let's get this number up because, you know, silver is great. I thought there was going to be gold, and I was going to say, let's get to gold because, you know, I'm loving gold. But diamond's good too.
Yeah.
Diamonds are forever.
Diamond
right?
hands.
The diamond hands. Diamonds are forever. You could go on and on with these quotes. So guys, let's get the likes up. Like we're obviously doing this for 1 million is gold. Rick Less saying 1 million
is gold.
Is gold.
Okay.
Okay, guys, like that. It shouldn't be 10 million is diamond. And is there a platinum? Interesting. Then NFT award. Actually, that would be pretty cool.
NFT award.
That'd actually be that's a good idea. Maybe we'll think more about that. Thanks, Darwin, for that idea. And 1 million gold. Yeah, guys, let's get to 1 million. Like gold is where it's at. You know, 1 million. Like, you know, hit that like button because, you know, it gets our video out there and more people see us, right? So that's why we constantly ask you guys, like you're watching, hit the like button. It's not a big deal. Like just press a button. And I know how it is because I'm, you know, sometimes I'm on the other end and I'm like, man, I don't know. Like you got to do something. But I'm here telling jokes. I'm here showing you trades. I'm here holding my loot, holding my winners. Like I'm definitely like, look at this. This is how I'm trading when I'm, you know, alone, very active, pushing size. And now I'm being patient. I'm letting these things work for you, right? These are like bangers. So like, you know, hit that like button.
That's
and,
right.
And that's all I'm gonna say on that one.
And also make sure to, you know, if you're interested in our merchandise, go over to the YouTube homepage. It's right here, youtube.com/c/tradertv.live. On the homepage, you'll see a store button, our merchandise available for purchase. And if you do end up purchasing anything, make sure you tag us on Twitter so we can share that with our amazing community. For those of you who are new to the channel, you can go onto our homepage and also search, you know, questions like VWAP or moving averages or level 2, and find fun educational videos, even trade days, trade of the days that Neil and Sean record at the around 2 o'clock every day. Right here, 255 videos of just them talking about their trade of the days or their bad trades sometimes too. I know Sean talks about his bad trades sometimes. Lot of valuable information being handed out for free, absolutely free. Only thing we ask once again is for that smash on that like button and a little smash on that subscribe count too. Let's get us to 500K. That would be the first milestone, obviously. I didn't even hit the like button myself today, so let me go over here, hit that like button. Yeah, there we go. And look at that, Luca. You see this the profile picture?
Which one?
That profile picture for my username?
Oh.
Yeah, baby.
Yeah,
That's never changing. That's my boy Luca right there. That profile picture is never changing.
It's funny because I'm holding a Guinness in that picture, and I'm like, I don't drink that much Guinness. Definitely more of a lager person myself. But once in a while, I'll have a Guinness, and the one picture he has of me is with a Guinness. So, you know, don't get it twisted. I drink Guinness once in a while, but, you know, great beer. And, you know, definitely the first beer that I would order if I ever do go to Ireland.
Go to Ireland, eh? Wow, okay. I want to come if you're going, bud. What the? Come on.
I feel like that'd be a really fun trip with a lot of beer.
Can't be leaving the boys back. You guys are missing the runs on BOXD. Let's go check out what BOXD is. Is it on NASDAQ? No, is it on New York? It is on New York. 45 million shares traded on BOXD today. Yeah, 48% of the upside. Keeps on going. A new high day coming in not too long ago. And the fact that the stock has been holding VWAP all day is actually pretty good of an indication. Right now, though, the question is how much higher can the stock go? I'm waiting for my daily charts to load up. Here we go. They're loading up right now. Let's quickly go over here to BOXD. Wow, look at this stock, man. Ever since the start of this month, it's just been getting destroyed. The $7 bottom broke. We dropped to $1.27, and yeah, it's reclaiming this. But I think Luca did mention, you know, when a stock is going so far to the downside like this, it's kind of hard to even think about, you know, where to go long. I think this level right now near 250 would be a great short opportunity on BOXD, but I don't even think I can take shorts on this trade. Yeah, I would have to locate shorts on this position, and I'm not doing that right now.
Yeah, I'm not sure what the catalyst on this one is. Up 45%. but it's kind of choppy. And when I see this like choppy action, I don't really want to get involved, especially like when it's already so high. If you pull up the daily on BOXD, it looks like it just broke trend of like $2. Now it's doing a lot of volume. And so this is something that I'm not really going to chase. But, you know, thanks for the call out. Maybe this thing starts to like pick up steam and really do volume, and I'll get more interested. I mean, I would assume when stocks are this cheap, I just say like, you know, $2, $2.50, $3, $3.50. Like these are my like levels that I play off just because they're so cheap. Unless there's like a defined level, which I'm looking here, I don't really see one. I mean, maybe you get some resistance coming in at like 3, but seems like it did quite a bit of volume on the 15th of June, which was Fed Day, and now we're above that level. So like, yeah, there's probably potential here, and definitely good to you know, check the float on this one. To anybody that doesn't know what, and I'm typing in float, that's not what I meant, BOXD, boxed, what is the float? You know, let's call it 50 million. That's a relatively large float, and that kind of answers my question as to why we're like chopping around the way that we are. And guys, I actually pulled up, I saw somebody ask, what Italian beer do you like, right? And these are the two main ones, but you know,
which one?
As long as it's cold, Birra Moretti and Peroni. You know, as long as it's cold, I'll take any. I'll take any as long as it's cold.
How do you say it? Birra?
Birra, which is beer.
Birra
Moretti.
All
yeah,
right.
and it's got, this is the guy. This is one of the best symbols. Like, you know, like I see this, I just want to drink beer.
What does that mean? Ricotta original. Is that cheese?
No. It's not at Richetti. I don't know, like I honestly, maybe it's like original. Maybe it's like the person or like, you know, the company name or something along those lines. Not too sure about the history of this company, but you know, great beer and definitely Peroni, probably a fan favorite. Everybody knows that one. But yeah, guys, and let's take a look. Oh yeah, so my shorts here are a little bit out of the money. But you know, slowly moving up. But like I said, if we break the 136, then I'm out of this Apple trade. And you know, Amazon potentially want to add to this actually. Yeah, I'm gonna add to this Amazon trade. You know, if we get above VWAP, then okay, is what it is. But I think that this is a good area to add here. So I'm gonna add some of this, and maybe we get back down. I want to add here so that if we do like retest 109, then I take some out over there. So I'm going to look to add to this one here. If I could actually just get the fill. Sometimes I'm trying to get the fill. I'm not getting the fill. That's how you know it's going to be a good fill because I just can't get it. There we go. Okay, so we're in. I added to this, and I'm just playing the range. Maybe we get back down to 109. Look, market broke trend, but it's not really moving strongly to the upside. It's sort of like going sideways. Now, the real question is, are we going to continue down? If we do, I'll get nice fills on the way down on this Amazon trade, and I'm still in my Apple trade. Maybe I'll add to this one. You know, I'll add to this one if we break 135.50. I'm going to add to this, and that'll be like a little scalp play to then take out like in front of 135 and then hold the rest for maybe a 134.40 area test.
All right, yeah, looks like it's going to be time to get our second co-host in the seat. It's going to be 12:30, but looks like we're not going to have Sector Watch on just yet because the Brando is in the meeting right now. So we'll see Sector Watch in a little bit, so you just have to wait. The pronunciation of ricotta hurts me as an Italian. Okay, dude, I'm not Italian, okay?
Yeah, Fred's not Italian.
I'm not Italian. I'm allowed to butcher those. But also, I do the same thing for Indian pronunciation, too. So I guess I'm not allowed to butcher those ones, right? Because I am Indian, but it is what it is, right? It is
what it is. And on that note, guys, always a pleasure to come here and spend time with you, share my trades. Always a pleasure, you know. Thanks for the kind words, and we'll see you guys tomorrow, because tomorrow's Thursday.
And
tomorrow,
I'm not here tomorrow, so you're going to be here with most likely Tony, or I'm not sure what you guys are doing.
On.
You guys can decide.
Yeah,
it's either you and Tony, or it's going to be you and Luca for the whole 3 hours.
I am Luca.
Sorry, you and Ian for the whole 3 hours, sorry, but you guys can decide on that one.
Cool. Yeah, we'll get Tony in the house, hopefully, and have a great day tomorrow. So, guys, you know, it's always a pleasure, and thanks for the time.
Yeah, brother. Always fun having you. Lots of knowledge. Drop some likes for my boy Luca, ladies and gentlemen. Making my life a hell of a lot easier, that's for sure. And learning a lot with this guy over here on a daily basis right now. BOXD still getting pushed up to the north side. That 250 level that I was talking about might just come into play, but I don't know if I'm going to be even trying to be short in this. Brancos, if you could... He has his headphones on. Okay, I'll just message him. I want to know what the short fees are for this stock. So let me just quickly find out where my shorts channel is. There we go. BOXD.NY. Let's find out what it is, and I'll let you guys know in a second. Thank you, Luca. Yeah, thank you, Luca. Thank you. Dude, imagine Luca looks back at his position and it isn't what it is. Damn, that's terrifying. Yeah, that would be terrifying if it isn't what it isn't, or what it is. I don't even know what I'm saying anymore. You got me lost. I appreciate you guys. Have a good day. Have a good day, Cosmo. We appreciate you coming in and spending some time with us in the chat. I want to go over some of my stocks that I traded earlier to see what they're doing at the moment. So Meta still hanging out at the same bottoms. Okay, Meta. That's, maybe I'm going to start throwing in some orders over here at 157.20s or so to start taking some size long. 157, we'll do 80s, we'll do 158, we'll do 158 flat. What? I shorted it. That's not what I'm trying to do. Get out. That's not what I'm trying to do. But the 157.80, 158 by itself. Yeah, so we'll try to take some shares over there if it does come back to the downside. That was Meta. Let's go over to MSFT. That was a good $2 per share short. Look at that, baby. Scalp. And then finally, when the move comes into play, we have some size to take advantage of that. Very happy with Microsoft over there. Even Apple, but I wish I had some more size on Apple instead of just babying out of my trade over here. And Apple giving you a long opportunity. I just don't want to be a part of that long opportunity right now on Apple, because Apple, I think, is very market beta today, especially when Facebook or Meta platforms have not really been market beta yesterday or today, for that fact. What's going on with Li Auto, LI? Li Auto usually moves along with NIO and XPEV. All those Chinese EV makers do have a tandem move together. So here's LI or Li Auto. Here's NIO, and here's XPEV, and you can notice how all three of them have the exact same chart pattern.
What's going on?
How you doing, brother?
Good.
You know, today I was gonna wear my black shirt. For some reason, I was like, Ian's gonna have his black shirt. I'm not gonna wear my black shirt today. I'm a genius.
Yeah, we can't be matching,
No.
but hey, man, I gotta say,
Let's go, brother.
What's going on? Not having the greatest day today, but it is what it is. It's funny because I don't think I've traded this poorly in a long time, and that's not to like toot my own horn or anything like that.
This is your graduation pain.
Oh yeah, and
right?
that's what I was just talking to
Graduation
Brankles about it, because like I was telling him like, hey Brankles, like I'm having a bad day, like any words of advice really. And you know what, like he's like, what happened today? Did you size up? Like did you just trade poorly? And yeah, I'll be honest, like I was trying to size up a bit, taking more shares. It didn't work out well. With more shares, more size, the losses get bigger, the pain gets bigger. That being said, the wins can get bigger as well. It is what it is. I'm not shut down, close to it, not shut down. But, it's definitely some growing pains for sure. But yeah, let's get into some of my trades here. Initially, actually, I'll start with XOM because I started trading that first in pre-market, and I actually like the short a lot better. Just because, oil was down on the day, XOM was like breaching the lows. And I think it was Luca that just said on the show before I got on there, he was like, watch yourself shorting the lows because, you can get reversed on very, very quickly in this market. So I took my first entry in pre-market, a starter size here. I probably should have covered here, but I wanted just to like kind of open. I was watching the sell imbalance on the imbalance locator, and XOM was a sell, right? So I was like pretty comfortable holding this into the open. That was a bad choice because in the open it just kind of ripped up, so quickly stopped out of there. And then this is exactly what I did here. What Luca was talking about. I shorted the low at 88. That didn't go anywhere, so I just stopped out really quickly for break even. And that was a nothing trade. So that was my first loser on the day. That was a small loser, yeah, clearly the wrong bias on XOM there. Should have been buying the support instead of trying to like sell through it, but that's okay. And then I got into it on Revlon here. So I was like super long bias on Revlon. I was like even telling like Brad like, hey, this is like has potential to hit 10. Yeah. It has potential to hit 10, and like what's the high, like 989, right? So I was pretty much like spot on with that. But yeah, my entries were kind of poor. I did get into my first halt today, guys. So I got into my first halt at 860. So that's where I kind of punched in when it halted. That was a bad halt, bad first experience there. It opened above, yeah, it was a halt. You know, it opened like 20 cents lower. I had my market on open order ready, so it got me out there. I got a half originally, and then just stopped out the rest at $8 there. So took a loss there. That was a pretty big loss. And then this was a decent win here. I took the 9 break, scalped out for like 24 cents. So I was like, okay, let's start like building on something here. But then it was just like kind of like downhill from there on Revlon. You know, I started like adding to a long, trying to build a long in front of this 960 area, or sorry, 860 area, you know, in front of the halt price. And then I just kind of got stopped out, wicked out basically. And then it rips up to in my favor anyways, up to that 10 level. So you know what, poor timing on this one. Revlon was quite hard to trade, I think, in the morning if you were like long buys, just because you have to be like super patient, you know, holding it against you quite a bit. That being said, you know, I was trying to size up on it and, you know, took bigger losses. From there, I actually had like a couple decent trades. Like I traded Meta. I took the 160 breakout. And you know, I'll make this the 1 minute chart so we can actually see my executions a little bit better. This was weird, and it was funny because when I took it, I was showing Spencer. I was right beside Spencer, and I was like, man, this just totally teleported on me. So it broke 160 earlier, and it kind of made like a wick top at like 160.40. So I knew I kind of wanted to take the 160 break again, just because this was like an intraday level from the past couple of weeks there. So I took that break. That was actually a really, really good break. Like I was in the money like 50 cents right away, started scalping out like 50 cents. Now this is where it kind of got funky because I put my order to get some out at 160.70. It was 160.50 at the time, immediately traces to my order, gets me out. But then I put my stop in at break even 160, immediately stops me out. It was like, and I watched back the recording of my trade, and it happened within like 10 seconds. It was like something like super funky. But you know what? That was like a small winner for me, and basically my only positive name as I checked my blotter, my only positive name on the day. And then from there, it got kind of like I got kind of like tilted a little bit, and that's like the thing is like when you're kind of trading with more size, like you can't get tilted. You got to still like follow your rules. Initially, you know, I was on AMD here, like so I was trying to like short in front of this 86 level, and it was kind of like rejecting it. And if you guys recall, like I was doing the exact same thing yesterday on 86. Like I was shorting in front of it, and it was working. Like Pratt and I had a couple of trades of those on the show as well, and it worked, right? So you know, same kind of thesis today, trying to do that. But this time, you know, AMD was a little bit stronger. The market was a little bit stronger on the day, especially at the time. And I was just kind of getting run over, and you know I'm adding to my position, adding more size, so you know the losses are bigger, and the pain is bigger. Eventually, I was right, which you know got me a little bit on edge, right? Because like, you know, I'm taking the trades here. I have a good thesis, but I'm just like, you know, the timing is poor, the entries are poor, the ads are poor. You know, I gotta be more patient, probably take less size, and wait for it to actually kind of break down, right? So you know, if I was to do this again, and I was like analyzing this one quite a bit because you know, this was the right thesis, poor executions, right? So as I was like kind of down on myself analyzing this, I was like, how can I have traded this better? Maybe letting it break out, seeing if this 86 level is still a thing, right? Because we are a day later. You can't trust the levels from yesterday. Like you can build trade ideas on them, but like, you know, what have you done for me lately? What have you done for me today, right? So, you know, it did break out, broke down, broke out again, and then breaks down and doesn't reclaim it, right? So from here, like after it doesn't reclaim it, you know, you can short pops into it, you know, but you got to take less size. You got to take less size because now you got to risk to like 86.40, 86.50 maybe, because that 86 level has already broken down, right? So, you know, it eventually gave the breakdown, nice pullback as the market was pulling back as well. And then this was like basically full bad trading here. You know, I was like trying to go short, long off this like VWAP area and just kind of getting chopped around with the algos. And then, you know, eventually got just punched out there. But yeah, you know, some bad trades later on. You know, would I do it again? Yeah, you know, like I'm not mad at my trading today. Like I still had like good thesis, like good plan and everything. I did size up, you know, went through some growing pains. I got a little bit tilted because of those bigger losses. But, you know, like I said, like, and this is what Branko said, like, look, you might have traded poorly today, but you're not shut down. You still left some risk on, in case another opportunity comes up for the rest of the day. So we'll see. I'm probably not going to take too many trades until unless something really juicy pops up. But yeah, definitely a day for some big growing pains today.
Yeah, the downside of being a prop trader is you're limited. I guess the downside and the upside to it, but you're limited as to how much risk you can put on a stock. And if you even deviate that by a little, the damage starts to add up, and then you're limited on the number of shots you can take after that, And you're doing a great job today managing your risk on that side, because the fact that you haven't gone shut down yet is a good thing in itself. It's a good job. Don't feel bad. Bring in the Hamilton mentality. Yeah. Hamilton wasn't shut down. He came in 8th from the last. You're not shut down. I think at least you can come into 10th from the last, right? You're not Hamilton, but at least you can pull a Russell over there. So I located the shorts for BOXD. For every 100 shares, you're paying about 31 cents or so. Not too bad of a deal over there for the shorts on BOXD for anyone interested. This is on the Trader TV side. What is BOXD doing right now? Just still elevating to the upside? Not really. So that 245, 250 area barrier that I was talking about, still acting as a pretty good barrier, not allowing the stock to push too far to the downside. Too far to the upside. Ken Arms, yeah, I see that question that you mentioned earlier. Gambling on Revlon is like playing Russian roulette. Listen, man, no risk, no worry at the end of the day, right? You put a Russian roulette gun in front of me and you tell me this offers me a Lamborghini. All right, I'll pull the trigger. I'll play some stakes over there, right? Overall, but the idea is, I think the question you're asking, I want to spin it around a little bit. Does your bank account know if it's a gambling degenerate play, or does it know that you're trading Apple, or does it know that you're trading AMC or GME, right? It's only a degenerate gambling play if at the end of the day you lose on it and you're not able to, look for the reasons as to why you lost on it and look for the reasons why you could win on it. And that's what I'm talking about. It's your bank doesn't know where the money's coming from. It's all the same at the end of the day for your bank account. Now, let it be a degenerate gambling play like AMC and GME were not too long ago. I still took advantage of those trades, and we ran those stocks up to the moon, right? We went long, we went short, we took advantage of GME, we took advantage of AMC. Take advantage of Revlon the same way. Trade, look for opportunities, look for setups that the stock offers you to take advantage of, and smash those opportunities. That's all you have to do. Let it be a degenerate gamble strat, let it not be a degenerate gamble stat. None of that matters.
Yeah, there was definitely opportunities to be had on Revlon, that's for sure. I want to call out one super chat here. Thank you so much, Yaz. Thank you for super chat, and thank you for your continued support, of course. PLTR, he wants to take a look at. So let's take a quick look at that. It is having a good day today, up almost 5%, up at 5% at one point today. It looks like, this 8 level is like a serious level of interest. Like, it's just been like kind of consolidating around there here, broke out, came back down, consolidated around it again, and then, breaking out again today. But on the upside, you're looking at like maybe like this 930, let's just call it like 950 area. If it kind of gets above there, then where can this go? You're going to probably see 10 and 11 back again, right? So definitely a strong move here. Definitely bouncing off this $8 level. That's a serious level of interest. If you are kind of trading around that level, it looks like it's easy to kind of get chopped up. But now it seems like the trend has been kind of established to the upside. If it breaks out this 950 level, then if you're in a long, I think you're kind of sitting pretty on that one. So good call out there, and thanks again for the super chat. Someone else here wanted to take a look at, and they asked me, I think it was Tesla. If I'm mistaken, like, call it out again.
Is it still above 700?
Yeah, it looks like it. Yeah, if I'm mistaken, guys, just like call it out in the chat. Call out what you guys want us to take a look at. But yeah, Tesla trading above 700 again today. It seems like that level it was respected this morning, and it was kind of weird. Like, so this morning, obviously we had the gap down in the market. A lot of things gap down, but a lot of things gap down to support, right? A lot of things gap down to support. I talked about XOM. That was like right at that 88 support. AMD was at the 83 support. I think 106 was not really like a key level on Amazon, but that was like a level, from like a 30-minute chart on Amazon. That was at support, and look at what happened to all these stocks, right? And Tesla's no stranger to that. Look at Tesla, gaps down, opens right around 700, but opens above 700, right? And kind of tested a bit, a little dip to like what is that, 702, 702.50, and then you're good. Like after that, it's just off to the races to the upside, right? And it never really came into threat if you were risking off that 700, right? So, you know, today, I think a lot of us kind of had like a short bias going into it, which I think is wrong. Of course, you know, hindsight's 20/20, but you know, especially with a ranging market like we're kind of in, with everything kind of gapping down to that support, we probably should have been playing those bounces and playing those longs off the supports. As Prad is like going, oh wow, about what, Meta?
I have no size and I'm 50 cents in the money on Meta. Meta starts moving back to the upside. I didn't even realize I'm long on it. I mean, I did realize I'm long on it. I'm long around 158, but only couple orders kicked in. Notice how I have all these orders layered out. So Meta clearly popping 60 cents in the money when Apple is doing jack all. So I'm not going to trust this move on Meta. I'm going to take that profit. I'm out of that trade. I'm going to take my 60 cents. I'm going to run out of it. But that just means I'm going to throw on another order to get more long in case Meta does push back to the downside. The fact that Apple is just hanging out by VWAP, market's not really moving around either. It's 12:48 Eastern Standard Time, so there's still about officially 12 minutes left for the lunchtime over here. So the fact that lunchtime is not done and markets are not moving, but for some reason Facebook/Meta platforms want to move around, that's a little question mark for me. So I think this is just being range bound for now. It's just gonna keep getting rejected from VWAP as long as the market's not moving to the high a day. I don't think Meta moves to the high a day, but keep in mind, Meta did not move along with the market yesterday, is not moving along with the market today. So Meta can do completely whatever Meta wants at the end of the day. So be very careful on this one. PEV analysis, please. Let's go check out what PEV is. This stock is currently with 19 million shares traded. Ooh, if you wanted to be a part of a halter, my friend, I think PEV was your stock today, right? PEV halted, opened up exactly where it halted right back there, looks like. And then I heard you, but I didn't hear you. There's lower thirds now. Sheesh. Well, ladies and gentlemen, thank you to our IT team over there. They're sitting there. I'm looking at them. IT team. You put the camera on the IT team, bro. IT team over there helping us out. Now you guys have the position board you guys have been asking for this whole time. Look at Ian's face.
There you go.
Look at my face. All right, now if we take a trade, we're going to be testing it. So I'm going to take a small long on PEV. There we go. We took a long. Bang, PEV. $5.90 I'm long, and guess what? We're gonna try and get out at $5.92. Take that quick 10. There we go. We're already out. No positions. IT team in the house. You guys have been asking for it. Let's clap it up for them. Let's get some likes smashing off for that. You want to do the YouTube spiel?
Yeah, let's do the quick YouTube spiel. And you know, thanks again to the IT team. Now the show is constantly getting better, guys. You know, we're constantly looking for things to improve about the show. And you know, obviously, we really appreciate everyone's support. So smash that like button. You know, we got 2.4K likes today, 3,500 people watching. It would be amazing if we got like 100% like ratio. I don't know.
Now they know exactly what stocks I'm losing millions of dollars on.
Yeah, exactly. But yeah, guys, thank you always for the continued support. Hit that subscribe button as well. You know, I'm subscribed too. I hit the like button, so you know, now it's your turn. But you know, if you are new to the channel, I would recommend, you know, checking out everything that we got to offer, like all the videos. You know, you can search here if you guys want to learn about, like, let's say like EMA or something. You know, best moving average strategies. You know, there's all these educational videos that you guys can refer to. And you know, I used to be just like you guys on the other side of the screen, watching the show every day and learning from these guys all the time. You know, so check everything out. And again, thank you so much for your continued support, guys. And let's keep it rolling. Let's keep improving the show and, you know, improving our trades and getting better. I wanted to quickly talk about Revlon because I saw a bunch of you guys kind of going off about it in the chat there. It was quickly like ramping up to test $9. Again, and it did. It broke out $9, gave about like what, like 908, and then look at this flush, guys. Like this flush is vicious. And I was looking at it on my minute chart, and I'll just bring that over here. Look at this. Breaks out, 1 minute, all the way down below, like it went down like 60 cents in 1 minute, guys. Like that's vicious. That just goes to show how careful you have to be with like some of these small caps, especially these like, you know, these ones that are getting a lot of volume, a lot of volatility, because the flushes, the reversals are just vicious. So, you know, be careful if you are trading this. I saw a couple people say like, oh, Revlon's pretty hard to trade. Yeah, we already talked about my trades on it. But you know what? It is what it is. I'm thinking like maybe this 8 level is something to be like more interested in. So, you know, it's kind of respecting that level, respected in the morning, respected it here, and then here again. It is kind of breaking through, so you can't really risk off that. Like put your stop at like 7.99 because you're probably just going to get wicked out if it gets back down there. But it seems like that seems to be you know, a level of interest at the very least, right? If it gets down there, you know, maybe I put it on a small position. But again, like if it's not like a good R&R trade and not something like really special for me within my strategy and with my plan, I'm probably just going to stay with it because I am close to like, you know, getting shut down. You know, I don't want to risk my entire day or something like that on a silly trade. So, you know, we'll be patient. We'll keep waiting. One new member, I want to thank you, Marvin Key or Marvin Kai. Sorry if I mispronounced your name. You know, thank you for joining the green side there. Welcome to Trader TV Live. And, you know, you must have just heard my little spiel about YouTube. But, yeah, check out the channel. And we have a lot to offer. But, yeah, thanks again for joining.
Yeah, I want to head back to PEV because that was a super chat. We got distracted by Fahad over there who wanted to test the position board and everything. So PEV, Phoenix Motors, you know, not really sure what they do yet. Looks like a recent IPO. This is the daily chart, the all-time chart, sorry. And as you guys can see, no data is really showing up besides the past few days or so on PEV. So based off of that, this is the IPO day. We got smacked down with the help of the market weakness every single day, and then forming a base near $2.90/$3. Today, look at that move coming in for PEV, getting pushed right to the IPO price, a little bit higher than the IPO price, but right now we're playing in the IPO day range for this stock. So this is each candle is 1 day. So playing in the IPO range, I think the stock might have some bright future in the next few days for the upside, just because we IPO'd very recently and we're still very close to IPO ranges. Up 76% today. Phoenix Motor Inc. They make motor vehicle. Is this like a new EV that we haven't heard of, or at least I haven't heard of? PEV is Toronto Education. No, PEV stock or Phoenix PHEONIX Motor. Is it? What's it PEV again? Phoenix Motor Inc. Motor Inc. What do you guys do? Transportation of the future with over 17 years of experience, a repetition, developing manufacturing, electrical, drivetrains. Okay, yeah, so more EV based over here, I'm guessing, for PEV. And obviously we know what happens with EV stocks. Looks like I should have held my long over here. Instead of taking a 2-penny scalp, I could have gotten a 15-penny win on PEV.
Yeah, that seemed like seems like a decent trade, but yeah, definitely something of interest today. It's up 78%.
Yeah.
It wasn't really on our radar this morning, but it clearly should have been. But yeah, thanks again for the super chat. A new member as well here, another new member, Crypto Newbie. Thank you so much for joining. I'm sure you've been watching the whole show, but yeah, thank you again for your support. And yeah, check out the channel. Keep searching for what you kind of want to figure out and learn. There's lots of content there for you guys to check out. But yeah, thanks again for joining. I want to bring up Amazon here because Amazon was like super strong in the morning, and you know, it bounced off this 106, 107 area, and I was trying to like see like where is this really going to turn around, and I was thinking this 109 area, but eventually, you know, 109 was that resistance from yesterday. 109 broke out, and then it basically tested here, and there was a lot of buying above it. So, you know, it was good that I kind of laid off the short because I was just going to get run over if I did. I did take the 111 breakout. I took the 111 breakout. There was decent size there, but man, my fill was like really bad. Like my fill was like a 111.05. And then, you know, like I said earlier, I was trying to size up today, you know, take a little bit more size, you know, see what I can do. So after I saw that, and after like I saw like the bid and the ask was just kind of hovering around my price, not really doing anything, not really going in the money. There wasn't like no buying or anything like that. I was just like, I can't with this. I got to get out, especially since I was holding a little bit more size. So that that was a flat trade right there. I think I literally just paid fees for that. So, you know, that was whatever to me. Eventually, it kind of ripped up. And, you know, they showed this to you guys on the show. There was a lot of size at like 111.01 afterwards. A lot of size there, and it got taken. But then it got to like the 80s, and then like I was talking to Brancos about it, there was so much buying in the 80s and 90s on the tape, and then look what happened, just ripped up another $1 like after that. Like it was insane. Yeah, you know, Amazon was something special this morning if you're trying to catch that long. You know, if you did catch it earlier, congratulations. But now it's like, look, it's like kind of just fading the move, still holding above this 109 level, which is really, really interesting. You know, this level was the level yesterday. It was kind of consolidating around this 109. If you guys recall, it eventually broke down and it was just like super weak below it. But now look, it's kind of like a different story almost. Like now it's consolidating above. It is kind of struggling with VWAP there, but you know, maybe Amazon is a little bit stronger today. You know, maybe we can take a long off this 109 area, but I need it to come closer to the price. You know, I'm only looking for price or trades that are a little bit better, R&R and whatnot today. So, you know, gonna have to be patient with that one. Are we going to Brendan for, yeah, let's go to Brendan at the big screen for, you don't have this one written down.
You're supposed to wait because they didn't tell me in my ear. Yeah, did they call it?
He called it in my ear?
Did you put it in your ear?
Yeah, it's in my ear.
I didn't hear it, so all good. All good. Are we going to Brandon? Yeah, volume leaders.
Hi, guys. A look at some volume leaders for you today. This is the overall U.S. equity market. So as a whole, pretty evenly matched here as far as gainers and decliners are concerned. 5,000 to the upside versus 4,800 over there in negative territory. Individual listings today about 1,000. Dead flat, 1,127 new lows, 49 to the upside. We are in positive territory. Here's the volume leaders as promised. Revlon, the big one today. I mentioned early on this morning it had already at that point, it was about 10 o'clock, 10:30, done about half of what it did yesterday as far as volume is concerned. Here we are right now, 127 million already traded for Revlon. Zila back on watch as well. I mean, this thing got all the way down to about 15 cents, back to the upside today in a big way. 500 million shares traded for Zila today. TQQQ, this one's been here for weeks and weeks. Continues to be. Mullen as well, having a big day on the volume side of things. Performance-wise, that PEV, you just heard the guys talking about on here, and some other little ones not doing as much volume. 300, 500,000 for those guys. A look at some of the volume leaders today. Back over to you.
Let's go. Yeah, volume leaders, man. You know, people can complain about stocks not moving at all, but here's Revlon back-to-back days, 100 million shares, tons of opportunities, tons of trades being offered. I was smacking my desk a little bit because, you know, my 2-cent trade is now a 40-cent trade, so that sucks over there. But more importantly, Facebook! What in the world? I guess I should not have covered my trade on Facebook there. Facebook is now $1 in the money for my trade if I held it. I see Sean in the corner going, bullet, bullet, gunshot, gunshot. He's doing the Rihanna dance over there. You know, he's vibing out doing the Rihanna. Look at him go, yeah, buddy. He's enjoying his metaverse, meta platforms long, pushing this position right back to 160s. I guess I should have not gotten freaking out off the market move. You know, the fact that the market wasn't moving, I got freaked out, so I closed my trade for a 50-cent scalp. But what a dummy I am, because I had no reason to get out. It never came back to my price. I could have held it all the way back to 160, which is what it's trying to do right now as we're talking about it. Tola I coming in with the super chat. Thank you, Tola. We appreciate that. Talking about Google Shorts. Let's go check out GOOG or GOOGL, whichever one you like to trade on. Google Shorts, man, it's been pretty strong. You know, market's not also coming to the downside. I think I would just leave the shorting idea to the side a little bit, especially like a stock like Google. The spread itself is $3, right? For someone like, for Ian or I who have a shutdown limit on how much we can lose, as soon as we punch in 100 shares, we're out of the money, $300 on that trade. So no, we can't work with that trade for ourselves on that one. But Apple, one of our Discord admins, or not admins, moderators, sorry, just messaged me about asking me about Apple. He said there's tons of volume coming in on Apple. He was wondering if that was dark pool or liquid gateways. You know, it's a little hard for me to tell you if it's dark pool or liquid gateways right now off the hindsight. At that moment, I'll be able to tell you. But obviously, man, Apple trades a lot in the dark pool liquidity gateways. Same with AMC and so on. I forget what the website was where you can actually check how much of a stock's volume trades in dark pool. Do you remember that one?
I don't remember that one. Luca knows it, but
I forget.
Yeah, that was interesting though, because it showed like, I don't know how really to use that information, but
nothing. Really.
Yeah, because I think it's also delayed too. If I was
for sure.
I think it's like
for
2 weeks delayed.
Well,
so.
dark pool data itself is delayed. It could be 24 hours prior to it. That's why you see these wicks like randomly at a random price and so on, right? So it could be dark pool blind Jedi. It could not be dark pool. I can't really confirm it right now. But looks like, yeah, volume did spike over here. I see that volume spike on Apple, not allowing it to get back above VWAP, not allowing it to get back above 136. And I mean, the market has been pretty stale. Market has been pretty dead right now ever since we hit that 3,800 high. And you know, I'm still very upset at myself for breaking my rules and trading the way I did on futures today, because if I just was patient and I took that 3,800 trade the way I wanted to, today would have been a banger of a day for me. But instead, we are profitable, but we're not having a banger of a day.
Man, a lot of new members today. Franz Oliver, thank you again for joining, and welcome to the green side. Welcome to Trader TV Live. Check out the channel. But yeah, thank you for your support. Someone said here, thoughts on Amazon short at 109.62. I kind of talked about Amazon earlier. This 109 level, that was an intraday level yesterday. It's been an intraday level last week as well. And you know, it's kind of interesting today as well. It broke out earlier, tested and held, and you know, we had that huge run up to 112. Then it kind of came back down, pulled back, and then turned around, or started at least bouncing a bit at this 109 level. So this is obviously a key area of interest. If you are short above it, you know, just keep in mind that this is right there. So you know, maybe scalp out some profits if you know, it gets closer to there. I'm actually thinking, you know, more so for like a long if it bounces from there. But again, we got to be patient. We got to wait and see. That's my thoughts on Amazon there. Overall, though, you know, the market is making lower highs. Amazon is clearly making lower highs, and is kind of consolidating around this 109 area between VWAP. You know, so just kind of keep that in mind.
This stock hit $7, mate. I'm $1 in the money if I held this trade right now. I took a 2-cent win just because we were testing our boards. I said, forget this. I'm taking 2-cent win and I'm out. What does that mean when it says Meta plus 15.94 on the position board?
I think that's like how many cents you've taken.
How many dollars or cents I've been making? $15 a share? No, I made $2 a share.
That's got to be...
It's like if you take 100 shares.
Yeah.
And you get out of 10 for 50 cents. And then you get out
it keeps adding it. So I have a 15R trade on Meta, basically, kind of.
So it adds up all your like winnings per share. Right. Yeah, okay. So it adds up all your winnings per share.
Loaded at 15.
Yeah.
Okay.
But overall, on the P&L, you've been adding that much P&L to it. That makes a lot more sense. Yo, bring that board back, bro. That board looks nice right now. Bring that board back. Yo, let's go. So yeah, as you guys can see, man, we're having tons of fun here trading, looking for the right opportunities every single day. Right now, PEV, a new all-time high coming in, up 100% on the day. What a crazy move. I'll be honest, ladies and gentlemen, I was thinking about shorting the stock I was thinking about shorting the stock at 650 while it's coming up over here. I was even thinking about, you know, contacting Brankles and asking him for the price of the short fees on this. But thank goodness that I have that mindset that says no paying for shorts, especially at this time of the day.
Look at that setup on the daily, guys. This is like the bullish U shape. PEV.
I don't want
PEV and Q. Yeah, check that out, guys. That's an interesting setup for sure. Now short at 7. Yeah, just be careful with that one. You know, it's easy to get run over. That went up like $1 and like what? Like we've been talking about for for what, like 5 minutes, guys, and it's already up $1. So yeah, that's pretty insane.
It's about to like most likely start getting into halting zones again. Like look at this volume
Well,
candle.
it halted already. It looks
Yeah,
like
it
what,
halted
twice in the morning
already,
and it looks like it's gonna get there soon.
That's what
So
I'm
yeah,
saying,
if
this
you are
volume
short,
candle.
guys, be careful with that one.
Yeah.
You know, it's easy to kind of get run over, and you know, you don't want to get stuck in an up halt.
No,
short.
you don't. Not on this one.
Not on this one. So it seems like I should have been in this halt earlier, but you know, whatever. I wanted to talk about Meta quickly because it seems like this 158 level seems like a pretty interesting level for sure. That's where it kind of rejected in the morning, and it kind of consolidated above or below, like right below, broke out eventually, and then it was like kind of testing. And you know, you got the bounce above it. You know, eventually went to like 160, 161. There to the high. And then, you know, when it pulled back, it's been holding this 158 level very, very nicely, right? So, you know, if it comes down back there, you know, I might be interested in taking like a small position for a long, you know, trying to increase and get a better like R&R on this trade. If I punch long now, I'm going to be risking like more than $1 on this trade to win what? Like, you know, the high of the day was 160.50. So that's like basically like a 1-to-1 or a 1.2 to 1. Like those ratios aren't that interesting to me. I gotta be patient. Gotta wait for it to like come close to that 158, just so I get a better R&R on this trade. End up only risking like 10-20 cents, maybe, if that, you know, to get another push to the high day towards 160. That trade seems a lot more attractive to me on that end. So, you know, gotta be patient with this. But it seems like this 158 level is definitely a level. Man, is PEV still going off? Like,
yeah, I'm just watching it. It's at 7:30
we're just kind of watching
right
this. Like, it's very, very interesting. You know, it
I
seems
have
like
my
it's
keys
ripping
ready
to the
to
upside.
go long on a halt.
Yeah. You know, I don't know. It's going to be interesting to see. Like, usually you want to get in the first halt, the second halt maybe. The third halt, though, I don't know. That's kind of risky, no? You have more experience than I do, so maybe you want to talk about halts.
No risk, no Rari.
Yeah, no
okay?
risk, no Rari. You know, I was excited to get into that halt on Revlon, and I'll show you guys that. You know, I got into that halt. I was actually surprised that I got into the halt first. Like, I was crossing, trying to get in. I crossed like a few times, tried to get in, didn't work. Eventually got in, and then it was like halt, and I was like, oh God, what do I do? Like, I've never been in this position before, right? So, you know, I quickly set up my market on open key. You know, set that open, you know, for half my size. But then it opened like 20 cents down, and then, you know, it's just downhill from there. That wasn't a great halt to be stuck in long there. It was funny because I was watching it down here. And it was kind of like dipping towards like the 8s area, but there was like so much buying down there, and the tape was just going wild. Like the tape was just going bananas, and I was like, what is going on here? Like, I don't know what's going on. And then it just ripped the upside and started to halt, and I was like, oh my God, this is a crazy halt. So I tried to punch long. That didn't work, you know, stopped out. You know, it was a good halt experience, you know, to kind of like get your feet wet a bit. But yeah, definitely ended up being a loser for me.
Check out this question. Is halt trading similar to a safety car in Formula One? Well, I don't know if you can put it in the same way, but that's pretty hilarious. Tyrone asked what the float for PEV was. So looks like it's a little confused over here. Thank you to Luca for mentioning floatchecker.com. It says 1.87 on Yahoo. A couple of websites don't even have it. Ameritrade says 19.4, but they all say outstanding shares is 19.6 mil. This one's a 0.9 mil float, so not even 1 mil float for PEV, according to Morningstar Investor. So yeah, float checker ranges a little bit. You know, obviously a low flow on PEV. And trying to bag those shorts today for sure. The PEV stock is bagging all the shorts and just cleaning them out. So if you are short, as Ian mentioned, you want to for sure be careful on this one. Let's go. What are your thoughts on Twitter? Yeah, let's go over to Twitter. I want to look at some other positions for the time being. Twitter, man, you know, we're still waiting for that confirmation of that deal to go through. What are my opinions or thoughts on it? As a day trade, I think I don't really want to be touching Twitter until that news comes in, because that's going to be a lot of volume for Twitter. Now, if you're thinking about a swing trade on Twitter, you know, if you're willing to lose a couple dollars on this trade, a couple dollars per share, that is, I think going long near 36 and having a stop near 34 is not a bad idea at all. You know, in case that deal actually goes through and the stock jumps to $54.20, you're making multiple dollars in the money for risking $2 to the downside. So that is my opinion. That is my idea. I even talked to Sean back when the news and the rumors were going off on Twitter that if Twitter heads back down to $40, you think should I buy some? And he said, yeah, if the deal looks like it's gonna go through, that is free money being offered to you on Twitter. Now, if you don't want to buy shares, you can trade the options for it, right? There's multiple ways to go about this route on how to make the trade over here. So just focus on, for me, I'm focusing on the variables that are the articles to come out and saying the deal is not going through or the deal is going through. So the actual confirmation statements is what I'm waiting for personally. MO is still sliding. Yeah, Altria, MO, cigarette makers, all in trouble at the moment. But, if you guys watch that TV show Mad Men, you know how easy it is to control the politics side of the world with cigarette money and alcohol money and so on. So I think Altria would be a buy in near soon, not here. I want to see Altria trade a little bit more, and then eventually I think these guys come up with technology all the time. They had when I used to work in a vape store before I got a job at IT and so on. They actually came out with these IQOS devices or IQOS. They were selling different technologies. They keep coming out with new ways to help people with nicotine addiction and so on. So I personally think MO has a lot of opportunities coming in, just not yet though. I want to be a little careful about even thinking about buying MO. Real quick, I want to go over to go see what one of my favorite stocks in the market is doing, which I haven't had the opportunity of buying a single share yet. It happens to be GitLab. So I missed out the opportunities twice. The first time on earnings right here where I mentioned watch the stock rocket, it rocketed to $60. The second time watch the stock rocket, it's rocketing right back to $60 again without me. So too bad, so sad, can't do anything about it. We're moving. Thankfully for GitLab, up 6% today. So beautiful 6% move on GitLab.
I'm paying like super close attention to this PEV now, just because it seems like there's a lot more buying momentum kind of stepping up. And I was like so ready to kind of.
$7.75?
Oh yeah. You're like what, like $1.50?
I'm crying.
in your little position there. But I was ready for like if it was gonna like really start to take off, to punch in, potentially get another haul here. But maybe this $8 break could be nice, but obviously has to get there. I wanted to point out one comment about this. It was Kai. He said PEV hits 759. Tighten those stops. We are not losing this money. So I'm assuming you're already long, but he brings up this person brings up a good point here. Tighten your stops, trail your stops, right? If you're already in the money, like let's say you got long down here, like the $5 level, or even like this morning, you got long down here at $4, right? You probably should have been already scalping out a lot of your position, but if you are still kind of holding on to some, you're $3 in the money on a $7 stock. That's massive. That's huge, right? So trail your stops. Don't get too frisky with it. Take these profits. These are huge profits, right? So you don't want to let your winners turn into losers. You don't want to lose on these on these positions that you're holding, right? So congratulations if you are holding on to that. I'm assuming you probably are, Kai, if you're kind of saying that.
Oh, you're talking to him. Kai's a lady.
Oh, okay, yeah, my bad, yeah. So it's so tough to tell. No, my apologies, Kai. But yeah, good comment and good call out there. What about Meta? Man, we've been talking about Meta, but I'll quickly take a look at it again. That 158 level is a serious level. I want to see it come closer to that. I am thinking about going long there, but I want to be patient. I want to wait for it to get there. As Pred kind of combs his beard, I was like listening in my other ear. I was like, what's Pred? Yeah, I can hear. I was like, what's Pred doing? And like, look, brush that beard. Yeah, don't pay attention to Prad's beard there. But man, I wish I could grow a beard like that. And, have to brush it all the time. That'd be cool. But no, that's not gonna be in the cards for me. My portfolio has gone up 40% thanks to whoever called PEV. Man, I don't know what the catalyst was with this. Like, there's got to be a catalyst with PEV or something. Why it's like up so much?
It's not even an EV apparently. Tyrone said it's a used car rental kind of companies. So for some reason, obviously, they're getting elevated. It could be, you know, I'm just going to create up a theory right now. Inflation, people are struggling to buy cars, so used cars are probably going up in sales numbers. It's a theory to be tested. We don't really know if that's a true theory. I want to go see if there's actually any news catalyst for PEV. So let's go over here. Phoenix Motor closes IPO. Yeah, that's the June 10th article. Nothing really there on June 10th that should be carrying on to over here. Let's go to BAMSEC. BAMSEC usually is what I use. PEV. I wish BAMSEC gave me a free account, and then that way, you know, I could have up-to-date news articles on this. But sadly, no. News 8K public initial offering closing. Yeah, nothing really that stands out to me besides the fact that the stock was a recent IPO and got smacked to the downside with the help of the overall market move. So besides that, nothing stands out to me. I think we could see the stock go towards $10 eventually, just as a SPAC play. That's just my idea. I'm just throwing out a number out there, a random number, a nice $10 even significant number to see if it'll even come into play. But this doesn't involve no technicals, no financials, nothing, right? So now if we start looking at the financials and start looking at other reasons as to where the stock's accurate price should be, then we could really start going down the rabbit hole there. Going off the technicals, just off the technicals, the stock clearly broke the IPO level high of 650. Now we're at 775 coming in today. That level is going to be something that's going to be on watch tomorrow. A breakout of 775 long, if that comes into play pre-market, I mean off the open, I'm taking that. I'll take that 775. I'll actually even put down PEV over here right next to Redbox. So if you guys remember, I said I'm going to be looking at Redbox tomorrow because most likely Redbox is going to be up 24% tomorrow with the help of RDBX, with the help of the SSR mechanic that's going to be on it because the stock was down more than 10% today. And look at how it's holding the $10 level. If tomorrow is a green day in the market, I walk a lonely road. You know, if tomorrow's a green day in the market, I will for sure be trying to pick up these $10 longs. And Meta Platforms, maybe. I know Sean's still in this long, and I'm very jealous right now because this stock does not want to go back to 158 to give me more size as Apple, Microsoft, and every other stock across the board in the technology sector is finally breaking out of VWAP and getting pushed to the north side. So if you are long anything right now, this might be the time for you to hold on. Here's Microsoft breaking out. I already showed you Apple breaking out. You guys saw Meta Platforms get above VWAP not too long ago. AMD probably also getting towards VWAP. Here's AMD. I want to go quickly look at AMC and then we can send it back to Ian. Here's AMC, still up 3% on the day, holding around $12.70.
Yeah, it's interesting. You know, we looked at it yesterday. GME was up more yesterday, and AMC was kind of flat. And now look at today, like it's like kind of the opposite story. It looks like kind of GME opened up lower on the day, but you know, trading flat on the day, only up up like 1% on the day, but that's not really anything according to GME standards. AMC is clearly up a little bit more stronger today. Reverse rolls, that's for sure. I want to say one interesting fact or one interesting thing about PEV here, just because now you know we have broken out of that IPO price, so now it's like all about price discovery, right? So you know the price hasn't been up here before. We don't know how high it can go, where it can go. So you know that's why I'm kind of thinking like if it kind of you know picks up, maybe we take like that 775 long, maybe the $8 breakout, just because the price hasn't been up there before, right? Who knows how high this can go? Who knows where it can go to and where momentum can kind of carry it, right? So this is gonna definitely be on watch. I'm not so much interested in like buying like a dip on it, just because you know I don't know how far to risk off of. Maybe like this $5 range, but then you know I gotta wait until it gets a lot closer to there, maybe around like VWAP or something like that. I'm not gonna FOMO into it. I saw someone said almost FOMOed in at 750. This is why it's so important to like not FOMO and not chase the trade, right? Because if you would have taken that trade, you're already out of the money 50 cents, and you know that's obviously a big loss there, depending on how much size you had. Neo, good short here, 22.65. I actually haven't looked at NIO today, so let's take a quick look at that. It looks like this 23 level has been respected again today. So I think the high yesterday was 23.10. The high today is 23.13, right? So, you know, we did breach that high, but it was interesting yesterday because that 23.10, I think there was like size there yesterday. It wouldn't really break out. I think someone was like trying to off-road and was really picky about their price and wouldn't budge on their price and, you know, just kind of left it there. And I don't know if they got filled, but it kept rejecting that 23.10 area. And it did the same thing today. It looks like, you know, it gave a nice run up in the morning and then rejected that 23 area very, very nicely. So that was like a very decent short. But, you know, NIO, it's an interesting trade because usually it's like sell the news or sell the gap up, but it hasn't really been doing that the last few days. NIO has been like super, super strong. I'd say probably like for like a week straight now, you know, gapping up and, you know, continuing the move, having that continuation. Usually NIO just like, you know, sells off the move and just fades the whole day, but yeah, more of an inside day today, but that's okay because NIO is like up like what? It went to like from 16 to 23, a $7 move on a $16 stock. That's like almost 50%, right? So it's up huge for the past week. It's definitely, you know, bound to be exhausted for a little bit, you know, but yeah, definitely this 23 level is something to watch. If it gaps up above like the next day or there's like a catalyst or something like that and it gaps up above, you know, maybe the long is going to be back on, you know, we're going to be super bullish on NIO again. But for now, kind of just leaving it as it's just like kind of trading and consolidating and having a more of an inside day. Zila popping. Let's take a quick look at Zila. I know that was like kind of doing some volume today as well. Well, not some. It's doing a ton of volume. 550 million volume today. So I think that's the volume leader for the day. Excuse my daily chart's not really loading there.
Why is Meta coming down now?
There we go. It should be loading there. But yeah, up 52% today. I want to see the daily here as it loads, just because it's like, what kind of upside levels do we got here? Like this 22 cent, 23 cent area looks like that was the consolidation area, and that's where it's kind of like pulling back today. But more so, I think like probably the 25 cent area, just because it's like a more like rounded number. That's going to be more interesting to watch. But yeah, definitely Zila having a huge day today. So if you are caught in that long, congratulations. And, you know, keep holding, keep trailing those stops.
What does Zila even do? Zila Technology Services, Information Technology Services, ex-Zila Technologies. Yeah, not sure what they do, but they got beat down quite a bit, huh? Not quite a bit, a lot. Now clearly under $1, up 52% though. So yeah, it looks like some news over there coming in for them. Is that the daily chart at the bottom? Yeah, that's the daily chart. Never mind then. Zila, a 90 million market cap company securing a $136 million contract. Yeah, that for sure probably helping them out today, helping them get boosted up. You have any info on ticker LYT? Couldn't buy earlier, was only able to sell. LYT. I'm guessing that's on New York. Nope, NASDAQ. Only 100K shares traded so far on the stock, and the spread itself is like $1 almost. Not sure what's going on this one. You could only sell but not buy. I've never heard of that one. I'm not sure if maybe it has to do with a certain gateway that you posted. You know, if you are on direct market access, and sometimes I've had this problem too. You know, you'll post on BATS, but no one's really hitting you on BATS, and they're probably hitting you on ARCA. That's what these gateway extensions are all. That's why I have these gateway extensions always up here to know what market the stock is printing on, and in case that stock is printing a certain gateway more than my gateway, I'll start moving on to that other gateway over there. So knowing exactly what gateway is printing, what gateway to take advantage of, is also part of, you know, tape reading and level 2 reading overall. Skills very important that almost every trader, day trader, needs to incorporate into their arsenal, into their tool bags over there. You know, trading off the chart, not a problem at all. A lot of people do it. A lot of people have been successful doing it too. But if you really want to be able to, you know, in my opinion, know exactly where the market might move towards, notice how I said not will, might move towards, I think the level 2 reading and time of sales reading will help you with that a lot.
I want to address one thing here. This one person said, Revlon almost 80% short, rising cost to borrow. Could this be the next Volkswagen? Giving the insider holding and buying with a low flow, it's the same setup. I checked quickly on FinViz. I'm seeing here it's 53% short float. You might want to like cross-reference with like a few different sources, but I usually like following FinViz. Do I think this is going to be like similar to Volkswagen and I guess, you know, the likes of like AMC and GME? This is like my theory on that. Like that happened, what, like twice, 3 times if you include AMC. Short squeezes are part of the market, yes. You know, shorts are always kind of going to like get squeezed out. But for it to like kind of go up something crazy like that, you know, for like an $8 stock to run up to like $100 or something like even bigger like that, I doubt that the the market maker is going to let that happen again. Like think about how many like big firms, big funds like lost so much money with like GME and AMC, right? You know, just getting squeezed out. I doubt they're going to let that happen again. So there's probably things put in place to kind of prevent that from happening.
The squeeze is not done yet, bro. What do you mean?
The squeeze has not been squozed. It's not been squozed.
It will be done when we hit 1 million.
Sorry?
It will be done when we hit 1 million.
Yeah, no, and then people are like to the moon. People are just adding to their shorts. I think that's probably the more correct thing here. People are probably more adding to their shorts, for the move downwards. Shorting the pops.
There was a point where GME shorts, you don't have to pay for GME shorts, but now once again you have to pay for GME shorts. So clearly,
read what I just put in the chat.
If you don't know this man, Mukesh Ambani, that's my boy, bro. That's my boy. He's been in the top 10 richest men. Really? Okay. I thought it was a little bit lower than that. But okay, top 10 richest men list of Forbes for numerous years now. Net worth of 106 billion USD. Head of Reliance India. The Rev buyout will have follow-up PR soon. I frankly see the stock heading to $15 sooner or later. That was someone's opinion. Yeah, Mukesh Ambani is out here, bro. He's really out here.
Here's the thing also, too. Like, there's that rumor with Revlon, like, if they're getting bought out, right? Like, they announced it the other day, but all they pretty much said was, like, they're interested in putting, like, a bid for Revlon. So it's not, like, a finalized deal or anything like that. But that's why it's getting so much buzz. It's so volatile. A lot of volume, obviously. There's a lot of eyes on Revlon, right? So as soon as this kind of, like, pops
jokes,
off.
Mukesh Ambani. Dude, you should see his house in India. He has this big condo, and he lives in the penthouse, and right outside the penthouse, it's the slums of India. Straight up slums of India. Like, it's like, man, if you're that rich, maybe you want to move out of there a little bit. I don't know. But Mukesh Ambani, he's like seen as almost a god figure in India, man, because he's done so many charity works and so on. And Reliance has helped so many middle-class families get out of poverty in India, My grandpa loves Reliance. He's been trading Reliance for God knows how long. Even now, if I was to call up my grandpa, like, I have stories and stories about talking about Reliance. So if that deal actually goes through on Revlon, that's going to be a pretty big thing, because the Chapter 11 that they were feared of is no longer going to be a fear anymore. And if Revlon's going to start being Indian, cheaper labor, that means less cost for production, more revenue for Reliance by getting into the makeup industry. And India has been trying to get more and more westernized these days. More women in India are starting to wear makeup and everything. So everything around the world, Revlon is actually getting better and more attractive for the Indian acquisition. And I personally am looking forward for that news, because if Revlon gets bought out, that buyout stock trading is going to be spicy. But I want to find out what Brando has for us at the big screen.
Hey guys, quick check of currency markets this afternoon. Big move down for the US dollar. The dollar index back to this 103.80, 103.75 area on a daily chart. Very, very significant level of support, all the way down to 103.5 after Fed Chair Powell. It was more a lack of what he didn't say, maybe, I guess is a better way to put it. But heavy selling pressure on the dollar so far today. Now down 0.3%. It was up more than 0.5%. So better part of a full percent move back to the downside. Starting to bounce right now. That's an hourly chart if you're wondering for the DXY. Euro higher, 0.5% so far. Canadian dollar was up at one point this morning, about 0.25%. now going red once again, back into negative territory still, though. 77.3 for the CAD, British pound back in the red as well. Japanese yen, Swiss franc have been higher all morning, but coming off, this was better part of a full percent, about 0.8, 0.9 early on this morning on some volatility fears for the overall market. It's worth noting the Russian ruble, big move down today. It's been doing nothing but going straight up over the past week and a half or so. Back to 1.7 cents. Bitcoin and Ethereum, yep, still negative, but they did bounce, guys. There was a move to the downside on those comments from Fed Chair Powell about more regulations needed and more structured regulation needed for the crypto markets. But trying to bounce here for Bitcoin. Back over to you.
Yeah, so trying to bounce is always a good thing for me to listen, especially when it comes to cryptocurrencies, man. I'm bleeding on that account. PEV looks like to be finding some rejection around 775. I don't even want to use the word rejection on this stock, you know. Let's just say it's finding buyers, support at $7. That's a way better way to look at it. You know, it flushed to 7, and then right away it started finding buyers, and now we're moving back towards the high of day. There we go. Let's see if we can take out the high of day once again. I want to move really quickly to Facebook, Meta platforms. Markets actually moved back to the high of day almost. S&P 500 triple topping. Well, not really triple topping, but only 10 points away from doing so. And you know, with market moving back up, Facebook started moving to the downside. So I'm still very surprised the fact that the market does not move Facebook today, same as yesterday. And I got beat up yesterday. Like, I was in the money on all my trades, and I was like, okay, I'm an absolute god today. I cannot take any damage. I cannot do wrong. And I started going long on Facebook around 160, and then you guys know what happened at the end of the day to that trade. That trade ended up at $156 on Facebook, so that sucked to be me. But man, today, that's why I'm a little bit lighter on the size on this trade. But thankfully, Facebook is my #1 stock of the day today, Microsoft #2, and then I have a bunch of trades that are absolutely flat on the day, not really any profit. Man, I wish that PEV trade, though, I wish I traded that stock a little bit better, because man, that was a $1 in the money within 5 minutes of me getting into that position. So very poorly executed. PEV is an EV assembly company. No one in the market know more about this company. I thought Tyrone said it's a used car maker or something. So yeah, whatever it is, man, they're clearly getting pumped up today and taking advantage of this EV move that we love seeing. You know, Li Auto, NIO, XPEV, Lucid Motors, the stocks just keep on going. GGPI, whose ticker is supposed to be changing tomorrow or end of the week, actually. I think it's supposed to happen 24th of January, if I remember correctly. So GGPI still doing, you know, kind of GGBI things, which is a SPAC play, always trading around $10. If it goes below 10, you get long towards $10, and if it goes above 10, you maybe get short towards 10. But the fact that the stock's ticker is going to be changing soon, maybe you don't think about that short to 10.
Yeah, I'm watching PEV closely on my side screen there, just because that's probably the thing I'm most interested in right now. If it kind of pops off, you know, maybe I get a chance to be involved here in that one. Man, there's so many different EV companies now. You know, you listed a bunch there. This one's from California, like I was quickly reading there.
Which one?
No, PEV.
Oh,
like
PEV.
they're based in like Anaheim, California, and someone else said it here in the chat too.
Anaheim, California?
Yeah, it's like another American.
Is it Anaheim in California?
Yeah. Anaheim is like it's kind of like not a town, but it's like a county, I guess, near Los Angeles.
Dude, I'm so bad with geography. Let's move on.
The Anaheim Angels, Anaheim Ducks, like,
Buddy,
come on.
Yeah, I thought that was more like east, not west coast.
No, that's West Coast. The 100% West Coast. Nicola, there's another one. Yeah, there's Disneyland. Yeah, Disneyland is there in
Buddy,
Anaheim.
I didn't know where Vancouver was, okay? This is
Come
the
on,
wrong
man.
person to talk about geography.
Okay, yeah, let's just not talk about Pratt about geography. Clearly, he didn't pass that one in grade school.
Hey,
that
man,
class.
I came to Canada grade 8. I didn't have to do geography Canada. Hey, let's go.
Oh, man. Yeah, no, I'm trying to figure out things here to trade here. I'm waiting for, you know, 158 to come into play on Meta. I was also watching AMD as well. You know, I've talked about my trades on AMD, how I kind of traded that poorly earlier. I'm interested in this 83 level. That held nicely in in the morning. If it can bounce from there, if the market is more towards support, potentially along there. But this is why it's so important to trade the ranges. And oh yeah, I remember what I wanted to bring up. I saw someone said they were scalping XOM. And XOM's trading a pretty decent range now. It looks like it's trading between this 88 to 90 level. The high was this high is wrong, but the high was like 89. 75 maybe here. So trading like a relatively tight range, going long down here, scalping out up here, and shorting the pops here. So I think this person was shorting like short scalping XOM. So it seems to be working well. But this is why you got to respect the ranges so much in a ranging market like we have right now. You got to respect your plan and you got to respect your R&R. But that's what I'm kind of waiting for here as PEV is kind of making a push here towards this 8 level, and I'm not able to kind of get my stop in here. I'm trying, but I think I'm probably gonna miss it. If you want to take over.
I got you.
Yeah, go for it.
Quick little fun over here we're having in our group chats over here. If you're gonna dig yourself a hole, might as well do it in a fun way. Look at this dog digging himself a hole over here, Ian. Look at this dog digging a hole. If you're gonna dig yourself
Who sent that one?
Adam did. If you're gonna dig yourself a hole, you might as well do it in a fun way over there. And this comment coming in actually made my day. Prad looks like Suge Knight today. Sheesh! All right, bring out the Death Row records, bring out everything. We're about to start an album today. Where's Tupac? I'm about to go sign Tupac right now. Man, rest in peace, Tupac. But yeah, that's a hilarious comment. Prad looks like Suge Knight. Wow. Quit day trading and start making record labels over there. But don't do anything that Suge Knight did, especially running people over with his truck and whatnot. We don't want to end up in the same bin as he did. Let's move to the market real quick. S&P 500 coming back down now off the highs that it just had near 3,790, getting pushed back to 3,780 or so. I do want to see a retest of 3,800 and just so I could take that short at 3,800 like I wanted to, but I didn't before and I screwed it up and whatnot. So I want to see the retest of 3,800 to see just in case anything happens around there. Maybe we get another opportunity to reload on the shorts on Apple, on Microsoft and so on. But none of these stocks really moved up the way that the market did. So I guess still weakness left in the market overall. Platinum Prat on Fortnite new skin. Hey, they better cut me a 10% check every time that skin gets bought, or I'm not signing no papers, all right? No papers. And if I'm asking for 10%, my boss is probably going to need 20% out of that one. So, we need 30% over here. Trader TV Live, my friend. Trader TV Live needs all the cuts. No free clout is what the kids say these days.
That's
no
what you said yesterday. No free clout,
no
right?
No free clout.
Yeah, no, that's funny. I wanted to talk about PV here. I was trying to place my orders, trying to take this $8 breakout.
This guy,
the high was $8. I saw the executions on 8, and it never breached it. It never filled 801 or anything like that. And look at this rejection, man. I saw someone said PV gonna pull back right now. It pulled back 50 cents. This is why, you gotta structure your trades accordingly. And thankfully, I didn't get glitched into that trade or something like that. I've seen that happen before. I'm still interested in taking this if it does break out, and show some strength there. So I have my orders preset now on the side here, for it to kind of, if it does go back there, I could quickly get in. But yeah, this is definitely something to keep an eye on as it kind of tests this 8 mark here. Is it going to break out? We talked about price discovery. No one knows how high this can go, right? So we've broken out that IPO price. No one knows where this can end up. So definitely going to be something of interest for now. Ian trying to keep Prad within the guardrails. Huh? I don't know what you mean by that.
What does that mean?
There's no bumpers here in the stock market.
Yeah.
We're in the big leagues here. We're getting tossed in the fire. There's no bumpers to kind of keep us out of the gutter.
One of those gutter bump blockers? Come on, man. Come on.
Man, I'm just laughing. You guys keep coming with the fire here in the chat here. Prad, it's in the OC. And you guys still going on about Anaheim. Man, we've already talked about how Prad is really bad at a few things now, and we got to add geography to that list of things that you're bad at. As he's googling up, go to Prad's screen right now. Go to Prad's screen right now. Look at what this guy's doing. He's looking up where Anaheim is, and he's trying to figure out where it is in relation to, like, I don't know what you're doing, man.
Did I just see Toronto? Oh, that's Torrance. Look at Torrance.
No, man. Come on. Come on.
That was a joke. That was a joke. That was a joke. That was a joke.
Yeah, okay.
No, stay. The slipper's gonna come flying, bro. Still. I need a block.
That's one thing. Like, Arun's back today. You know, we're happy to have him back. We haven't seen him in a while. Where's the slipper? You're lucky he hasn't brought on the slipper.
Bro, I'm so glad Arun went for a walk when I had this bad trade because I was scared. I looked over and he wasn't there. I was like, yes, I'm not getting a slipper today. But you know, we're having fun over here.
You came in dressed nice, you look good, you look sharp, and then you pull this nonsense.
Listen, man, you know, I spent my energy on one avenue. The other avenue just completely amber turded itself. You know, amber turd, baby, amber turd. Getting back to the market, I missed Arun. Yeah, we missed Arun, baby. You know that. We're so happy to have you. Are you here for the rest of the week, Arun? Yeah, that's not a good answer. Just today.
Just today. So soak up the knowledge that Arun brings to the show, guys. But
2 o'clock.
Yeah,
He'll
2
be back
o'clock.
on at 2.
You know, the Arun and Sean and Brendan are going to be back. So stay tuned for the closing show. It's going to be exciting.
Yeah. Buying puts in Prad all day. Let's go, baby. Send Prad stock to the ground. Yes, Ian, short XOM. I know XOM had a crazy day yesterday, but today, man, it's pretty much in yesterday's range still. If you were to look at the daily chart right here, you know, the daily chart bounced off of the 100-period EMA the day before that, and yesterday we bounced from 85 all the way up to $95, and now we're just stuck in that range, just trading sideways completely. If you were to go look at XLE, which is always something I have on watch, if I'm trading energy stocks, if I'm trading bank stocks, I'll have XLF, and so on. So XLE is basically telling you, you know, very, very sideways action from some buying action coming in around the lows over here every time any of these energy stocks go down. Which one is actually dragging down the whole market? Let's go figure it out. CVX should be this exact same thing. Maybe Oxy is the one who's getting hurt a little bit. Let's go check on Oxy. Nope, even Oxy's looking the exact same for some reason. What are you laughing at? Well, for some reason, man, the overall sector is to the downside.
He thinks Florida is an island.
I think Florida is an island? Yeah.
Imagine, that'd be funny. Why are we dumping? I don't know.
Isn't that
why
right next to Hawaii?
Oh, come on, man. You're digging yourself a bigger hole here.
No. Bermuda Triangle?
Whoa.
By Bermuda Triangle.
You actually don't know where Hawaii is, or is this another joke?
I've seen it on a map like maybe once.
Okay, let me ask you this. Do you know what ocean Hawaii is in?
Or
is that too hard of a question?
Yeah, that's too hard of a question, man. That's way too hard of a question right now. Listen, ask me about what I think about Microsoft at 256, and I'll tell you. You ask me about what I think about Facebook at 160, and I'll tell you. You ask me what ocean Hawaii is in. How is that going to help me in life? How's that going to help me in life? I can't make a trade off of what ocean Hawaii is in unless there's a tsunaami that comes in, and God forbid that happens.
You're not going to go which direction to run it.
Okay, but you know, something bad did happen. There was an earthquake recently, and there was a lot of casualties in Afghanistan. So, you know, talking about casualties and you know, those
casualties.
Casualties.
Why do you say it like that?
I don't know.
Casualties?
I'm thinking about the words to say right now. Everything's just going jumbled in my head. But yeah, a lot of earthquake caused issues in Afghanistan. So rest in peace to everyone affected by it. And you know, yeah.
Yeah, back to the market, guys. You know, still watching PEV. That's on my side screen. My orders are still set up for that.
PEV?
Yeah.
Where are we at on that one?
It's kind of just consolidating now, like around like 750 area.
We'll hit $8.
Yeah, no, it hit $8. Like we talked about this. Like there was executions on $8, didn't breach 801, right? So, you know, I'm taking the breakout on this, so I'm not going to get filled like that. It immediately flushed down like 50 cents. That's what's so dangerous about these stocks, these like low float stocks, is they could get, the pullbacks are vicious on them. So, you know, be careful if you are kind of going long. You know, that's why I'm structuring the trade that way, to take the breakout. Now the high is $8. If that breaks out, you know, who knows where this can go? It's going to be price discovery. So that's why why I'm kind of structuring the trade that way. But that's just on my side watch for now. It's not really doing anything at this moment, just kind of consolidating. I'm still watching Meta. This 158 level is still a key area of interest for me. But the market is kind of like not doing too much right now. It is kind of like respecting this 37.90 area, but the high on the market was like what, like almost 3,800. So we are near the highs. I'm going to be more bullish if that kind of breaks out, but right now Meta is not really doing too much either. And in that sense, let's take a quick look at Apple to see what that's doing. I was more so watching this 135 area again, just kind of trying to like build trade ideas off support areas. So this 135 was an area of interest earlier today. That broke out, held, and then held here, right? So if it kind of pulls back to that area, maybe we get like a long off that and risk off the 135. But again, just got to be patient and keep waiting. NVIDIA, let's take a quick look at NVIDIA. I haven't looked at that in a while as it kind of loads. It looks like it's having more of like an inside day. It did have like a choppy like kind of trend up this morning. I don't know if there was a trade there. I'm not too familiar with the levels on NVIDIA. It seems like this like 155 area is a super area of interest just because like that was like the low here for like the past like week. And we are kind of trading to the top end of that range. Not really breaking out, right? So maybe the 170 area is the top end of that range. That's like a $15 range. That's quite large. But NVIDIA, it tends to move quite a bit. But yeah, probably no trades from me on NVIDIA today.
My buddy Jim Boshniak, guy at LAX, is talking about you buying me a globe for Christmas.
That'd be a good gift.
Well,
that would be a good gift.
I want this one right here.
Oh yeah, okay.
I want
Lego
this one
globe.
right here.
Let's put that up on the screen there. Let's see that.
If you are gonna buy me one, it better be right here. This Lego globe, I will gladly have that. And my birthday's coming up too. If you want to buy it for my birthday instead, it glows in the dark. Sheesh. Done.
Where did you end up putting that Lego?
Dude, I
McLaren?
move it every time I want to play games. That's the worst thing I have to do.
Okay, so I was talking about this with a friend.
Time.
I was talking about this with a friend, like about these Lego things. Like, how cool are they? You must have been so happy to get that McLaren, right?
Yeah.
To like build it. It's fun to build, whatever. But after it's built, what do you do with it?
I still play with it. I play with it every day.
What do you mean play with it? What do you do? You like roll it around?
Yeah, I roll it around a little bit. I have a little Batman sitting in it. I pull out the Batman, then sometimes I put in a different bear brick. I play with it, bro. I play with it every day. Well, I'll move the car around a little bit. Yeah, I move my steering wheel a little bit. I move my steering wheel. The steerings move, and then I play with the suspensions a little bit, and then I move it to the bed, and then I play my games.
Yeah, okay, but see, there's my point. Like when you actually want to use your desk and do stuff like on your computer or whatever, you gotta like move it aside, get it out of the way. Like it just takes up so much space.
That's just because I don't have a spot to put it in. Eventually, I'll have a spot to put it in, and then it won't matter.
So you need like a little showcase or like a glass case or something to put these things in, right? Like I just don't know what to do with it. Plus, they're like super expensive. Like how much was that globe? It's just like build like a Lego
Probably
thing.
$100.
Yeah, exactly. Like when you're a kid, money is no object when you're a kid. You don't realize how much these things are. I didn't realize how much.
Up and money
now you got grown up money, right? And you spend it on Lego stuff, but.
Yeah,
things not to
admit on TV. Yeah, things not to admit. Man, look at Facebook right now. Facebook is taking off. Markets at the high days once again, or pretty close to high days. Facebook now would have been $1.30, $1.40 in the money if I was still holding. Facebook just does not want to stop, but looks like that 160, 161 areas for a short might just come into play one more time for me. NASDAQ now up 0.8%, almost close to being 1% in the money for NASDAQ again, and S&P 500, did I say in the money for NASDAQ? I meant 1% to the upside on NASDAQ, coming in very soon, most likely, if we can go back to high day, and S&P 500 near 3790, so looks like that 3800 on S&P 500 could just come into play. Here's Facebook, now about to be $2 in the money for anyone who was long 158, everyone but me.
I wanted to bring up an interesting question here. What are your guys' favorite time to trade? Me personally, I love the open. This is an interesting question because it's in relation to like what works best for you, right? Like you're gonna have to find out what kind of trader you are. If you like trading like right at the open and that works for you, watch your stats, like look at your stats, back test your strategies. If you find yourself more successful trading the open, that's probably gonna be the time for you, right? Prad just said like 10 to 12, right? So he likes to take the first 30 30 minutes, let the volatility play itself out, let the market kind of discover what the price action, what the trend is going to be, and then, kind of go from there and then take those opportunities from 10 to 12, right? Me personally, I'm still kind of finding my way. I like trading the open as well, just because, it provides like the most opportunities, the most volatile opportunities. In that sense, though, it's easy to kind of get run over if you are, stuck offside, like Lucas said earlier. I find that, when I have like super high conviction about a certain level, I'll take that trade in the open, and it usually works, right? But if I don't really have like any particular conviction, any particular bias, if I do find myself getting caught in a trade off the open, it usually ends up being like a loser, or like a small win or something like that. Nothing that I really expected, right? So it really depends on, your strategy, your personality, of course. The trading the close is good too. Trading the power hour is good. That provides a lot of volatility as well. But it's important to kind of, if you are day trading, like sit there throughout the entire time, take opportunities as you see them. Yeah, definitely you got to find what works best for you, and trade within that sort of strategy and that plan.
Yeah, well put. Strategies come, fizzle out, they work, they fizzle out. It's cycles. Everything moves in cycles. So you got to learn exactly what strategy to use at what time. If you're thinking about trading breakouts, you can't be trading breakouts during lunchtime when the market has absolutely no volume on it at all, right? Because there is no buying coming in, no selling coming in for that breakout level to have an extra oomph of a push behind it. But for off the open or for the power hour, when people are coming in for trading opportunities, if you're looking for that breakout level trade, for example, 9:30, you're looking for a 158 breakout Apple, Facebook, you get up to 162. So those are the type of time hour slots where you're going to get successful breakout trades most likely. And as the day keeps on going by, you don't really want to be taking a breakout long or a breakout short during the mid time of the day and then later on. Now, if you're thinking about reversal trades, you're not going to be trading reversal at 9:30, right? Because what are you reversing at 9:30? The pre-market move, right? That's basically the momentum opening drive. That's called the opening drive at the open, and hence people like me who like to play the reversals. If the market's going up, I want to short it. If the market's going down, I want to long it. But when do I do that? I can only do it after 12, after 10, when the market has done doing the shakeout, breakout dance that it does, where it goes crazy and comes back down. Then I'll take participation in my moves. So really knowing what type of strategy you're applying and what time of day that strategy can be applied to, and then stock selection comes into play, tape reading comes into play. There's a whole bunch of variables that you have to group into your trading setup over there to help you make that trade into a successful trade, right? So you got to really focus down on those variables that I mentioned not too long ago. Does anyone else think these guys talk too much? All right, I guess we'll just be quiet for the rest of the show and just be punching into positions and not saying a single word. And then, if you ask us a question, we'll also be quiet about it.
Man, that's the wrong one stock here. I'm still watching PEV. It tested 8 again. Like it touched 8 again. Like exactly 8, didn't break out. So this is something really interesting to see now. I'm really hoping for some actual buying momentum to pick up here. I want to be involved if this breaks out. So I'm gonna keep that on tap on my side screen here. Yeah, no. This is a talk show, so no, they don't do talk. But you want music videos, man? That would be something if we film I don't know how you could film music videos related to trading. If you have, maybe throw us a link in the chat or something like that. I want to look back at Revlon here because that's just kind of consolidating, not really doing too much anymore. But this 8 level is still kind of holding up. I'm still kind of waiting for that level to kind of do something. Yeah, I'm trying to find stocks to kind of base off, go long off support here, but everything's kind of going away from that.
That was Facebook, man. That was Facebook.
Yeah, that was Facebook, exactly. That was Facebook. That 158 level, that seemed like super solid, but it's not really giving us another another chance to kind of give us another entry there. And I'm not going to chase the move. The R&R now is quite terrible. If we are going to make a move to like the 160.50 or 161 area, there that's like the high of the day there. I think my last exit was 160.70, so that was a good exit there on that quick scalp on the 160 break. But yeah, definitely just got to be more patient and wait for this 158 level to come into play. Or if the PEV breaks out to 8, then we'll get involved in that. But yeah, still waiting for that one.
Sean just put in REV above. I'm not sure what he's talking about. He also posted a tweet, so let's go check out that tweet. Just stepped in now. I know it's late, but to see what's Rev doing. Took the July 10 calls. Okay, $10 calls of July. Yo, take over so I can go buy some calls myself right now. But no, if Sean's doing this, I like the idea, man. We just explained the idea not too long ago. It's the whole Mukesh Ambani thinking about buying out the company and so on. And if it does get bought out, $15, and he has a $10 call, sheesh, my man's gonna be printing 1,000% on those option calls, baby. Let's send them to the moon. Revlon coming in 44% today, and look at the consolidation around VWAP on the stock. That's really strong consolidation, baby. I like that a lot.
Look at this one. Day Trade the World Rap Medley. Prad, Neil, Sean, and Tony freestyles. Tony getting involved. I think Tony is going to be on the midday show with us tomorrow. He's going to be...
you guys decided?
No, yeah, I think we've decided. Okay. I talked to Tony earlier, and he was like, hey, man, he's excited to be on the show tomorrow. So I think it's going to be Tony, and then Luca and I rotating in. So it's going to be fun having Tony back on the show.
You and Tony first, Thursday?
Yeah, probably going to be Tony
first?
and myself first. But yeah, no, Tony's going to be back tomorrow. Yeah, let's go, Tony. Yeah, he's our guy. So we're excited to have him.
And yesterday's session, man. Yesterday's session with Tony Tuesdays. That was a fiery session. Lots of knowledge coming in from that guy. He also had a tissue full of notes to talk about, like Luca. I found that funny. We had like sticky notes that the viewers just hand out to us. They bought a box full of sticky notes, but these guys are over here writing on tissues and whatnot. Like, what are these clowns doing, man? But no, all fun and games. Whatever helps you guys at the end of the day, do it. That's all you have to do. Whatever helps you, do it.
Yeah, it's funny that Luca said he brought he brought the napkin there, and he wrote his notes on the napkin, like, do what works for you. Like, Sean has a sticky note. Luca now has his napkin. I have like a notebook or whatever. But the most important thing is, like, you got to go in every day with a plan. We talked about what time you got to trade, and this is part of it. You got to have a plan. And that includes what time you're going to trade and what entries you're going to take and whatnot. But always have a plan, always have a strategy, and a means to execute that plan. If those things don't come into play.
Coming back down.
It goes Revlon 9.
It's Revlon 9, okay.
Oh shit, what are these calls?
Oh, he's about to print today, bro. Revlon getting above 9. Market coming down slightly, though. I'm watching Microsoft on my second screen, and Meta and Apple. All of them ticked down slightly. S&P 500 also ticked down slightly. Not too much of a tick down. The last 2 5-minute candles the last 5-minute candle closed on the red. We're waiting to see how this 5-minute candle closes. I think if the market can get pushed down over here, it would be the opportunity to maybe get long on Meta platform properly this time from 158 to 157, and then 157 breaks, I'll take my loss and I'll move on from it. So just waiting patiently. We have about 2 minutes left in this show. We hope you guys had a great time. As Ian already mentioned, I'm not here tomorrow. I gotta go sit in a wedding ceremony. It's gonna take 4 hours, buddy. I'm gonna be sitting in this one chair for 4 hours, no food, nothing, and then guess what? At the end of it, no chicken, no alcohol, because it's a wedding day.
Maybe during that time, you can look up some geography, look up.
No, we're not doing that. We're not
doing
that. We're not. Listen, if geography will help me make a trade, I'll do it. All right? My ignorance is going to be very blissful when it comes to geography, period. Don't need to learn it. I will not learn it.
Ian, maybe consider 60 seconds of silence. No, we will not be silent. We will keep talking. We will keep spitting these ideas.
Okay.
And
they're probably talking about for the death in Afghanistan that took place for the 60 seconds of silence. But it's
okay. I thought you were still talking about the jokes about us, like
could be that too.
Talking,
I don't know. Could be
know.
that too, right? Biden about to speak about tariffs. Okay, tariffs on, I'm guessing, would be Russia, would be the one in charge. So maybe YNDX and some of the other Russian stocks. You can't even trade them on US anymore, so never even mind. Yeah, we can keep on watch over there to see what happens. We're gonna have lots of fun for the rest of the day on the market, Ian and I for sure. And I know 100% you guys are gonna be thrown on to Neil, Sean, and Brando, or Arun, and you guys, Arun, Sean, and Brando, and you guys are gonna see the power hour or sour hour coming into play. What was I going to say just now? Oh, yeah, make sure you hit the like button. What's the like button at right now? Let's go see what the count is.
We're at 2.5K likes.
Awesome.
Yeah, 2.5K likes. So thank you again for your support, and let's keep it rolling into the closing show, guys. Keep up the energy and keep that momentum going. It's going to be a sick closing show. Hopefully PEV keeps going, Revlon keeps going and working for Sean's calls there. But again, thanks so much, guys. But I think it's about time to pass you guys on to Sean, Arun, and Brendan. So ciao, guys, and have a great day.
Peace.
Hey guys, thanks so much. Yes, welcome in to the close. Couple hours left in what's shaping up to be a pretty exciting afternoon here as we head back towards session highs for U.S. equities right across the board, looking pretty good. In fact, for the SPY was almost down 0.5% at one point this afternoon. We'll pull up the